and it's the kind of its development in my Sonic Extreme video that got canceled, much like the game itself. So I guess that's ironic. It's an untalkable game. I'm not redoing that video because I don't really want to right now. Unless if I get some Patreons, maybe I will redo it. But at this point, it took too much effort. Basically, the Sega Saturn had this awful marketing campaign, and what was really lacking was Sonic the Hedgehog, which it really didn't have anything. So we got creepy woman with rings and creepy silver man trying to advertise the console. Didn't work. The man behind Sonic Adventure is Takashi Iizuka, who you're going to hear a lot about more on as we go on, because he becomes the head of Sonic Team, basically the head of the Sonic brand. He's, like I said, I mentioned in Sonic 3, he started doing that game, and this is the first Sonic game he did directorial stuff on. He actually had a pretty unique idea. Sonic was getting stale, and Sonic used to be cool, but, as he said, he felt very safe and boring, and he wanted Sonic to feel fresh again and needed a new cutting-edge game, and that was his main goal when making Sonic Adventure. Sonic Adventure's development started in April 1997 with Sonic Team. 20 people were working on the game for the Sega Saturn. Immediately they found out the Sega Saturn's hardware was kind of underpowered, especially compared to the N64 and PlayStation 1. The Sega Saturn basically is a 32-bit console that can barely do 3D at most a lot of the times, unfortunately. It can, like I said, you're looking at Sega Saturn footage right now, but that's one of the reasons why Sonic has struggled so much. Sega Saturn was not development friendly. Yeah, they were able to get some good games out of the Saturn. Like I said, it's not saying it's a bad console, but overall, it was underpowered. But that's okay, 20 people working on a Project Sonic, as it was called, an RPG starring Sonic. Yeah, I'll start off as an RPG. They got some good news when working on the game. Sonic, new game, is not going to be on the Sega Saturn. We've got a brand new console that needs a new Sonic game on it. And we want Sonic to launch with that console. That console being the Dreamcast was Sega's new console. That was going to be the first one into the 6th generation of games, which is the generation I started out with, in case you're wondering. And the Dreamcast was awesome. In fact, the team actually worked pretty well with the Dreamcast because, well, they were able, since the Dreamcast wasn't out yet, they were actually able to talk to the people making the console to say, this is what we want to do on the console. And yeah, that's how Sonic Adventure ended up looking pretty good. The team wanted the best looking graphics possible. Like this picture, it looks like absolute crap. They want realistic textures, and for some of the ancient civilizations, they decided to actually go visit an ancient civilization, that being Chichen Itza in Mexico, in case you're wondering. And they found a bunch of cool stuff there and decided to take pictures and model the ancient Knuckles clan off of the temples they saw, including naming one of the characters after one of the temples, being Tikal. And they even went to Peru and went to Machu Picchu and all this other cool stuff. They got a lot of cool looking elements in there. Because Sonic Adventures were linked to the Dreamcast, the game ended up being bigger and bigger. Of course, 20 people doesn't sound a lot. Well, that's because they expanded quite a lot. They went from 20 to 60, and at most 130 people were working on Sonic Adventure, trying to get the best-looking Dreamcast game possible. The game was made for Dreamcast, and Dreamcast was made for the game, in case you're wondering. And for 1998, well, late 1998, the game looks pretty good, even to this day. A lot of people might not think, well, not really, this version looks bad. Yeah, it looks pretty good. There's some graphical problems, mostly doing with the fact that they got a weird remaster port that basically Sega loves reissuing instead of the original 1998 version. We'll get to that when we get to that. But overall, the game it was pushing all the limits of the hardware that was specifically designed for the game itself. How to make levels was actually the biggest trick to Sonic Adventure. 2D level design was pretty basic, but Sonic moving fast in 3D environment meant they had to model a lot. In fact, they would have to make and re-scrap, make, scrap, make, and scrap levels constantly. Mostly Windy Valley and Lost Worlds was the first levels they worked on. Windy Valley being, I'm pretty sure, being the first one. You can see what Windy Valley Beta looks like here. A lot of people actually prefer this one. It's more open-ended. But the problem is the Dreamcast had a problem running these big stages, so they had to load them and redo them in chunks. So they actually end up figuring out how to make Sonic work in 3D. And how they did that was doing levels in chunks and other interesting elements. Because Sonic moves fast, and we have to make a lot of part of the world. Now, in modern day, this wouldn't be as big issue, but then again, it still was an issue in a lot of Sonic games to this day. Sonic moving so fast that they can't make levels big enough to support him. And honestly, even though Windy Valley Beta is pretty interesting, there's a lot of elements where it just doesn't. It's kind of confusing where you're supposed to go. Unlike the final game, where the levels are pretty simple, where to get to point A to point B. So I don't really hate on them that much. But yeah. Because Sonic stages were fast, they thought people would go for the game a little bit too quickly, so why don't they make more than one playstyle, which they're already planning on doing with Knuckles and Tails stages, but they want to make them each unique and actually tell the same story but from different perspectives. We will get to the story in that when we actually get to the game itself. We're in development right now. There's a lot to talk about with that stuff. But yeah, that's the idea they had, because Sonic's game was kind of fast, even though there's pretty good amount to it. They're like, hey, let's add a little bit more to this. We can use the same assets, but for different character stories and make them unique, which is actually a pretty good idea. A unique idea they had was making hub worlds for the characters to explore. This was to get people more invested in the world, as well as adding little new story elements. And it was mostly inspired, actually, from the Legend of Zelda series, which is pretty weird. You wouldn't think that would happen, but hey, Sonic's going to cross over Zelda in the future. So yeah, that's not the weirdest thing in the world. The hub worlds are kind of weird when you think about it. Like, it doesn't really seem like Sonic, but Sonic Adventure 1 really makes it work. Like I said, it really does enhance the world. You feel like you're really living in a world, not just disconjointed levels. I know Sonic 3 made the levels feel more connected, but Sonic Adventure really makes you feel like you're in this one whole world, going on a long adventure. It helps quite a bit. One of the weirdest things during development was about the story. There's, of course, going to be a story with cutscenes, but Japan, they didn't know how they're going to do it. You see, Sonic in Japan is viewed as an American character. Like, even though he's made by Japanese people, he's, like, American. That's his nationality. Sonic's American. So they were like, he should speak English with Japanese subtitles. Other people were like, how about he speaks his own hedgehog language or something like that? And they basically want the thing that made most sense. He'll speak the actual language with whatever console he's on. Meaning he speaks Japanese in Japan, and he speaks English in America and UK and all the other English-speaking countries, and Spanish in Spain and Mexico, and so on and so forth. This will bring us to the next part of this review, which will be the giant change that happened to the Sonic franchise. The characters and the character designs. As you know from watching my videos, Sonic's looked like this since the beginning. He's translated some slight designs, like 3D looks and stuff like that. For the most part, he's looked like this. This is kind of a rubber hose style Sonic. He's got a little bit of attitude. Of course, the American box art changed this a little bit. And this is when the Sonic fight that was going to last forever. Which design is better? Because Sega thought that they wanted an update for a more... Well, since Sonic was supposed to be an edgier character, they wanted him to have more of an edge to him. But they had to figure out what does that even mean. So they had a design contest. One of the big reasons why Sonic had to get a new design, here's some of the proposed new designs, is that the classic proportions weren't really working with a 3D model. For what they wanted to do in-game, his head was a little too big and his body was a little too small, and they wanted to stretch him out a little bit. That was the main goal. Sonic needs to be stretched out. And they had a problem. They thought that Sonic was supposed to be cool was perceived as being cute, and they wanted him to be more as cool. Now, it's really up to someone's interpretation, because people are like, oh, Classic Sonic, I like that cuteness, or I think he's cool anyway, so screw that, it's too much. But yeah, there is a point. Classic Sonic's proportions don't really work that well for 3D modeling. It can, but even the 3D models have some problems. That's more the modern ones in the Adventure era, which we'll get to that when we get to the modern stuff. Another reason why they're doing this is because at the same time, Pac-Man actually went for the similar thing, where he actually got a game called Pac-Man World to also kind of redesign the character a little bit. Everyone loves that design. So what you're just looking at right here was the 4 designs by pretty big Sonic designers, and one of them eventually ended up winning by combining elements from other versions of the character. The top left, we have a pretty generic classic Sonic, a little bit black, kind of similar to the Greg Martin style, a little stretched out. That was done by Satoshi Okano, who was a promotional artist for Sonic Jam. It's not bad, but it doesn't do a whole lot. And then, who eventually won, Yuji Uekawa, who would redesign every character. You can see he has a pretty good act for design, though. He would actually edit this design. Like, they liked what he was going for. He just had to stretch out Sonic a little bit, and we got the modern Sonic, as well as adding some more to his shoes that the other designs do. And then we got bottom right there, and Natsuo Oshima. Yes, Sonic's designer decided to give Sonic a redesign. Well, he gave him the gray souls, which Sonic would have. He just gave him weird spiky teeth and a weird pose, as well as whatever that line is on next to his mouth. And usually the worst is by Takamio Maeki, I think. I don't know how to say that. Who did Knuckles Chaotix design? Knuckles Chaotix is the best, and that design for Sonic is pretty crazy. Well, that's some expression that Sonic would have during the Adventure days. His weird curly tail, his shoes are a little bit too much, and his fire belly and red eyes are like, what the fuck's going on here? That's a little bit too much attitude. Sonic's supposed to be a cool guy after all. Taking elements from the other designs, Yuji Ikawa gave us this. The Adventure Sonic, or Modern Sonic, but he's just Sonic, after all. Some people don't like the design, but others, like me, love it. For me, this is Sonic. It keeps pretty much all the same elements. It just makes it a little elongated. He's a little bit more mature. He's got a little bit more edge. He's a little less cute, but overall, he's still that guy. He's got gray soles upon his shoes. His limbs are elongated. His spikes are a little sharper. And the most notable thing is that he's got green eyes! The horror! Yeah, Sonic was in every other Sonic character were given colored pupils. Just a little more detail. It doesn't take away from Sonic. In fact, I think it adds quite a lot. Now, in case you're wondering, why are Sonic's eyes green? Well, I'll tell you why. A Green Hill Zone. Yeah, just Green Hill Zone. That's why. Yuji Ikawa didn't want to change Sonic that much. He just wanted to make it so that Sonic's silhouette was still as striking as it always was. Because that's one of his most striking things about Sonic, that you can tell who it is from just the silhouette. And he made sure to keep that. He wanted to keep the true, but also updating character. And I think he did an excellent job. And his 2D art is amazing. He drew a bunch of Sonic character poses from games to come in the 2000s, and I think it ended at some time. I don't know why. These artworks are amazing. This render of Sonic eventually would be the cover of Sonic Adventure, which we got amazing 2D art, which looked better than 3D models a lot of times. People are wondering, what is Sonic doing in this pose? It looks cool, but it's like, huh? It's kind of like he's in a ball pose, but also doing he's like in a ball form while striking a pose. It's kind of weird, and I've seen people like make fun of this render in kind of a lovingly way, because it is pretty funny. Apparently, one of the things about these characters is that they were supposed to represent fashion trends and fit with club music. I don't really know what that means. It's other than one character redesign, and maybe two, we'll get to. They basically don't have anything that would emulate that at all. Let's go over the characters we had seen before in their redesigns. Tails was also given a nice little redesign. He's actually a lot more consistent than he used to be, because classic Tails was very inconsistent in a lot of the older games. Tails is a yellowy orange color, but sometimes he'll be portrayed as brown or more orange than other times. He was just an inconsistently drawn character. He's got pronounced gray soles. You can see the black in his wrist cuffs better, and now he has blue eyes to contrast Sonic even more. So his face is a lot more streamlined. And overall, it's not too much. It's not too much, but it adds too much to the character. He's still a young child who likes to be with Sonic, but now he's more in. I don't know how to describe it. He's more in line with Sonic. Let's just say that. Knuckles wasn't given too much change since he already had grays on the soles of his shoes. He just made to fit more into the line as what the other characters look like. So he's basically just streamlined him in. His biggest change is that now he has purple eyes. Yeah, it's kind of weird. His eyes are purple, which is a pretty interesting color because you don't see purple eyes very often. But it's Knuckles be Knuckles. Dr. Eggman was given a drastic redesign while still keeping the similar shape. He's actually more egg-shaped rather than circular like he was in the previous games. Now his glasses are more pronounced. He's got some goggles that he can use. He's got a Sgt. Pepper style jacket with a lot of buttons and stripes and looks like zippers and stuff like that. This design makes him more imposing and towering and more fashionable, because the previous design was a little goofy looking. This guy, he still keeps his weirdness, but also he's a little bit more intimidating. This also is a point I mentioned, this character and unification. They wanted to make sure that everything was unified. No more American-Japanese weird stuff. Like Tails' Adventure had a different manual story than in the Japanese and American one. Like in the Japanese one says it's a prequel, while the American one says no, it takes place during this time. So It was kind of confusing. All that stuff was gone. Tails was called Miles sometimes in Japan. They wanted to stick Tails only. And this character, Eggman, was going to be officially Eggman everywhere. However, his old name, Dr. Ivo Robotnik, was still staying. They just combined the name. So now the canon reason, instead of him just being Eggman in Japan, he is now, his full name is still Dr. Ivo Robotnik. It's just Sonic calls him Eggman, and after a while, so for some reason, he decided he's going to call himself Eggman too, because, well, most of the stuff was already surrounding him was about Eggman. Now, despite the fact that characters actually became officially known as Robotnik, they just call him Eggman now, fans got pissed off because they like the name Robotnik better, and I can see why. I'm so used to Eggman, I say it all the time, I can see why people like Robotnik. It's just that the character's always been known as Eggman. He was exceptionalized as that. That's just an American translation. I'm sorry, they wanted to unify the things. So basically, all the canon beforehand, a lot of it still exists, but a lot of that side crap is gone. And every character now has official names. Tails' name is still Miles per hour, but he goes by Tails, basically. If they have a nickname, they go by their nickname. Eggman's real name is Ivo Robotnik, but he goes by Eggman. Of all the characters got redesigned, with Sonic being changed a little bit, but pretty much similar. Tails and Knuckles being mostly the same. Eggman's being changed quite a bit. Amy was easily the most changed. Here's her previous design. She was pink Sonic in a dress. She had 3 spikes in her head, similar to Tails. She had a green dress, green shirt, basically, with like a collar, with an orange skirt, I guess, and blue shoes. It is, in my opinion, a mess. I do not like classic Amy's design at all. It just looks like a bunch of thrown together elements without much thought put into it. And just they want Amy to be more of a main character rather than just a character who appears in side games or got rescued by Sonic in that one Sonic game. They decided to redesign her to fit an actual more proactive role in the game franchise. Which is how we got this far superior design. Now Amy's colors aren't all over the place. She's got pink and red and white and basically a yellow cuffs and green eyes, which just offset everything. It's not like a hodgepodge of colors like the previous one is. So they actually use color theory here to make the design better. So yeah, they basically kept, she's got red in her headbands, let's keep that and make that the main color in her outfit. It's kind of got this 50s, she's got a 50s aesthetic, and while her dress does go up a little too much, for some people they might like that, but yeah, one of the big things is that her quills are a lot different now. They're down, kind of like she brushed it. Some people are like, she looks like a hedgehog. I think it's a pretty creative design that characters in the game could style their hair differently so that each species can look a little different, but then again, a lot of Sonic characters look kind of similar even if they're different species. She's got red boots now, and overall, I think this is a much better design. And she's got green eyes similar to Sonic, but hers is lighter. She has a lot of similar elements to their classic design, but overall, a great improvement. But she does bring back her hammer. There are new characters introduced in this game, but I want to talk about them when we get to their storylines. So Big, Gamma, and the Chaos, we'll talk about them when we get to their stories and their development. Another character I will talk about that isn't related to I want to talk about is Chaos, because he's a little interesting. They wanted a separate villain character that they can do something that can only be done on Dreamcast. Mostly it's water rendering, liquid transparent character. And so they created the character known as Chaos. Here's a storyboard beta of Chaos, which is beta design there. They said, what do you think about this? Yuji Naka was head of the Sonic team. Was like, that's cool, put that in. Chaos would get a very interesting role in the story, being one of the first gods of the Sonic universe that Sonic would fight a lot during the 2000s. A lot of these big epic gods. He was a former Chao that was mutated, became a guardian of a Chao, and during story stuff he kind of became enraged. That's all we're going to talk about for Chaos for now, because we got a lot more story to talk about. This dude right here is the first person to be officially casted in a Sonic voice character, being Junichi Kanemaru. I believe I said that right. I probably didn't. He is the official Japanese Sonic voice actor that was casted in 1998. After deciding that they should put voice actors in after a debate, they tried to find a guy who could sound like an American, while also throwing in some English lines every now and then. And this guy here was able to do that. He will throw in random English lines because Sonic, like I said, is supposed to be American.
Hey guy! Hey cat!
For the English cast, Ryan Drummond, who sounds pretty similar to Junichi, was voiced as Sonic after one basic tryout, and most of the fans, including myself, like his voice acting a lot. Unfortunately, most of the cast got replaced in 2004, for reasons we'll get to when we get to. In case you couldn't tell, some of the lines that he says in English are actually translated over to the English versions of the game. The voice actor for Sonic would say the same line in a similar tone, which is why Sonic sounds the way he does. As a matter of fact, the English voice that we get for Sonic actually sounds pretty similar to Junichi, which is pretty cool. One of the challenges with the English voice acting was the game was edited the cutscenes to be in Japanese, so they had to match the lips, and sometimes that didn't happen so much, which made some awkward times. They fixed this with Sonic Heroes, realizing the English versions are actually more popular than Japanese, since, that's what they were made it for anyway, and did it that way. Except for Sonic 06 when they forgot about doing it that way, but oh well. The reason why Ryan Drummond's my favorite Sonic, other than my bias of him being the first Sonic I ever heard, is that he just has the right attitude for the character. Every time he speaks, he has the right tone of voice for every time. He knows how to throw an insult at Eggman, or just care for his friends whenever he needs to. He's got the attitude and personality down to a T, in my opinion.
Whatever you say, Eggman!
Child actor Corey Brings was brought in to voice Tails. This is obviously not him as a kid. It's him as an adult. He's actually a film director of photography now, which is pretty cool. Even though kid voice actors have a bit of a problem, and they obviously stopped doing it after the Sonic X cast became the main cast, or 4Kids cast, if you will, I think there is a charm to some of the kids' voice actors. In fact, after he stopped voicing the character after his voice dropped after Sonic Shuffle, his brother, Connor, became the voice of Tails. Let's take a listen to his take on Tails.
Say, Sonic, let's find the Chaos Emeralds before Eggman does.
Tails' voice has a little problems, but I actually like it when he sounds like a kid. A lot of the female voice actors who do a pretty good job, but I can never buy him as being a child. I always see him as kind of like a teen. I'm not sure, but even though they do a pretty good job at voicing the character, he never comes off as a kid. Well, here he feels like one because he's literally voiced by a kid. Though fortunately, sometimes the performance isn't the best, but you can't really hate a kid on voice acting. It's not the easiest thing to do in the world. In fact, I think Corey and Connor do not a bad job at voicing Tails, even though sometimes the reading can be pretty bad. Knuckles, when it comes to voice actors, is going to be a clusterfuck from here on out, because even Sonic Adventure had 2 different voice actors, technically speaking, and one of them, I can't even find the name of the dude. I looked everywhere, and I can't find a single point. I guess I didn't look hard enough because I can't find it. So anyone who let me know who voiced Knuckles in the E3 1999 demo, I will be very grateful.
Anything like this? Oh no, it's starting to happen.
The thing about this voice actor is that he actually sounds better than the official one they use, and they even kept his "oh no," as you probably could tell from this version into the final game. Because when you hit Knuckles, he says that version of "oh no," which actually became a meme. Overall, he sounds pretty chill. He fits the Knuckles persona, but let's see the actual person they casted as Knuckles. The guy they got to voice Knuckles is Michael McGarrahan. He's apparently a comedian, and this is the best photo they got of this guy, apparently, which looks old as shit, but this is the official picture they use on the Sonic Wiki. Quite lovely. And he only voiced Knuckles in Sonic Adventure.
Game, Sonic! Give me the emeralds you have, right now!
He's not the best Knuckles voice actor, if I do say so myself. He gives kind of a lazy performance, and it kind of fits the character. He's a lot less gruff than he will be in future entries. But overall, it just kind of feels like he gives a half-assed performance, and I gotta say, the beta version sound better.
What's happening to you? Come back here!
Amy was voiced by Jennifer Doolard, I believe that's how you say it. Like I said, I'm really bad at pronunciation, and I think she does a pretty good job.
Sonic! My hero!
I can see why some people might not be a fan of this voice, but I think it fits Amy pretty well, and she does emote pretty well. She does a lot of different unique scenes of Amy that we don't see a lot nowadays. She's giddy, and she has the kindness of the character, as well as the fact that she will fight people to the death they stand in her way, especially if they're trying to fuck with people like Sonic or her bird friend. Dr. Eggman was voiced by Dean Bristow, who I think is probably the most unanimous liked. Since Eggman's only had 2 voice actors and both of them has been pretty good, in the games at least, Dean Bristow is pretty good.
Dr. Robotnik, the greatest scientific genius in the world!
Well, I think Mike Pollock does a little bit better of a job. I think Dean Bristow can be a little goofy sometimes, but that kind of fits Eggman. He's not funny in an intentional way, but maybe he is. He plays it for a laugh sometimes, and sometimes during the Tails cutscenes, he actually tries to get really serious, and honestly, I would get so scared a little kid. I guess it didn't really scare me, but if I was like 5, it would have scared me. I didn't play this game when I was 5, unfortunately.
Before I make mincemeat out of you.
That is a pretty cool feature of Sonic Adventure. The cutscenes actually are portrayed a little differently depending on what character you play as. Since Tails follows mostly the same story as Sonic, making it unique, where Eggman basically sounds more intimidating to Tails than Sonic's story, which is pretty cool actually. Overall, Dean Bristow, who unfortunately passed away in 2005, so making the only character that actually had a legitimate reason to be replaced. He does a great job as Eggman, and of course he gave us quite a lot of good memes.
You know nothing, fool! It's Chaos, the god of destruction!
Much to say about the voices of the two new characters, since they didn't really have anything to interpret, since they're already being introduced in this game. Gamma is the basic robot voice. It works pretty well.
Wish, Master Robotnik.
Gamma was voiced by Steve Brody, who also voiced Chief Pakamak, as well as a train announcer, so some great roles there. John St. John is the voice actor for Big the Cat, who's a very interesting character. Most people will know about this voice in the game Duke Nukem. Yeah, the guy who voices Duke Nukem also voices Big the Cat. He also voices Omega from Sonic Heroes, but that's kind of in the future.
I must say Froggy!
While Big the Cat will get different voice actors, they all exactly sound the same. They all go for the same voice tone, so every time it changes, it's not going to be that big of a change for Big. Laura Bowman is one of the last voice actors we're going to be talking about, who got the job because she married the sound engineer. You know, nepotism. But honestly doesn't do a bad job, despite the fact that's what the Sonic Wiki says. She voices the character Tikal, who's a pretty important character. I don't have much to say about Tikal now, but you can tell by her design she's an echidna, and she's an ancestor to Knuckles, and she's heavily tied to Chaos. We'll get to her when we talk about the story mode. There isn't any beta elements on her. She just is based off the ancient cultures they studied while visiting the Americas, as well as Knuckles.
By the heart.
She really isn't that great a voice actress, but her voice is kind of soothing in a weird way, which works as Tikal's also serves as the tutorial part. Not in your face tutorial, but optional tutorial. It's actually done pretty well, but we'll get to that when we get to the gameplay element. It's not a bad voice actress, but obviously not the best either. The last voice actor to know, or actress I should say, is Lani Manila. I'm really bad at pronunciation, as you probably tell. Doesn't do a whole lot of voices until Sonic Adventure 2, when she voices the character of Rouge the Bat and Nomo Chao. But she does the default menu voice, Eggman's computer, train announcer, the VM01, obviously, Trickle Park announcer, and news reporter. So quite a lot of voice background cast. And you realize, that sounds like Rouge. She does a lot of fame. She's actually the most popular, most noteworthy voice actress. Does characters from Mortal Kombat to Mario, and even Super Smash Brothers, and Brawl in particular. And the reason I'm mentioning her is because she'll be important for the next game, Sonic Adventure 2, and she's also the voice recording director. So she's the director of the voice recording of all the characters.
Headed for the Mystic Ruins will be departing soon.
Jun Sonoy, who was the second time of composing a full-on Sonic track, the first time using actual real instruments for the actual game itself. Since, you know, the first game, he worked on Sonic 3, but that was just partly of it. And Sonic 3D Blast was on the Genesis, and that Genesis tracks are all MIDI on the Genesis soundtrack. It's kind of hard to explain, but basically discs allow you to play actual music on them. They can store music, so you don't have to worry about the game's like chip processor or doing all the hard work. To make the action feel more intense, they decided to go for a rock theme to make all the music seem pretty cool, while also mixing in some Sonic elements. And I think the soundtrack in Sonic Adventure is amazing. Just take a listen. One of the more crazier elements is the fact that Jun Sonoy formed a band for this game to record one song, that band being Crush 40. The song being Open Your Heart, which is the main theme of Sonic Adventure, as well as the final boss theme. It sounds awesome, in case you're wondering. So Crush 40 is quite literally a band just made to make songs for Sonic, and they will continue to make songs for the Sonic franchise up until 2019, it seems, is with their last appearance. But fans always hope to see more of them, and they do concerts, and people love them. In case you're wondering what Crush 40 means, well, the singer, who I didn't mention before, Johnny Guglielmi, I think that's how you pronounce the last name, like I said, bad pronunciation, didn't want to turn 40, he wanted to crush 40. Also, Jun Sonoy liked the Crush soda. I'm not joking. about the Crush Soda part. They would gain some members later on, but right now they had Nato Shibita on bass and Hiritsuya and Homo on drums, but those guys are no longer with the band, so wah wah. That's not the only song in the game. In fact, every main character here has their own theme song sung by a different artist. Mostly when the character appears in cutscenes, they play their own theme, which can be distracting at times, but they do this in a lot of the Sonic games at this point in time. I want to go over the characters' individual themes when we get to their storylines, so we're not going to talk about them right now. Of course, the game launched late December 1998 in Japan and 1999 for the rest of the world, which is later than they got it, but hey, we still got it. After some weird promotional stuff, the game was finally released. They weren't too satisfied though, so they fixed some of the problems for the actual full release, the 1999 American release, and then they re-released that in Japan, known as Sonic Adventure International. There's very little differences. There's like a couple little bug fixes and actual downloadable content, but that's about it. As you can see, they had a whole Dreamcast thing, and every character had an own mascot costume for the unveiling of the game. And the game did pretty well for itself. People actually loved the game at the time. It received high reviews at the time. In hindsight, people were like, oh, this game isn't very good, because there's weird people who are like that. Some people just hate on stuff just to hate on them, and Sonic Adventure is one of them, because they have very little reason to not like the game. And we'll get into why this game is actually one of the best Sonic games of all time right now. Yes, guys, we are going to be looking at Sonic Adventure, the actual game itself, and not talking about behind-the-scenes stuff. Yeah, I know it took a while to get to this part, but bear with me. Bear with me, alright? It took a while, but we're here. So the first thing you'll be greeted with when you start Sonic Adventure is a pre-rendered cutscene that looks kind of dated, but it has Crush 40 playing in the background. At the time, this would have looked good, but by today's standards, it's dated. But I like old CGI stuff, so don't mind me. We also get to see this weird monster coming out of a building. Like, what the heck is that about? Maybe we'll find out in the end. Alright, Sonic Adventure. Let's go. You have 4 save files for your memory card on the default version. We'll have 3 files in each of them, I guess. I guess it doesn't really matter about those memory card things. I don't really understand the VMUs. So we're going to click Adventures as the main storyline. We have a bunch of characters to select as. Unfortunately, from the beginning you'll play as Sonic, but that's okay because we're going to start with Sonic's story and gameplay first. There's a lot of shots of the characters zooming in on them and the egg carrier over and over again in this cutscene. It's kind of beat, but it's kind of funny. Like, wow, look at those zoom ins. It's kind of like, wow, it's pretty beat.
Let's get him!
We find Sonic running around Station Square as our main hub, a city full of humans, which is kind of weird, but we'll get to that after we get to the story part for it. And Sonic's just enjoying life.
Oh yeah! This is happening!
Of course, Sonic knows all these police cars driving in one direction, so he goes to check it out. The Station Square PD, in case you want to know what they're called, are chasing after this thing, known as Chaos. At this point, we know nothing about this weird water deity. But we do know one thing, is that the Chaos cannot get shot at by guns, and that means the police officers are useless.
Oh no! Our weapons are useless!
It's okay the cops are cowards, because Sonic's here to save the day. Interestingly enough, the first bit of gameplay we actually have in Sonic Adventure is a boss fight against Chaos Zero, the base form of Chaos. And this boss fight is super easy. You're already going to start off with 2 rings, and Sonic actually jumps into them during a cutscene, which is pretty nice. Overall, this boss fight is pretty easy, like most of the boss fights in this game, I'll be honest. They're not the greatest design, but they're not hard either. Essentially, all you gotta do is use your new homing attack. We'll get to Sonic's gameplay when we get to Emerald Coast, just to do stuff like that. After a couple hits, I think 2 at least, you can also do some pull jumping, and then you just hit bonk him in the head. He does have extra attacks, but you'll never see him if you just keep on homing attack him. So in case you're wondering, Sonic's quills are more powerful than police bullets, in case you're wondering. Of course, Chaos decides he's going to cower it out and go on into the sewer, or storm drain, whichever you prefer.
Drip, where you going?
And for no reason at all, Eggman just standing on top of this building, just laughing at Sonic, saying he knows nothing, that is Chaos. It's kind of pointless, but it's kind of funny, and of course, it's a classic meme. The next day, Sonic decides to just chill out, because he doesn't know where Chaos is, and he notices that his buddy Tails is actually flying in the sky in a plane that's not doing too well, and of course it crashes.
Chao, you're gonna crash! Ah! Tails! Ah, what am I gonna do with you?
Before going to Emerald Coast, you can explore the hub world a little bit, and yes, you can talk to all the pedestrians, and they actually have interesting little basic storylines going on themselves, or it'll just give you basic information. They're actually incredibly well written, and there's a lot of interesting plot points that you do to make the world feel more lived in. which is the intention. After all, this was originally an RPG, so that's why everyone you can talk to everybody. There's also water in this game, but you'll basically it doesn't really affect Sonic at all. Though if you stay there long enough, you can get the drowning music, so don't do that. But at the end of the day, you're not going to have trouble. These people here are not going to give you too much information, but after all, it is cool to see stuff. You can't move anyone farther out of this beach area, so let's go to our first stage and learn Sonic's controls. So let's run off into our first stage, that stage being Emerald Coast, which, if I'm not sure if anyone knows this, but this actually might be my favorite Sonic level of all time. But before we get into the amazing stage, let's talk about Sonic's controls here. Sonic can move in the third dimension for the first time in his life. Well, not the first time, but the first time he does it so fluently. Sonic's speed is fast, but not too fast. He feels like he's very controllable, and you can control him very well, like more well than any other game, I feel like. He just feels so smooth and so fluent. It's hard to describe, but anywhere you want to take him, he'll just follow. And it's buttery smooth. I don't know how to describe it. It just feels so good. That's why people like me love the adventure games. There's something about it. He's not as stiff as in some later games. Here, anything you want to do, he can do. But it's not slippery. It's just perfect. I love it so much. Sonic actually doesn't have that too many new moves, currently speaking. He will get some with upgrades, which is a new feature of the game. But overall, he has his basic jump, and he has additional jump. If you press the jump button again, he does a thing called the homing attack, which we saw a little bit in Sonic 3D Blast. Essentially, it shoots Sonic forward a little bit to give him additional speed, which is pretty cool. Makes your speed up not as bad, as well as the fact that any enemies nearby, he can homing attack them, which is pretty cool. So if anyone's in his way, he can quite literally just press the button and he'll just hit them automatically, which actually makes hitting enemies pretty easy. Now you can jump on them still, but this time you can just homing attack right into those little bastards. Another cool feature that Sonic has is his spin dash. Now Sonic of course has a spin dash, but here it works a little differently. If you press your X button, I believe, I'm not really sure whatever button it is, it's your left button usually, or your B button maybe, depends on what game version you're playing on, or your keyboard setup. Sonic does his spin dash. Now, I'm not sure if I can get nice footage of me doing that, but essentially it works incredibly well. It's actually really broken, this game, if you want to speedrun. Basically, you smash it, and Sonic can do it multiple times. Because it's a little more annoying to get Sonic at a standstill in this game than it is in 2D games. They decided to not let it be, so you can only do it when you're at a standstill, so Sonic can be able to do it at pretty much any time he wants to do it. Though it still works the same, it's just a little more broken than it usually is, but it's still a pretty cool ability. And that's really all that Sonic has. Yeah, you're given like basic stuff, but it's still fun to go around the level and discover all the little goodies. But we also got new enemies. Here's one, Kiki, which just means monkey, because he basically is just a monkey, in case you're wondering. He is pretty much just coconuts from Sonic 2, but in 3D plane, so he throws little bombs at Sonic. These guys are pretty harmless. They're actually pretty cute, though. They've been reused in a couple of Sonic games after this, even though they're basically just the coconuts, but, you know, they throw bombs. Next, we got Rhino Tank. Rhino Tank is very similar to Rhinobot from Sonic 3, except they're in a 3D plane. They're also pretty easy. They do a charge attack, but they're pretty slow. None of the enemies in the Emerald Coast are going to be too hard for you to fight off. These guys also return a little bit, but not anywhere near as much as the Kikis do. The last enemy in Emerald Coast is Sweeper. Now, you won't see a lot of these guys in the level themselves. They basically only skim the water, and they're only in one area. They're basically pretty easy. They will try to charge at Sonic, but that's about it. They skim past it, and yeah, they try to hit you with their nose, but they suck, so, you know, whatever. Anyway, why do I like Emerald Coast so much? Well, first off, you're given a nice little area to run around in. You can see the place where you just came from, basically, make you have the world have more cohesion. You can find those secret hidden ring boxes behind you. And we got this pretty cool dock, which has cool physics momentum. You get the first slope, you get the first introduction to spring, which gives you a nice little bounce around. Well, kind of pointless. It just showcases stuff. There's even a little mid area that you can use if you get stuck, or it's a little more difficult for our players who may have played this before. We also get our first automated section. Basically, loops are kind of hard to do in 3D, so instead they let the game take control away from the player. The player has to hold forward. It's a nice little breath of fresh air in the game. They're fast. Some people don't like them, but oh well. Of course, next you'll find in this little hill, you also find this thing that Sonic Adventure loves a lot, secrets. So you go over here, you find an extra life. Now keep in mind, the extra lives in the item boxes are changed a little bit to have a new 3D model to make it look so it's easier to see in all 3D vision. The big thing about that item box you didn't notice is that it had a classic Sonic head on it, because yeah, they didn't change that. Of course, we'll get to the section that I get hit. There's spike bars in the way, and this is the section that but a lot of people get stuck on if they really suck at the game because you have to force yourself to fail there. It's pretty easy. The Adventure DX version is the one there's a glitch there, but overall, we find whales in the background. Like, that's pretty cool, right? Oh crap, they're chasing after Sonic. This is one of the most famous scenes in Sonic history, where the random orca whales decide that they're just going to destroy everything around Sonic. They want him dead. They are not technically an enemy, they're just an obstacle. And then you get to this nice island after that. Sonic has PTSD from his whale encounter, though, that's for sure. Also, there's item box behind this little clip here. Emerald Coast is pretty non-challenging. It teaches the controls very for this level. You get nice set pieces like this lighthouse, and we got a nice smooth level transition to fall into the ocean. After walking through that cave, we get a new section, which basically the levels are segmented as said before, and each of these segments have different music. You know, they're mostly the same. Anyway, in this area, you want to run up here and go up here, because we'll get an extra life, as well as it is looking cool. Overall, you can find a lot of cool things to do. Like, you can go to the left and just not go for this circle loop, but we're going to run through it anyway, because it looks cool as hell, that's why. You also can do a spin dash short jump from a shortcut from over here, if you want to. If not, you can go for this cave and hit some kikis. In this section here, we go behind the loop, you find another one up, because I love finding all the secrets that I already know about. Here there's multiple different ways, but here this weird orb thing, which is the coal in case you're wondering, will actually teach you how to do this one mechanic. This one's a little trickier, but you're going to need for later. Basically on these panels you just hit the jump button on them, but it looks pretty cool. But you gotta time it right. But it's not hard, but hey, if you didn't know what to do, now you know what to do. There's also a little area there that helps you if you fall off, which is nice. And then we get to the end of the level with a nice just run, one last run around till we find Tails. Emerald Coast is a great stage, despite the fact that somebody say, well, there's a glitch in this one area. You're not going to have too much trouble here. It teaches all Sonic's basic momentum mechanics while also giving a nice level. It is instantly replayable due to all the little secrets and shortcuts you can take that the developers want you to take. It makes the stage one of the funnest, as well as the fact that the music is so good. It's like crack for the ears. And all the other mechanics from Sonic are here. The rings, the item boxes, other rings. We also get the animals that come out of the bandits there. As you can see, you actually can collect them. That's for a side mode in the game, which we'll get to way later in the video. And there's also still checkpoints. They are different, though, in this game. As you can see, they are positioned not as a goalpost, but rather two that are at the bottom. You know what I mean. It's different, but the same. With dolphin jumping in a sun glare that actually looks pretty impressive even to the day, we find Tails' crash plane. But keep in mind, there's 3 versions of the level you can play, each unlocking an emblem. Emblems are the collectibles of the game. In case you're wondering, Tails will be playable with you, as well as the 2 missions being pretty much the same. The B missions always collect 50 rings before you go to the ending, which is the capsule, and A mission is do it in a certain time limit, for Sonic at least. They'll only give you emblems, which in the base game of Sonic Adventure are not very useful unless you have the DX version, which unlocks stuff for you. Anyway, Sonic saved Tails and his plane's broken. And Tails had problems with his plane because he was using a new power source.
Whoa! A Chaos Emerald!
One of the biggest changes in this game compared to the other games is that there is no special stages, meaning that the Chaos Emeralds are story-based items, and Super Sonic's only playable as the final boss, even though he was planned on at one point actually being actually playable in the game itself. This is a point should have added that ability back in. It's something that pretty much every Sonic game has nowadays, but back in this day, it was just kind of a story mode thing. Anyway, Tails wants to show Sonic his all of his new stuff in the Mystic Ruins where his house is. And actually, after this cutscene, we have the ability to actually play Tails' story mode if you want. We're just going to continue with Sonic's here, though. So every time we meet a character like this, we'll get to unlock their story mode. Anyway, one thing I like to do is actually talking to all the civilians in the hub world, and we'll go through some of the interesting ones when I find them in the game. You might miss some, unfortunately, which sucks, but keep in mind, the civilians always have new dialogue for the most part. It just depends on which one, and they're always moving around for each time you go for a level during the story mode. And we got the lobby, the nice lobby of the hotel. Here's where you can get to the Chao Garden and the casino area, but right now, we can't do anything, including going up here, because we need a certain upgrade to do that. Upgrade will be getting very soon. This is the main hub of Station Square here, a nice coastal view, and a bunch of civilians to talk to, including this guy who loves the sea. These two are couples going into Twinkle Park, because cute couples get in free. Fortunately, this guy's a player, because he's been with multiple girls during this time of the storyline, so he's a cheater. There's also this guy who brags about his building all the time. He's just a jackass. We eventually break into his building, so we don't give a crap about this dude. There's also a girl waiting for her dad who waits here every day, basically, because her dad is just a deadbeat, I guess, to get off the train. And unfortunately, we can't go to the right because the police car's blocking there. But there's this newsstand, and this woman gives news, basically any information that's going around the town, including other interesting things, like a mysterious monster being sighted in Station Square. And then she brags how Sonic's amazing. Yeah, I know I'm amazing, because I am Sonic. One thing about great about the hub worlds in Sonic Adventure is that they're very well designed. You can't get lost in these areas. They're pretty simple, and there's unique landmarks to help you along the way. But if you ever get stuck, hit the cool bulb here, the ball, I don't know how to say it, and it'll tell you which way to go. For example, right here's the train station, where you can get to the Mystic Ruins. And here's a mom and a weird kid who likes to tell you information, but the kid kind of sucks, so we're not going to talk to him. Also, you take to this train conductor here. He's actually mad because he has to work so hard and get not enough pay. He actually foreshadows a little event that happens a little later in the game. But anyway, let's get on the train and go to the Mystic Ruins. Here we are in the Mystic Ruins. We got this nice train station and a little wooden dock here. We find a bunch of explorers. Most of them got lost in the jungle over there, but that's okay. We don't really give a shit about them. They don't have that much interesting dialogue, to be honest, unfortunately. So they're not worth talking to compared to the Station Square people, that is. This guy, though, claims that this mountain here wasn't even here before because it just fell out of the sky. Very interesting. I wonder if this island is something we've seen before. Anyway, in the Mystic Ruins area, we got this nice open cavern, a minecart that we can't use right now to get to the main jungle area. But that's okay. We don't really need to go in there anyway. If you want to get out of the area down here, by the way, there's platforms right here. They kind of blend into the background. They're even worse than the DX version. I have no idea why they made them blend in so much. If we go up this staircase, we find Tails' house, except for the fact that I'm not going up there right now because I want to talk to this guy over here. Anyway, going up the mountain, we're face to face with our old nemesis, Robotnik, or as Sonic likes to call him, Eggman. As the guy said, there's a little cave here. This takes you to another Chao Garden, but we're not talking about Chao Gardens until we get to near the end of the video, to be honest.
It's a giant talking egg!
Silence!
Say, Eggman!
Sonic calls Eggman a big loser, and he's like, I'm gonna show you, Sonic. I got a nice mech that's gonna destroy you. That boss being the Egg Hornet, Eggman's first machine that he tries to attack Sonic with. Unfortunately, this thing is super easy to deal with, because you can cheese it. He'll shoot missiles, which are pretty easy to dodge, and then just face back. I'm not sure why he does that. And then eventually he'll do a charge attack. Now, once he does this, he'll try to aim for you, but then he leaves himself on the ground, and he can just mash the homing attack, and he dies pretty much instantaneously. It's hilarious. There is a little more phases to the fight. You can see that with the Tails part of the video, but right now, we're just going to cheese the fight, because that's the best way to do it. Though it turns out this was a trick, as Eggman wanted to get Tails' Chaos Emerald, so he let them into a false sense of security. So Eggman now uses his levitation ability to levitate them emerald right for his hand. See, Eggman wants the Chaos Emeralds because he wants to give them to Chaos, a monster he unleashed a day earlier maybe, I'm not sure. Probably a day early. Each time he gives a Chaos Emerald, it gets more powerful. Like now it's Chaos 1. You see, he learned in some ancient stone tablets that Chaos gets more powerful, and he ultimately becomes an ultimate beast when it gets all 7 Chaos Emeralds. And why does he want to do this? Well, to destroy Station Square to build Robotnik Land, the ultimate city.
We'll destroy Station Square, and on its ruins, I'll build Robotnik Land, the ultimate city.
From here, we're back in the hub world, and we need to get a windstone and get to the next stage, Windy Valley. In order to get there, we need to find it, which is pretty easy, right at Tails' workshop. Yes, Tails' own house. But first, look at this. In the distance, we see an emblem. So I spin dash jump over there. Of course, any character can get the emblems there. There's a couple emblems hidden in the overworld, like I said, they're not very useful in the base game Sonic Adventure. But looking around Tails' workshop, he's got this flight plane area, whatever you call it. But we're only interested in one thing, the windstone. And we're going to use this to open up the next gate. Now these stones, there's only 2 of them from my recollection, but we'll see. One of them being this one, which is pretty easy to find, though the game really, I didn't think it was necessary to do this in general, but hey, this is how you unlock the stage. You just place it down, and you unlock Windy Valley. Alright, our next action stage is Windy Valley. This is also the first mention of Robotic when he make a land for himself. And he also uses smoke pellets to go away, apparently. So Sonic and Tails are like, we gotta stop Eggman from finding the Chaos Emeralds, because we don't want him destroying Station Square. Windy Valley has 2 new Badniks and 1 returning Badnik. The returning Badnik being the Rhino tank. So let's go over the 2 new Badnik. The first enemy is the Boa Boa, kind of like a fire snake, similar to Caterpillar Jr. from Sonic 3, I believe. It has fire all around it, and it's pretty interesting to look at. But overall, it's not too hard, even though it looks like it is. You just gotta hit it on its head, which isn't very hard. It doesn't really attack Sonic that much either. It's just something that can be just hard to hit. And the last enemy is Leon. Leon is basically a Neutron from Sonic 1, their invisible chameleon or bandits that like to pop up and hit Sonic with their tongue. They actually can be pretty annoying in this game, so look out for these bastards. So Windy Valley has Sonic and Tails searching for the Chaos Emerald, which is at the very end of the stage. We get some nice homing attack areas, which you hit your jump button multiple times in a nice rhythm in order to get through it. And if you do this one, you get a nice electric shield, one of the only returning shields in the game, throughout the regular shield. Electric shield works the same as it does in Sonic 3, in case you're wondering, in most of the Sonic games. It collects your rings for you. Sonic can also run on wind in this game. Holy crap, no wonder they call him Knight of the Wind. There's weird trampolines in this level. Each gotta hold the A button down, not really similar to the Sonic 3 barrels there, but who cares? During the stage, you'll notice that this bridge will break apart, but if you run through it fast enough, you can get extra life. This stage gets really crazy as Sonic gets sucked up by a tornado, like holy crap! During this segment, Sonic has to climb all the way to the top in order to get out of here, well, along with Tails. And yes, the second player can't control Tails, but it's kind of useless. But if you want to, you can, sort of like similar to the earlier Sonic games. But you gotta make it to the top as the tornado is destroying everything below you. So yeah, it's pretty easy though. And once Sonic makes it to a certain threshold, he gets launched into the sky with a nice sun glare, and he gets to this more linear part. Now, a lot of people aren't the biggest fan of this stage, mostly due to the fact that the original version was a lot more open, but I don't mind it. It's pretty easy though, I'll give it that though. You're mostly running around these sky rail train tracks or whatever it is. Who made these things? But yeah, it gives a nice sense of Sonic speed here, where he goes really fast, because there is momentum in this game. A lot of people don't know that. But especially going downhill and using your spin dash, you can actually feel the character going faster, especially down inclines, which is pretty nice, actually. Why adventure games are the best. You also make some insane shortcuts if you're really risky and want to jump off the edge. But hey, let's run on more wind. There actually isn't much to talk about Windy Valley. We get more running on wind and more paths, and that's about it. Until we get this area of a bunch of eagles and the extra little 10 rings, and we finally get our Chaos Emerald. Oh yeah. Once we do that, we can head back to Station Square, because we're going to need to find our next Chaos Emerald. Like I said, if you ever get stuck in this game, you can always exit a call or a guide. But a lot of the dialogue from the people here are different, as we see that they're a little later in the day. This girl's still waiting for her dad, and all that other junk going on. In the news, this woman's complaining about someone leaving a manhole open, but that's actually a good hint for where we're actually supposed to go. We are able to go to the next section of Station Square, which actually already been before, because it's actually where we fought Chaos. And we actually have a manhole cover to go into. But before we do that, we find this random woman staring at the burger shop. She wants to be this guy in there, the burger shop guy, because he's hot. And she walks over there throughout the entire game until she gets in there. We also find this shop with a golden egg inside, and we also see the area where we fought Chaos at. Does this area look familiar? Yep. Also, there's a weird fake statue in front of the burger shop. It's the burger shop guy. In case you're wondering, this is actually a reference to a statue in Japan of, you'll never guess who it is, Colonel Sanders. Yeah. Apparently in this game there's also a thing about something that actually happened in Japan. A baseball team won, like a league, I think. I'm not really sure exactly how it goes, but eventually they just threw a Colonel Sanders statue into the river, and they had a losing streak ever since. And they actually mentioned something similar in this game, which is kind of funny. Like, why would they reference such a weird event? But yeah, I guess Sonic Team must like baseball or something, or KFC. Anyway, there's a manhole cover here, which allows us to go into the sewers. Pretty disgusting, I know. But there's actually an upgrade that we can get here that we're going to need to progress in the game. And that upgrade being something pretty neat that's going to become part of Sonic's moveset a lot later on. That being the Lightspeed Dash. Not only does Sonic get yellow bumps on his shoes, but now he can go along a trail of rings at lightning speeds. The Lightspeed shoes work a little differently in this game. Instead of actually just pressing a button along a trail ring, Sonic has to charge up a spin dash, and then he can do it. It actually takes a while, and it's kind of annoying, meaning that you're not going to be using this ability as much as you will in later Sonic games because of that restriction. It's now nighttime, and that means the perfect time to go to the casino. But before we can go in the casino, we need to get an actual upgrade that we're definitely going to need, and we can get it right away. Remember that area in the hotel lobby? Well, now we can use it. With our spin dash and our little Lightspeed dash, we can actually make it in there before the door closes. Though we can't make it in there without, it is kind of tricky, but you can make it in there even without this upgrade, but we're going to do it the classic way, because it's better that way. You just got to make sure the trail rings is there, charge up Sonic's Lightspeed dash, open the door, and go right in. And we'll get a very useful ability that helps the Lightspeed dash. Of course, being a nice blue ring around Sonic's right arm there. It's the crystal ring. It speeds up the Lightspeed dash. After getting the upgrade, we go to the other side of the hotel lobby, which takes us to another section of Station Square. This will take us to the casino, as well as a diner, which we don't use, but it looks cool. Anyway, we see a little kid who's like sad because his mom wants to gamble, and mom's always looking at the casino. It's a sad life for a kid. You find a switch next to this movie theater, and that will unlock our trail of rings, so you know what to do. You gotta use your Lightspeed Dash and hit this button, and the casino doors will open so we can gamble our hearts out. The next stage is Casinopolis. A pretty iffy stage, depending on how you look at it. The goal is to get the Chaos Emerald, but we have multiple ways to do it. In our area, we have a slot machine, which is a nice little slot, but we also have this area here. This is the where we're supposed to get the Chaos Emerald, but we can't reach it because of the invisible wall. We need to get some rings in order to get up there. We need to gamble, or more actually play pinball. There's also a shower room where you can shower. Yeah, that's what you want to do. So which way should we go? Verse 2, we got a knight's table. Well, let's check that out. Actually, that sounds pretty cool. Yes, part of the Casinopolis is just a giant reference to Knights in the Dreams, which I don't mind because Knights in the Dreams is awesome. Sonic becomes a pinball, and you shoot him at the cards. You gotta get matching cards of characters from Knights in the Dreams on the Sega Saturn. Yeah, it's not that great, but hey, you can find some cool little neat stuff in here. Like, for example, after playing this pinball mode for a little while, you can unlock a back area. It's kind of hard to reach, but when you do, you get some pretty cool stuff. Once you get back there, we can get a bunch of cards easily, though it's easy to fall off too, so you can get a bunch of matches here. And once you do fall off, we get a very trippy sequence where Sonic does LSD, I guess, and he gets transported straight into Knights in the Dreams, the game. We can get to see Knights, himself. Yeah, he actually doesn't have a he or she doesn't have a gender. So I don't know what pronouns to use. I guess they. I don't really know. Here, Pinball is just a generic Sonic one. We got classic Sonic characters and their faces on the actual slot thing, similar to Sonic 2 here. After all, this stage was inspired by the Sonic 2 Casino Night Zone. And yeah, it is kind of weird to see classic Sonic characters in Sonic Adventure, but whatever. Overall, it's pretty basic. You just gotta use these to get the rings. Now, if you don't feel like playing pinball and getting rings that way, there's another way you can do it. The underground part has two new enemies. The spinner, which you'll be seeing a lot more of. It's basically a bag that just spins in the air. It only hurts you if you touch it, but it's great for homing attack chains. You'll see a lot more of this guy. There's also an electric variant, where it also just does the same thing, but sometimes it'll be electrified, so you can't touch it, so you gotta wait for it to not be electrified. The other bandits are incredibly weird. They're pirates. Don't expect to see these guys, because they're only seeable in the Knuckles version of the level, and they're on a pirate ship only, and they'll try to attack Knuckles. If you have under 100 rings, you get shot down to the sewers. Like, Casino kicks you out. And here's where you can get a ton of rings without having to do any of the pinball stuff. And yeah, it's a lot better because you're actually playing a level here. Most of this area is going through wind turbines and collecting a bunch of rings, which there are, and tons of these tunnels that are narrow. Though there's spike balls in here too that try to get rid of your rings, so keep that in mind. So you can get a ton of rings, so this is a great place to actually rack up on extra lives if you need to do so. Only for Sonic, though, because the lives don't transfer between characters. After going through a couple tunnels, you'll finally get to near the end of the game area here. We'll find a bunch of spike ball traps, but you can use our Lightspeed Dash to actually travel over this area, which is nice. And then we finally reach the end, where Sonic can climb up the ladder and head into the shower room. Here you can live out your dream of taking a shower as Sonic the Hedgehog, as Tails watches him wash his quills. Anyway, now that we have 400 rings, which is what we need to get the Chaos Emerald here, you step on the switch, and the machine will shake all the rings out of you. Like, holy crap, that's very violent. Hope Sonic didn't have to puke after that. But once you do that, you can jump on top of all your coins, which is transferred in from rings, and you can get your Chaos Emerald, ending the stage. As soon as we exit the casino, Eggman attacks us, and he sprays some crap at Sonic and Tails, which means they lose one of their Chaos Emeralds, which kind of sucks for them. After being blasted with Eggman gas, which I guess you should use more often since it seems pretty effective. Also, he didn't kill them after he... I don't know, Eggman's not good at killing his rivals when he has the opportune chance, as he's learned Sonic Labyrinth.
Sonic, we need to get busy!
Before we got this cutscene, we saw a little glimpse of this ice stone here, which is hidden in this alleyway. Don't forget that, because that can fuck you up a little bit. It fucked me up the first time, because I forgot about it. Yeah, you need this ice stone, you need to take it to the Mystic Ruins. Once we enter Mystic Ruins, a part of the mountain there gets blown up, and we can finally go through there to find our next stage. Just head into the wind over there, and we'll get to the next area. You'll find a weird little tunnel here, which you can actually run across. It's kind of janky, but whatever. We'll place our ice stone in this nice ice cavern here. and jump over this weird pole that's here. I'm not sure why. And I know why. It's for Big's area, but then again, it's still pretty weird. It's like, okay, and we gotta climb up that ladder. The next stage is Ice Cap. And when I mean Ice Cap, I mean, yeah, the same Ice Cap on Angel Island, because we are in fact on Angel Island. That giant mountain wasn't there before, remember that. Meaning that this is Angel Island. It crashed down, and we're back on it. It's not as cool as it was in Sonic 3, unfortunately, because the music isn't as good. Well, until we get to the snowboarding part. The first part of this area is we're going to be climbing up a mountain a little bit. There's a nice shortcut you can take, but I'm going to showcase what it looks like to go through it normally, which is basically just using the springs and climbing on icicles. And, yeah, you gotta move around them kind of slowly, and then jump across. It's not really that fun, to be honest, but at least Sonic looks like he's pretty cold. Actually, that's not a good thing. Why would I want Sonic to be cold? The only new enemy in this zone is Ice Ball, who shoots ice at Sonic. There's very little of these guys. You'll never get frozen by them, so don't. Just don't. I mean, I don't know why you would do that. The only other enemy in Ice Cap is the Boa Boa. But we can launch Sonic into the next part of the zone, which is pretty nice, because ice is nice. So immediately, we'll find out that we have a nice trail of rings, so let's take advantage of that. And it shoots us all the way down. So we gotta climb up all this cavern area in order to get all over to the top. Now, what about the badniks, you ask? Well, let's take a look at them. Other than climbing icicle parts, this zone isn't too bad, and it shouldn't take you too long. It has a nice more platforming than the other stages and less speed, but that's okay. We can still platform pretty fast if we know what we're doing. It is fun to climb up areas. I always like climbing up stuff. Eventually, after doing some jumps, we'll get up to the giant icicle part, and a bridge will open up just for us. Sonic jumps out of the cliff here. He screams as a giant avalanche follows him, but luckily for him, there's a nice snowboard for him. The music ramps up to awesomeness as Sonic's snowboarding away from a giant avalanche. Yeah, they brought back the snowboarding from Sonic 3, and it's pretty cool. Unlike Sonic 3, you actually can control the way you're snowboarding. You can move left, right, and you can do jumps. So it's not very useful. There's not a lot of obstacles here, but there is ways to go faster here, which is what you want to do. After all, we are Sonic, and the name of the game is to go fast. After a short bit of Sonic facing the camera, we finally go behind him, and we're actually able to start the snowboarding mission, which is actually most of Ice Cap Zone. This is pretty awesome. There's ramps and stuff, and you gotta be careful because you can't get crashed back and forth, in case you're wondering, if you hit the walls there. There's a lot of different shortcuts and areas, secrets to get, like different ramps. You gotta hold A off the ramp, and Sonic will do a trick, which is pretty awesome. There's more areas of this mid area, which you gotta just do it right in order to get on top of this bridge, or you get forced to take the lower path. But if you don't, and do like me, you take the nice high route, which is pretty cool, and take a nice dive, and we're finally near the end, and we can finally collect the beloved Chaos Emerald. Keep in mind that snowboarding isn't as refined as it is in the next game, but it's still pretty fun. There's nothing wrong with it. There's also weird airships, which I didn't mention the enemy list because they're not really enemies. They're just kind of like there. They're unnamed, so I didn't talk about them. Near the end, you'll find a bunch of houses and hot air balloons to showcase we're getting closer to civilization, which is pretty cool. From here, Sonic will head back to the Mystic Ruins, and he'll find a familiar face.
What's up, Knuckles?
Despite Sonic's greeting, Knuckles is not in a friendly mood. He thinks that Sonic took a piece of the Master Emerald because he mistaken his green Chaos Emerald for a piece of the Master Emerald. So they have a fight because they have giant egos, of course.
Let's just see you take him!
Then get to the easiest boss fight in the game, where Knuckles is iconic "Oh no!" You just hit him multiple times. He does punch, but you'll never see it because, yeah, like I said, he sucks.
Oh no! Oh no!
So during their fight, Sonic drops his 2 Chaos Emeralds, and he makes a crazy face because he does not like the fact he lost Chaos Emeralds. It turns out Eggman wanted to be this way, because he takes advantage and immediately snaps up the Chaos Emeralds.
Like taking candy from a baby!
So it turns out Eggman tricked Knuckles, not surprising, to fight Sonic. And Sonic, of course, makes fun of Knuckles.
Don't tell me Eggman tricked you again!
Me? What about you?
Way to go, Knucklehead!
Eggman has 4 lovely emeralds, his words, not mine. He summons Chaos to give him more emeralds. As you see, Chaos has grown a lot since we last saw him, because he has 2 Chaos Emeralds. Now, he's going to become Chaos 4. And Chaos 4, for some reason, is a fish. Look, he's a fish monster. I don't know why he's a fish, but whatever. It takes us to our next boss fight, Chaos 4. And we But we're fighting him in a lily pad area. Basically, these lily pads don't mean anything, so you can jump on the water. You just gotta keep jumping so you don't fall down. It's pretty easy, actually. You just kind of wait for his head to pop up. He will do a lot of tail attacks, and it'll turn into little balls, but overall, it's not too hard. Keep in mind, you're gonna fight this boss like two other times with Knuckles and Tails. It's the same exact boss fight, but some people complain about that, but this boss fight isn't too bad. It's not too hard either. Watch out for his tail swipes. You got plenty of rings, and overall, he's pretty easy.
Hey, I'll play you some other time.
After the fight, Eggman unveils his floating masterpiece, the Egg Carrier, which you get to see in nice all its pre-rendered glory. So Eggman flies his way to his new battle station, which is a breath of fresh air. After all, we've seen the Death Egg a million times, so seeing an actual new contraption that is very unique is pretty nice. Though in the game you can see it doesn't look as good as it did in the pre-rendered. So Sonic and Tails have to go after it. But Knuckles is like, I got some unfinished businesses to do. Yeah, Knuckles, thanks for making us lose the Chaos Emeralds. All the people you talk to over here are all scared of the Egg Carrier, which I guess I can't blame them. They probably don't see a lot of that stuff, even though they're in the woods with a talking fox and stuff like that, but whatever. We can find Knuckles, who just scolds us for not going after Eggman, but you're not doing anything either, Knuckles, so screw you. I just wanted to have a little chat before I left. Jeez Louise. Sonic heads to Tails' workshop, and where he finds that Tails has a new biplane ready to attack Eggman's base, and of course he even set up the palm trees to move out of the way for his flight deck. So Sonic and Tails become low poly as they head on the tornado plane and are ready to go towards Eggman's Egg Carrier. Sky Chase Act 1 is pretty long and pretty boring. The one thing you'll notice is looking at the tornado plane in the base adventure game is that it looks a little different. Well, Sonic does. He looks incredibly low poly. This is because this part was actually the earliest in development, and they didn't change the model really. They have a second model that's not as low poly that you can see up close, but still looks really bad. It's pretty distracting, but not too much. It's kind of unique to actually look at. This is not a thing in the DX version. It's only a thing in the adventure version where Sonic looks like he does, like a Saturn model, which is pretty interesting. Anyway, Sky Chase is pretty boring, actually. Essentially, you don't have to do anything but shoot other things. You can make combos by holding down your fire button or just keep shooting. You also can angle yourself at a place so you don't have to do anything. This stage is kind of cool at first, but it's kind of slow and meanders for a while, and you have to play this basically 3 other times in the whole game. Another time as Sonic and 2 times as Tails, and the Tails are basically the same. Also, yeah, there's a glare. So it's cool to fly around the Egg Carrier and see all of its glory. They really should have kept it to 2 times, basically, or just 1 time. More to make this not as bad. There's not a whole lot to say here. There's a lot of enemies attacking us. So let's see. Do these badniks have about profiles? If you're wondering, these enemies here, these planes, they don't have anything. They will shoot you, and there's also turrets in the egg base, so keep out for them. But overall, it's not too hard. The Act 2 changes up things a little bit, but we're not there yet. So we'll just keep flying around and wait until we get to the end of this zone. We get a close-up of the Saturn model for Sonic there, which is pretty cool, actually, to see, as Eggman launches his laser at them, which causes both Sonic and Tails to fall off the tornado. I mean, that is a big old fucking laser, I'll tell you that. And they fall to their deaths. Sonic dies. Just kidding, he doesn't die. But he does fall separately from Tails. Sonic falls in the sandy beaches of Emerald Coast, and he falls headfirst into a bunch of sand. Sonic doesn't take fall damage, apparently, because that would kill most people. So a random girl looks at Sonic, so his head's stuck in the sand. He has to pull himself up, and yeah, this random girl just looks at him, and he's like, I'm not looking for you, I'm looking for Tails. It's like, okay, Sonic, don't be such a jackass. Back in Station Square, we find these guys are having a strike. After all, they were disgruntled earlier. So they actually made sure that you actually can, if you look into the dialogue, that you can know why events happen. It's a creative way to block people off from going to certain areas, too. Like, actually have story reasons, like these guys are just pissed off or having a strike, and they actually set that up earlier. It's pretty neat. Of course, the little girl is sad because she doesn't know if her dad will be able to get off because he goes to the same train. I have no idea where her dad works, by the way. But we gotta find Tails, so how are we supposed to find Tails? We gotta figure that out. Heading to the casino area, Sonic actually finds Amy, who he's not too ecstatic to find. Amy insists that she comes along with Sonic to help protect this birdie she has with her. Sonic reluctantly does so because he's the good guy.
Kidding! Now what?
A nice stroll when a random robot is coming after Amy, it looks like, or her birdie. Who knows? Sonic's here to stop the day, but then Amy screams.
It says, you couldn't get in free!
Weird.
So Sonic has to chase after Amy went to Twinkle Park. Now maybe they go together. In Amy's storyline, they go together, but Sonic's storyline, they don't. So who the heck knows? And the robot, I guess, goes away. Sonic doesn't really know where it goes, but hey, Sonic's going to go to the amusement park and see what's going on. And that is the next level, Stage 5, Twinkle Park. Twinkle Park has 2 returning enemies, being the Kiki and the Sweeper. You actually see more of the Sweeper in this stage than you do in Emerald Coast. And 2 new ones. One of the weirdest enemies in this stage, and this game in general, is the Bullion. It's a little guy that stretches out and he kind of jiggles around, and he's not much of a threat. In fact, you most of the time just run past it, but it's a really weird, jiggly little guy. And the other enemies exclusive to this level, the Cart Kiki. It's a Kiki, but it doesn't throw bombs. It rams Sonic in a cart, and during the go-kart racing section of the course, which we'll be talking about right now. Much to the cart part, so let's get out of the cart and jump into the park itself. We get to our main stage where Sonic immediately jumps on the roller coaster as he goes for a nice ride. Yeah, what is Sonic doing here? Well, yeah, he's supposed to look for Amy, but it looks like he's just having a good time here. The main part of Twinkle Park is kind of this castle area, a bunch of little games and stuff that Amusement Park might have. Like, you can use Sonic as a bowling ball here to knock down pins, which is a pretty cool idea, actually. You can get rewarded for how well you do, which is great level design, I gotta say. This stage has a lot of charm to it. And look, those are the little guys there, and those little jiggly guys I mentioned. They suck. You can't hit them because you gotta hit their little heads, but who cares about that when we got bowling? Of course, there's a carousel of death with spike balls, but it's pretty easy to go past. We even get a nice little pond that might not be torturous later in future other character playthroughs, but who the heck knows. And once we go through the rides, we're going to climb up the giant castle in the center of Twinkle Park, which is actually pretty cool. Nice platforming. It's not too hard, but if you're a little kid, you might fall off. But I think the game controls very well, so I don't have problems doing it, because I'm a gaming expert. Just kidding, I'm not. Starting off, you find all the cart kikis here. We're trying to ram into Sonic. There can be quite annoying, so make sure you hit a couple of them before you go into one of their carts, because yeah, Sonic steals their carts and goes out on the racetrack. Because the first part of this is kind of a Mario Kart-esque, or maybe Sonic R, if you will, go-kart race. Well, not really a race, just kind of going through a track, and it's pretty fun. Cosmic drifting, that's all I can say. For some reason, someone made a Mario Kart course out of this. I don't know why. It isn't Mario Kart Wii. Kind of off topic anyway. You basically just hold the button down to go, and yeah, rings speed you up. That's all you need to know about that. There's going to be enemies on the road and all sorts of junk and speed boosters. It's a fun thing. Sonic games used to have nice little stage gimmicks that are fun. They don't really do that anymore, but I kind of miss it. Like, this is a great idea for Sonic. It doesn't control that well. I think actually, oddly enough, I feel like it controlled better than the DX version, but I could just be a misremembering for all I know. After all that, Sonic's at the entrance of the castle. There's a couple enemies there that are waiting to attack him, but we can just walk past them and just hit this little nice little crate here. This is what all levels end after you beat them, but this level, since we didn't really have a goal here, we just have a nice little capsule to unlock. After getting on Twinkle Park, Sonic realizes, like, oh yeah, I'm supposed to be looking for Amy. He's like, well, that robot might have got her, so I gotta go find her. Though if you want, you can go into Twinkle Circuit, which allows you to play the go-kart area again. And I'm not sure if how any other characters can do that, but I know Sonic can. And that's all that really matters, because you don't want to play as any other character other than Sonic, right? Well, that's not true, because all their characters are pretty cool. But there was a time period when there's a whole thing about Sonic fans not wanting to play with other characters. And it looks like that every character can play on this mode, so once you unlock this, they can go in there and race as well. Pretty neat. Exiting from Twinkle Park, you'll immediately go to the next stage, without any story really. Sonic looking for Amy, but he doesn't really do much other than that. He just uses his key card to unlock the building here. The guy seems to be missing, but that's okay, we didn't like him anyway. He was bragging about his building. And we're going to run through his building because we don't give a crap. We got the key card. Stage 6 is Speed Highway, one of the most famous zones from Sonic Adventure. Of course, it came back in Sonic Generations, so that's why. And a lot of people say it's one of the best stages in the game, which I agree. I think Emerald Coast is my favorite, but I can definitely see why someone would say this is your favorite. There's a little shortcut here. You can run the building. Isn't that cool? When it comes to Badniks, we got a couple of returning ones. The Spinner and the Thunder Spinner, which is the electrified version of the Spinner, as well as a nice Uno Day So, the Orbinaut from Sonic Classic games. They didn't really change the name. It basically acts the same way, but, you know, it kind of sucks. It doesn't really matter. The new enemy that's most notable in this zone is known as the Cop Speeder, which is very similar to the go-kart Kiki, which, yeah, basically it is. It's a Kiki police officer, but a fake one, because, you know, Robotnik doesn't own any police force. He's just faking it. And that's a legal thing there, Eggman. You gotta watch out. I just love it. Now here you can fall down, but if you land on this platform, you can do a chain of spinners here to find a little one up here and actually go farther in the level. I love the Sonic game design. It just feels good. Like Sonic 3 and 2 and 1 had similar level design like that, sure. but it's cool to see in 3D. You don't see a lot of Sonic 3D games don't have that level design. Actually, some of them do, but not as good as Sonic Adventure. Anyway, we ran up to this building, and we get to another iconic scene. Sonic crashes through some glass, and he runs down this building, and a bunch of stuff is going to come at him. It's a really cool thing. We gotta dodge barriers, collect the boxes if we can, avoid helicopters. This is just a really iconic scene, especially when you get closer to the building and glass breaks around Sonic, and he has to dodge more and more beams going down. Well, I don't think you actually get damaged. Well, at least I didn't. He can't really get seriously injured by it. It is super cool. And at the end, we finally crack through the glass, we break through it all, and we enter the next part of the stage. It's actually a very interesting part that isn't recaptured in the remake on the Generations. We get the daytime Station Square area, basically, kind of recreation of the downtown area. And we can, well, for some reason this didn't really work, but whatever, I can still spin dash up there. And of course I get hit by a Thunder Spinner. Not very good gameplay, Kyle. Speed Highway has a good sense of speed. I mean, you've got cool set pieces, like in fact you can run on the sides of buildings, and it's actually kind of nerve-wracking, but in a cool way, like the best way possible. There's a lot of cool shortcuts. The music is amazing. The visuals are cool. We get to get scooped up by a random launcher. There's different pathways to take, of course, and all little sorts of secrets and goodies. It's one of the best designed stages, which is kind of funny because story-wise, there's basically no reason for Sonic to be here. It doesn't add anything to the story, oddly enough, compared to other stages. It's just really cool. Which is, does it really matter? No, not all at the end of the day, but I find it weird that one of the most iconic stages from the game has very little point to the story compared to every other stage in the game. Of course, there's a place where we gotta hang on to a helicopter as we transition. That's actually a pretty cool idea. Speed Highway, just a perfect level for a city level, to be exact. If you run on the side like you're supposed to, you can go on top of the buildings and take nice little shortcuts here and find nice one-ups and stuff. It's pretty cool. Like, this area, we basically traveled all night looking for Amy, I guess. That's what Sonic was doing, right? He wasn't just fucking around because he likes running around. But yeah, there's cars that can actually hurt you, which actually might mess you up because in the regular Station Square there are cars, but they brake for Sonic. Here, they'll hit you and knock the rings out of you, which is kind of funny. It's cool is that this level is actually taking place in Station Square itself, which might be another reason why people like it so much, since Station Square is the main hub of the game after all. Anyway, we go to the giant waterfall in the hub. We see the clock tower, which we actually can see in the main Station Square, and you can ring it, and it gives rings. Of course, you can ring the bell, it gives you rings. And we found a capsule, and that's the end of Speed Highway, one of the best Sonic stages. We actually come out of that bell tower and back into Station Square. I love the little detail. You might not even notice that at first, but yeah, that bell tower is the same one in the level as it is there, which is pretty cool, especially if you look at it first person. But here I want to check the burger shop, and I found that girl who was sipping over the burger shop guy's in there, but she doesn't know how to communicate. And this guy's like, this girl's weird, I don't know why she's staring at me. Anyway, we can't go to Mr. Ruins right now because they're going on a strike, but this guy seems to be happy about the strike because he doesn't go to work. Lucky bastard. When you go to the casino area, Sonic will finally find Amy after dicking around in Speed Highway. He got captured by that robot. Sonic wasn't too fast to catch up with her, I guess. But Sonic's like, I'm going to cut her off in the Mystic Ruins. Or the robot off, not her. I mean, whatever. So I guess the robot just ran here from a tube. I'm not too sure how that happened, but Sonic took the train, so now he's back in action. Could Sonic outrun the train? Sure, but he wants to support the union workers. That's what's going on here. Of course, Sonic can give this robot a piece of his mind. I'm not giving the robot a name till we get to Amy's story, because that's when it becomes important. So we're just going to call it a robot now. Or Badnik, if you will. The egg carrier sucks it back up, meaning that Sonic has to figure out how to get up there. He sees it goes towards Angel Island, so he decides that it's a good idea to run through the hole that he came out of. Well, he didn't come out the hole, but he's been through the hole. Running past the cave where Ice Cap was, and Sonic running on the sides of the tunnel here, it's a little jank. We are in the main part of the Angel Island. We can even see some cool stuff. Like, if we look to the left, we would see something cool, but Sonic's like, I see an upgrade and I'd rather have that. This is a pretty interesting upgrade. Let's see what it does. It doesn't give Sonic any accessory. That's kind of weird. He has magic hands, I guess. No, this is an upgrade known as the Ancient Light. It's an addition to Sonic's Light Speed Dash. Essentially, when he charges up one, if there's enemies nearby, he can do a chain of attacks against them. Sort of like a bunch of homing attacks in a chain, but, done instantaneously. But before Sonic does anything with that, he wants to check out what's over this bridge. Because we get a nice little cool set piece that you didn't have to redo, but they did anyway because they want to add the whole world to be connected, and that part is the Master Emerald Shrine. Knuckles is keeping the Master Emerald on top of this shrine instead of in a cave like he did in Sonic 3, and that's pretty cool. We can see that there's kind of pieces of the Emerald missing. Sonic's like, huh, that kind of sucks. Knuckles should really fix that. That's probably why the the island is stuck on the ground rather than, being up in the air. But anyway, let's go on to the next part of the level. You're going to need the Ancient Light to get into the next level by using it on this Kiki trapped in a cage, and we finally get to that level. That level being Stage 7, Red Mountain. So Sonic's basically running up a mountain since the egg carrier's in the distance. See, this is the best chance of jumping onto it from a higher vantage point. So that's the idea. Chase the egg carrier through the mountain, which is on Angel Island in case you're wondering, which is pretty cool. We get more set pieces. Of course, this level is the first part of it is mostly vertical, meaning you'll be climbing up an area. There's tons of shortcuts. There's tons of cool stuff here. But is there any new badniks here? Well, to answer that, there isn't. We have the death by falling. We have the same enemies we've had before, the Kiki and Spare, but we do have the Gola. But remember, the Gola there, which you just saw, was something we've seen already in Sonic 3. And did I fall again? I didn't remember falling. I don't usually die in this game. Red Mountain is once again another stage that has tons of shortcuts if you're willing to look for it. Different homing attack chains, and different unique platforming opportunities. Like this stage will definitely make sure you know how to use the mechanics of this game. If you didn't know them already, then you're gonna know them now. Basically how far and fast Sonic can jump, how high he can, and what other things he can do. How many times he can use your light speed dash, can use your ancient light, all this other sorts of different things, while avoiding more obstacles like fire, hammers, and spike balls. Anyway, there's a lot more bottomless pits in this area, and lots of spike balls, and crumbling roads below Sonic, so you gotta take it fast, while also adventuring through it. This mountain is very treacherous, that's all I can say. But we got nice little zip lines that Sonic can also take. Essentially, the enemies are basically what we've seen already. The Gula is just, well, it shoots fire all around it. It's nothing too interesting beside that. It shouldn't give you too much hassle, unless there's you land on the wrong spot. Eventually, Sonic will reach the top where we see some volcanic ash. After all, this is Red Mountain, meaning volcanic, and we get to climb on some vertical ladders, which is kind of neat, but also okay. I don't really know how to describe it. It feels a little janky, but that's okay. Eventually, we'll take a zip line and we wander into the base of the volcano. It looks like Eggman's been in here because he's been building a lot of stuff up, because who else would be building this stuff? Because we are in Angel Island, after all. I'm pretty sure we are in Angel Island. I mean, where else would it be? It's right next to the Master Emerald Shrine, so most likely it is. Anyway, in the volcanic section, we got some pretty cool music that sounds really, little kind of sinister, but also kind of like a 90s dance music, if that makes any sense. Anyway, lava's kind of rising slowly, so Sonic has to make it fast. Most of the time it's not, but some areas it is, so keep that in mind. You don't want to fall short. However, since you have the ability to pick up rings, it shouldn't be too terrible, unless you misplace your jump like I did there. I probably was tired the day I was recording this. Eventually, once you go for the fish, going for that tunnel of all the hammers and fire, it's like what we've launched up and find a capsule, just for him to collect. We also see some weird guys behind cages over there, like weird looking mummy things. I'm not too sure what they're doing there and what their crimes were, but sorry dudes, I gotta leave you to burn, because we're gonna rise up and, yeah, the lava rose and they didn't come up with us. Those are the gravestones. Yeah, people have died in this stage, as you couldn't tell by the grave. But we can take some nice little shortcuts, and we can make our way out of the volcano and back onto the surface, because we don't want to be burned alive like those guys did. I don't know what their crimes were, maybe being weird looking. Looks like Sonic wasn't fast enough as the egg carrier flies away. If only he had a buddy to help him. Well, it turns out that he does. Just in the nick of time, Tails is flying on a new tornado, the Tornado 2, which is blue. And Sonic takes a ride, and he and Tails are off to chase after the egg carrier. Chase? Well, you know what that means. Deck Act 2. Did I say Sky Deck? I meant Sky Chase. This time it's at night, though it's mostly the same as the first one. There is a little twist during the middle of this Sky Chase.
Let's do it!
So yes, the tornado has a second form, a battle mode, which makes it shaped like an X. It just looks really cool. And yeah, this is how Tails upgraded. Well, with new Chaos Emerald power, I guess. After shooting more stuff in the sky, we get a boss fight here, where we gotta fight the egg carrier itself, which is about to shoot lasers at you again. Just gotta dodge it as it shoots bullets and stuff like that. You gotta make sure you hit it just right in the center there, when it opens up, but you gotta avoid the laser because it can do damage, especially if you're like me and got hit multiple times because you just don't really care about Sky Chase that much because it's not that fun of a level. It's a little too long, but oh well, it's not too bad. At least it's cinematic. With a little bit of patience, you should be able to destroy the cannon, and Sonic and Tails can safely board the egg carrier. Or maybe they can't.
Enemies in this mode.
What?
So Sonic and Tails crashed on the egg carrier. Well, it didn't seem that bad, but yeah, whatever. His plane's stuck here. And even though the same exact plane's in Sonic Adventure 2, since something later happens on this zone that makes it so this airplane doesn't show up again, maybe it doesn't show up. So yeah, the airplane dies here, even though it does show up in Sonic Adventure 2, even though it doesn't make much sense, but whatever. Oh, if you didn't see there, if you start up the game and you're coming back, it'll give a little nice description of what happened in the past thing. Each one's unique. Adventure 2's version is much better since actually there's voice casting over it, and some of them are pretty great. But here, they're just like little text. Nice little blurb. Anyway, we're on the egg carrier, but as soon as we walk around, Eggman's like, "Don't get too many ideas, you fools," as the text clearly says, and he transforms the battle station so that they can't get to where he is. Eggman challenges Sonic and then gets Tails to go for the sky deck, which is the harder way to get to him. And Sonic's like, "Yeah, well, bring it on," as we go right to it. And of course, Sonic has to tell you that this is a sky deck. Like, what else would it be? Most of the time, the game doesn't do that, but for some reason there, Sonic has to tell the audience that this is where the sky deck is. Anyway, say Jake, sky deck. First thing you'll notice is that you get shot out of a cannon right into the level. We're hugging onto a nice little cylinder, and did I just die there? Anyway, Skydeck is considered by many one of the hardest levels in the game. It does test your platforming skills, that's for sure. There's a lot of bottomless pits, and a lot of smaller areas for Sonic to run in, and a lot of climbing. This is definitely an area showcase that Eggman does not want you getting to him on his little thing. Like, you're climbing through this area, a rough area. You know what, I don't really mind it that much, because Sonic can do whatever Sonic wants to do. Even do a homing tech chain of spinners. Maybe he'll fail. The first part of the sky deck, and you couldn't tell that each of these, even though they're not labeled acts, each of these levels do have different acts, like different types of the part of the level, which is pretty cool. For example, Act 1 of Sky Deck here is we're kind of running through the innards of the egg carrier here. There's a lot of bottomless pits and a lot of like scaffolding and a lot of interesting stuff like that. We can see like control panels and stuff, like where Badniks like might work, or Eggman and his little robot gang might do business, and all sorts of neat stuff like that. There's a lot of clouds and stuff like that. It's pretty cool. It's pretty atmospheric, though I can see that this is not an easy level, especially when you're trying to dodge the spike balls. There's a lot of those spike balls in this game if you haven't noticed. There isn't any new enemies in Sky Deck. We've got the Spinner, the Thunder Spinner, and the Uno Dosa, which are stuff you've already seen. But at the end of Act 1 of the stage, we gotta hug onto giant pillars and try to climb all the way up, because there's a giant cannon shooting at us when we're on the main little platforms there. But as long as you run fast enough, you'll be fine, as it shoots the platforms away from you, which, you know, is kind of a cool level set piece. Sonic Adventure 1 has so many good level set pieces. And this stage also has a lot of shortcuts you can take if you're risky, but like I said, they will help you with shortcuts early on, like you can do some more easier ones, but as we get to this point, they get a little more trickier to do, which is great level design. A lot of the shortcuts actually feel like they're like, oh, I'm breaking the game, but no, the developers intended a lot of them. That's why I like Sonic Adventure so much, because you get the feel of like really cool freedom and speed, while also doing stuff that usually we'd see speedrunners doing, but it's actually intentional in game. Anyway, once you run past this area, we find this rocket that we're going to shoot right directly into the cannon as we progress to the next part, where we're more on the top of a wing. Here there's rough winds and stuff going on here. This area is basically incredibly deadly because of the ship's tilting and turning. It's actually a really cool area, even though it's pretty hard and can feel very janky sometimes because the wind effects maybe aren't the greatest, but you kind of admire it. And you got all these cannons and turrets shooting at you as you're trying to progress through the level. It's just a cool level. This part of the ship's actually falling off as it shoots out like more jets and stuff, and you gotta be careful, or you might fall through. That part can be tricky, so keep that in mind in that area. But this area here, we got some cannons and a giant one shooting. Once again, Sonic's gotta shoot a rocket into it, but it's not shooting at us right now, so we gotta wait for it to turn all the way around. Yes, you could go to the other ones, but it doesn't really matter. I'm just gonna wait for it. Just wait for it. That's what a wise man once said, wait for it. And once it faces us, we can destroy it and head to the next section, which is the final one. As we're running up the side, as barrels get shot at us, we realize that the stage is kind of tilting a little bit. Yeah, because as he's turning in the air, so are we. It's actually a pretty well done effect. As a matter of fact, we actually know we get to learn who's actually steering during this part of the game later on. It turns out that Knuckles is doing this whole level and he's actually changing the steering, and he's fucking with Sonic unknowingly. There's a lot of cool stuff like that when we get to the later storylines where we'll see like, oh wait, that happened in that because of this. This game gets not enough credit for how unique it is. Future games in other franchises would do similar stuff, but this is like Sonic Adventure did a lot of this like nice connecting tissue way before a lot of games that I know do it. In fact, I don't think any game really does it as well as Sonic Adventure. Maybe I'm just biased. At one point, you're running and the ship will turn all the way on its head. Like Sonic just starts to fall and he has to grab onto stuff in order to climb up. And it's a little janky there, as you can see, but once it finally twists, it's fine. Now we gotta move ourselves all the way vertical so we can get to the area we're going for horizontally. I know, it sounds confusing. This is actually a really cool thing because this is Sonic's first 3D adventure, and now we're actually really playing with the axes there. That's super cool. This level really makes you feel like you're on a giant aircraft. It actually is done incredibly well. I quite like this stage. Some people might not like it because it's a little difficult, but even though I died on this stage, as you clearly see, I still really like this as a stage. I would play it again in a heartbeat because I would play this game again in a heartbeat if I had to. It's really good. If you hit the switch in the middle here, we can finally get to the ending of the level. We find our nice goalpost. Anyway, Sonic ends up in the center of the egg carrier, but right now we don't really care. We're just going to go all the way up on this weird spinning device. I hope Eggman doesn't get sick by going up there. Sonic finds Amy, who's being interrogated by Eggman. Of course, he wants to intervene, but it looks like Eggman's already got it, because as he says, you're too late. And he grabs the Chaos Emerald from the birdie. In order to take care of Sonic and his friends, he sends out his new robot known as Gamma. So we think it's going to be a tense boss fight. Well, it's not. After all, Gamma's given a nice cutscene and he looks pretty cool. So maybe his boss fight will be tough.
Resistance is futile.
If you couldn't tell, this boss fight sucks. That's because it's a character boss fight and all of them aren't very well designed. I'm not sure why they aren't well designed. It's just they're so easy to keep hitting over and over again. Even the reverse of this boss fight is also super easy. So if you're fighting our character, it's just easy. Anyway, Sonic easily defeats Gamma here, and he's about to put the robot out of its misery. Then all of a sudden, Amy gets in the way of Sonic. Sonic's like, what are you doing? I want to defeat this robot. And Amy's like, no, he actually helped me out early on. And Sonic's like, okay, well, whatever you say.
Have your reasons.
So that's the only appearance of Gamma in Sonic's storyline. It's actually kind of funny. Anyway, Sonic's like, this ship's falling down, but I'm going to defeat Eggman. Tails, you go help Amy to safety, and I'm going to kill Eggman. He doesn't say kill Eggman. Obviously, Sonic's not going to kill anybody. Anyway, we got to find a switch in order to get it back to the ship's original shape. And for some reason, this cutscene of Sonic talking here, and probably the worst performance Sonic gives in the entire game, was used in a voice acting compilation I saw as a kid, so it's burned into my memory before I even played Sonic Adventure, which is really kind of weird. And that was a weird off-topic thing, but yeah, that's something that was burned in my head. I had to mention that. Anyway, in order to find the ship, you got to use your light speed dash in order to get up to this corridor here. And yeah, you can talk to Amy, who just says, are you okay? So nothing interesting there. And yeah, you talk to everyone, including Gamma here. He says auto recovery system activated, in case you're wondering. So I wonder if we'll ever see Gamma again. As Sonic, no, he's dead. Once you do that, we'll end up in this room, which is the control room, and we just jump on Eggman's chair, his throne of lies. You can see he's so lazy that he has to have wheels move himself up closer. And we find a nice little switch underneath his seat. And this changes the ship back to its original shape, and we can finally confront Eggman. On top of the stage, we see Eggman, and we see other characters there too. Chaos is now bigger than ever since he has all but one emerald. Sonic's like, what the heck happened to this thing? There's also this big purple cat who wants this frog inside of Chaos. And Sonic's like, well, I guess I'll help you out. I don't know how you got over here, especially since it looks like you're trying to fish, but whatever. I just had an epiphany. I know I said earlier, this is why I'm really bad sometimes, that I completely forgot that the tornado plane was actually stolen by Big after this scene. And that's where it happened to it. I am such an idiot. I'm so sorry I said that earlier. But anyway, here's Chaos 6. The toughest of the Chaos boss fights, as Sonic cannot no longer hit Chaos now. He has to use these little ice egg things, whatever they're called, to throw them into Chaos' mouth before he eats Sonic. Which, that's not very nice. If you didn't know something about Chaos, is that he no longer has Froggy inside of him, and that's not a mistake. There's actually a reason for that in the actual game. We have to wait till you get the big plotline there. Anyway, Chaos 6 just does a basic jump, and he'll metamorphosize himself to swing his tail at you. I said swing instead of swing. Swing. He'll shoot alive his tendrils, some tentacle hentai, and all sorts of stuff. Anyway, Eggman's complete idiots, and Sonic will be dead at this point since he can't hit him naturally. But he decides, like, you know what, I'm gonna let these ice things do their job. His own hubris is what makes him lose his fight here. When Chaos 6 eats one of them, he freezes up, and then Sonic can hit him and do damage. And that's the only way he can do damage. This boss fight's actually pretty fun, and the nice setting is pretty interesting. I just love Eggman in the background thinking he's helping out, but he's really not. Because as you can see, Chaos keeps getting frozen and all that sort of thing. And one more hit shatters Chaos entirely. Yeah, Chaos just pretty much breaks apart there. And it loses pretty much all of its power there. It's kind of sad, but hey. Chaos actually rebuilt itself during the Knuckles playthrough, which happens right after Sonic's fight here, but whatever. Eggman says, no way. I can't believe this.
I can't believe this!
Sonic and Knuckles say, hi, how's it going? I don't know how you got here, Knuckles. It's weird that everyone's on the egg carrier. But Sonic's like, I gotta chase after Eggman, so bye-bye. Eggman tries to run away, but Sonic's like, I'm gonna jump after you. And he falls to the ground, actually. Wow, Sonic's dedicated. But then again, he did fall from a very long fall height previously, so it's not too surprising. Sonic once again falls flat on his face, but since Sonic doesn't take any fall damage, it's okay. But he does hate Eggman. Anyway, when Sonic falls down, he sees a temple rise from the ground that looks like it's Aztec. Or maybe it's Mayan. Who the heck knows? There's echidnas on it and snakes, which is pretty interesting. So Sonic decides it's a good idea to check it out. Mostly because of the orb of light we've seen the whole game is going towards it. And it's like, I wonder if this thing's trying to show me something. So without hesitation, Sonic enters the ruins and enters Stage 9, Lost World. Not Jurassic Park, the Lost World, just Lost World. And this is the next stage, which, I mean, of course it is. Lost World. It's not my favorite stage, but it's very interesting. Pretty much, there is no new enemies here. We got the Boa Boa, the Leon, and Gula. Essentially, we'll be running through ancient tunnels with a bunch of obstacles. It's sort of like Indiana Jones' Sonic level, but Sonic. I don't know what the but is. It's just Sonic, but Indiana Jones. And I procrastinated way too much on that one sentence. But we got nice little tubes of fire. We even get a boulder sections very faint. That's very similar to the aforementioned Indiana Jones. Sonic will enter through a snake's mouth, and he'll find a snake swimming around the water here. The snake part of Lost World is one of the most infamous parts of the game, maybe at least in my opinion. This part is not very fun. It's not awful, but it's just like, I wish they scrapped it, because this snake is pretty janky, and you gotta travel around it. The pace is pretty slow. Other than like one gameplay element in the game, like one character's gameplay, this is one of my least favorite parts of the game. Which is a shame, because the rest of the level isn't bad. Just this part just is never like a fun thing to replay. Essentially, you gotta rise the water and hit all the switches while riding on the snake, and the snake's a little janky. It's more jank than DX version, but as you can see, Sonic's like moving all over the place, even though, you know, I'm not pressing any buttons. Once he makes it, he goes to the outer part where we can have a nice little view of the Mystic Ruins. Pretty nice. I actually like the way this looks, even though everything's a flat 2D image. But it has a nice aesthetic to it. Then, of course, we enter back into the ruins, because, you know. And it's very dark. It's so dark, you can't see anything other than an enemy. So in this section, you gotta use the lights to shine the way and avoid fire arrows and the badniks that might appear here and there. This section you gotta be pretty careful in. Later releases actually makes this area less dark, but hey, it's up to you. Do you want it to be more easy? For the harder one. And once you get past that, we can go down a nice water slide. So yeah, Sonic goes through a water slide where you can collect some rings. It's pretty cool, actually. I love these set pieces. They're fun. And after that, we get chased by a giant boulder. Like, oh my goodness, all the flames and fire. Oh my, like, wow, Sonic is totally not ripping off any franchise that I know. Hey, it doesn't really matter, it's still cool. Sonic will then enter this big old room with magnetic pieces that he's got to press in order to climb up the walls. This area is also I'm not a big fan of, because these cool enemies are really annoying here. They're just everywhere, and their flames are annoying. You can't take shortcuts, but it's a little tiny janky because the way the gravity works. It's not the best, but it's also not awful. It's unique in concept, but it wasn't executed that well. This level needed to be worked on a little bit more. It's my least favorite level in the game, unfortunately. There's some cool set pieces, but overall, it's not my favorite. I don't hate it, but it's not my favorite. After all that, you'll find a nice little light speed dash thing to do, and Sonic runs past all that and exits the level. Sonic is still following the ancient light where he finds a mural with some interesting moving water here. The mural depicts chaos, well, in its perfected form, and Sonic's blown away by how destructive he must have been back in the day. See what Eggman was trying to create onto the rest of the world. Suddenly, Sonic is flung into a different area. He doesn't know where he is, but everything's on fire and burning. It looks similar to Angel Island, but he doesn't know. How would he know? This is the only time Nicole time travels Sonic back to her time period. He actually doesn't have that much compared to the other characters. It's kind of weird. Why would she give visions to Big and Gamma? But she does to them, but Sonic just gets one little tidbit. So this is just part of the Nicole backstory. We get little snippets from each character, which is pretty interesting. Here we see a bunch of things on fire, and Chao's getting hurt. Like, what happened here? That's the real question. That's what we all want to know. So we get to see Nicole, kind of. It's kind of hard to see, she's all covered in red light. But she says she must do something, and what is that? We don't really know, because we're taken back to the present. Back in the present time, Sonic sees Eggman, and he's like, "Hey, I gotta beat you, you egghead. I'm gonna make an egg salad out of you." Around the temple, you'll find a little bit of a maze here, but since Sonic doesn't really have to do any of it at all, due to the way his gameplay is, we're not gonna cover any of that right now. Right now, we're gonna go to Eggman's base, which is pretty easily defined, because he makes it all big and giant. And we get to this area where we see, I've never seen that Metal Sonic before. Looks pretty cool. Yeah, this guy only appeared in one of the comics, and that's about it. He's just a throwaway little design. And here's the actual Metal Sonic in a nice little tube there, waiting for him to be unleashed on Sonic. But Sonic's like, screw that. I'm going to fight Eggman right now. I don't give a crap about his robot versions of me. And the way to get there, you got to figure out this puzzle. You got to make sure all of them are bright lights while avoiding them all being Eggman lights in order to get to the final level of the game. It seems difficult, but once you figure it out, it's not too difficult. And I just did. So now let's go into the final level. Final level, stage 10, is Final Egg. Eggman's base where he built the egg carrier and all sorts of stuff. Final Egg is definitely the most daunting level of Sonic's campaign, and it's pretty cool. There's a lot of unique obstacles. It's like one of those 3D Final Eggman boss areas put to life, which is pretty cool. It's really well done. And unlike the previous couple zones I've covered, there actually is new badniks to talk about. But of course, we got the Spinner and the Thunder Spinner, which we've seen a million times already in this game. But we got 4 new enemies. No, it's actually 3. Sorry. The first enemy is known as Beat. It's a bug, and there's a bunch of them that you can mass produce. They're pretty easy. You just kind of bounce on top of a bunch of them, and they suck. Then we have the Egg Keeper, very similar to the E100 series of Eggman mechs. These guys will try to shoot little beam at Sonic and try to capture them. But, yeah, they are not as effective as later versions of this robot in future Sonic games, so they're not really noteworthy in this game. And the final enemy is a Spark Unit. It just shoots continual laser beams out, and yeah, they're kind of annoying. They come in chunks, in pairs I should say, not chunks, and they don't really do much other than stay in one spot and shoot a laser, but they're annoying and you can hit them, and a nice little animal will come out of them when you do that. Final Egg will have a lot of obstacles, including conveyor belts, spike bars, a bunch of badniks, swirly durlies. I don't know what swirly durly is, but this is swirly durly. A lot of unique platforming opportunities, bombless pits, badnik chains, and all this sorts of stuff you'd figure out you'd see in a final level of a Sonic Egg level a game, especially one that's based off an Eggman base. When we venture further into Eggman's base, we get more smaller tunnels as well as more bombless pits that we have to avoid using our new platforming skill. For example, this is a lot of bombless pits, so we gotta make sure we time our jumps right. And here's when it can get a little daunting, because the platforming up to this point hasn't been too hard, but here we really test your skill. Can you really land on these platforms? But if you play a lot of platforming games like me, it's no problem. Though I'm not a big fan of this part, because these hammers have a very annoying timing to deal with. You gotta jump on the platform while avoiding the hammer, or you can accidentally hit the top of it and fall down to your death. There's cool sections where, hey, let's see what this switch does, and just launches you up in the sky, and you can see other elements of the level. I don't know what that meant, but I thought it was a pretty cool thing to say. As you go up the level, you actually eventually will have to go down it, which is pretty interesting. A nice little change of pace, actually. Though, it's pretty easy. I decided to take it slow here, just in case. Well, you can just skip a lot of this, but I'm showing you what it looks like if you played it like the way Sega intended it. though they also intend you to take whatever shortcuts you want. And what we're doing here is we got a nice elevator that's going to take us. Take us where? Well, take us down. Eggman doesn't have normal stuff, as we've seen his spinning chair before. His mode of transportation are always kind of weird, like this fact it's climbing its way down rather than just going down normally like an elevator. But why can I question Eggman? I can't. He has a high IQ, and I have a small IQ. After the elevator has a lot of goodies, but we're going to further on down the level and find a bunch of these badniks, but that's okay. If you run past them and go to the ladder, you don't deal with any of them. Essentially, they'll be trapping you in a jumping thing, which is what they want you to do, but we're not going to have that problem right now. In case you're wondering what jumpy thing I mean, it means that you will keep an infinite bounce. And of course, we got more bottomless pits that are electrified here that Sonic's got to avoid using these unique fan little things. It looks harder than it is, because it's actually pretty easy. At this point in the level, there's nothing too hard here. Actually, most of the stuff is pretty simple compared to the middle section where you have to do more bottomless pit platforming, which is a lot more harder, especially with those hammers. Essentially, we're coming closer and closer to Eggman's secret tunnel. We dive down, avoiding spike balls and collecting rings, to basically more stuff. Like, oh, here's more bottomless pits, or more like, what is a bottomless pit? But there's it's electrified bottomless pit, so it's even worse. This part can be a little tricky, especially laying on this platform because of the way the camera acts. Usually the camera's not bad in this game, it's actually pretty good, but there it was weird. But anyway, once you get past that part, you should have no difficulty. More of these little guys, but that's okay, we can just run past them and enter the next part of the stage, which is near the end, because we're really close to finding Eggman and stop him from continuing doing any of this stuff, because we don't like Eggman. Of course we don't, because why would we like him? Most of these last rooms are just like a bunch of enemies that are trying to attack you. But yeah, they're not too difficult. You can kind of just run past them. I was trying to do some nifty stuff here by using the light speed dash there to attack them, but it didn't really matter after all. They just didn't care. And that's the end of the level. So we see Eggman's silver face. We are finally going to come front to front with Eggman, even though we've already fought him once in the beginning of the game, but this time for real. Eggman is prepared for Sonic as he showcases his new invention known as the Egg Viper. Is the Egg Viper, the final boss of Sonic's story. And it's been quite a journey, hasn't it? Anyway, this boss can be tricky if you don't know what you're doing. Essentially, Eggman will say, get a load of this, over and over again as he shoots lasers at you. He has a lot of iconic lines from this boss fight, and essentially, at some points, he'll show himself, and when he does that, you can just hit him. This boss actually has a lot of phases, and actually feels like an actual boss fight. Fortunately, there's not a lot of good designed boss fights. Though I'd rather have an easy boss fight than a really annoyingly hard one, if I'm going to choose one of the other in between. If I can't have a well-designed one, I'll at least take an easy one that's just short. And this boss fight is actually well-designed. So essentially, Eggman has a bunch of different laser attacks he'll use at you, and his patterns in order to get to him are going to be a little trickier. You have to do homing attack chains in order to get to him at some point. You have to transfer from section to level. It does keep you on your toes. Little Polly Eggman taunts Sonic, saying, I can't believe you made it this far, but you won't survive after this encounter.
This! Get a load of this! Make it through here, Sonic!
Eventually, Eggman will come directly at you, shooting his lasers at you. And I don't know how to actually avoid that attack, at least not there. But once you get past it, you have enough rings, he'll do another one of these little things where, I don't know why he keeps doing it, but hey, I guess he really likes to showcase his dance moves. Eggman will do a new tactic. He'll shoot these little platforms at Sonic, which they have spikes, but if you jump on them, which the timing isn't too hard to deal with, and then you can just jump back on him. Eggman isn't too smart there. And after this, he'll destroy the other side of the platform, which it doesn't really affect us much, but hey, he's going to make the platform area even smaller. But that's okay, since if you know the timing of this, which I play this so many times that I do, it's not too hard, and you can give him a nice hit. One more bonk in the head when we destroy the Egg Viper. Actually, that isn't the end of the boss fight, though. You might think it is, but as Nicole says, he's up to something, and he will try to charge at you for the last attack. So keep that in mind. The boss fight isn't over there yet, so make sure you know what you're doing. And that might end your whole run there, which would be kind of annoying, but if you know what you're doing, make sure you remember that. It won't be too bad as Eggman explodes into smithereens. He doesn't die, but it looks like he did there. Eggman and his base is defeated, and he flies away in defeat. Sonic's like, whatever, I don't kill people, so you're gonna go smoke out. Sonic sees his buddy Tails, is all okay, and Tails is like, Sonic, you won't believe what I did. And they do all this other cool stuff. As Sonic's theme, It Doesn't Matter, plays. And for some reason, at one point, it looks like he sings the song. I just only the unskippable credits play as we get to hear once again Sonic's theme. Yeah, they replay the theme. Sonic's theme is it doesn't matter. And the real thing is that it doesn't matter who is wrong or right, because he will never give up the fight. In case you're wondering, it was written by Jun Sonoy and Takahiro Fakadata. I think I said that right. It is sung by, well, Tony Harnell. Though there's another version in the second game that's different. Though it does come off as like a rock ballad from the 80s, with basically the lyrics that Sonic, he's a cool guy, and he will never give up the fight. He doesn't care what other people say, he likes defending the people who can't help themselves, and all that cool jazz. It's a pretty cool song, and it fits Sonic pretty well. Unfortunately, it only is in Sonic Adventure 1 and 2. But it's the theme song I always associate with Sonic, because they keep changing it depending on what version of the game you play. So, like in Team Sonic Racing, each characters have their theme, and they for some reason use Sonic Colors as the theme of Sonic. Like, that's not... Why would that be Sonic's theme? No offense, Sonic Colors is not a bad game, but the theme of Sonic Colors does not make any sense with Sonic. But whatever, I guess he was going to reach for the stars. And it ends with a nice picture of Sonic resting at Emerald Coast. Finn. Well, it's not finished, because we got more storylines to cover.
Select a character.
Here it comes, Sonic!
Story starts where pretty much Sonic's story began. Tails is flying his plane that he's using to power the Chaos Emerald, but unfortunately it doesn't work too well, and of course his plane crashes. So in Tails' version of the crash, his plane goes crazy and flies around Station Square for a little bit, almost crashes into the newsstand. I mean, Tails, you gotta be a careful flyer there, because you're not doing too well. Tails unfortunately does not get Emerald Coast, because he immediately just wakes up and Sonic's like, here's my hand, pal. The same cutscene that Sonic had during his conversation with Tails happens. Well, except it's not the same cutscene. The camera angles are different, and even the dialogue is slightly different. This is coming from Tails' perspective now, and he's a lot more confident, and it focuses more on him than it did with Sonic. So, yeah, pretty much, even though all the cutscenes that have Sonic and Tails, they're actually slightly different with Tails, which is pretty cool. In fact, every character's cutscene that's similar, or pretty much different, based off what character you're seeing. Some characters will act a little differently. Like, Sonic acts like a cooler, older brother here. Maybe he ignores Tails a little bit sometimes, rather than him being more as confident as he was during his regular playthrough. Tails is a little more confident in his run, even though he can get scared. And of course, the most notable is that Eggman is a lot scarier in Tails' version. So Tails is pretty good control-wise. As we see, we're in Station Square, and we haven't gotten to our first level yet. But he moves fast, and this is one of the most unique Tails movesets. We only see this move style 2 other times. One in Sonic 06, which was butchered to hell, and one in Sonic Frontiers, kind of. So, yeah, we don't see a lot of Tails by himself in 3D. But so this is why Sonic Adventure is pretty neat. We actually get to see Tails in action. And yeah, he does all this normal stuff that Sonic does. And I'm just looking at all the dialogue here. But let's see what Tails can do in action. Once you get up there, you find this little room here, and you find Tails' first upgrade. These are pretty neat, and they're pretty nifty. They're the jet anklets, and they extend your flying and make you go faster. So they're a pretty good upgrade to get, especially this early on. By the way, if you want a quick upgrade, here you go. Right behind the Twinkle Park here, during this sewer area, you find this little hole here, and if Tails can fly up there, which it actually looks a lot easier than it is, moving fast like always, Tails will use his tails to propel himself forward, and he moves not as fast as Sonic, but still pretty fast. You won't be feeling any slowdown. The Tails has a couple new moves, like he can jump and go into ball mode, but he also can roll when he's moving fast, and he's more in a standstill, he can use a tail swipe attack. And if you get an upgrade, you can do a continuous version of that. But we'll get to the upgrade when we get to the upgrade. The most notable thing about Tails' gameplay compared to Sonic's is that he can fly. Yep, he flies now. Well, he's always been able to fly, but his flight in Sonic Adventure works a little differently than it did in 2D games. For one, it's a lot faster. And even though Tails will eventually tire out, like he does in the regular 3D, 2D Sonic games, here, his flight has a lot more momentum to it, and he just moves faster forward in the air, making his levels actually completely redesigned to actually have a different gameplay style. For example, as you see at the bottom, we have like a little racetrack meter, I'm not sure that's what you call it, where Tails is currently ahead of Sonic. You gotta race Sonic in the level, but not all Tails levels are like that. Anyway, so Tails' goal is to go back to his nice little hideout, like as he told Sonic during his cutscene. That's where Tails is gonna go. So when you go to the area, you'll meet Eggman again, who's blocking the way to your workshop. And of course, he mentions Tails in his dialogue compared to what he usually doesn't during the Sonic cutscene. Eggman's voice is also a little different because Tails is more intimidated by Eggman than Sonic is.
Well, if it isn't Sonic and Tails.
Despite it being more intimidating and focusing more on Tails than Sonic this time, the boss fight is pretty much the same. He has all the same moves, except for this time he can't really cheese as much as you can with Sonic because you don't have the spin dash. But this boss is pretty easy either way. He'll shoot missiles and then do a charge attack, and he doesn't really change it throughout any of his phases. Like it is, I think you can hit him multiple times, but it's just you can't really do that with Tails. So this boss fight's a little harder. When I mean a little, I mean it's still freaking easy. It's super easy, but you shouldn't have any trouble. So once again, Eggman's defeated. Of course, if you've seen the Sonic one, this is a false alarm. This is for him to get a Chaos Emerald, and he gives it to Chaos. So if you already played the Sonic campaign, or you know who Chaos is, but for playing Tails, like who is Chaos? Well, of course you don't, because you played Sonic first. But hey, Tails is the first appearance of Chaos, and he's kind of scared of him. Chaos isn't really that important to Tails' playthrough compared to Sonic's, but whatever. Tails' first stage is Windy Valley, and if you couldn't tell, Tails starts up a little later in the level. For some reason, every character that is in Sonic has basically one act. Maybe, I think Amy's the one that doesn't do that, but then she has less stages than everyone else. So essentially, Sonic's stages are kind of split up into acts, but you really notice it, where there's two different types of stages. Sort of like the old Sonic games, except there isn't like a little end screen between each first stage. So in Tails' version, he plays the second version of the stage of Windy Valley, so no tornado, just the sky rail area, where essentially what you gotta do is beat Sonic, but it's pretty easy since Tails can fly, and he's pretty fast. I'm not sure if he's as fast as Sonic, but he's pretty much the same speed length. And his flight ability makes it so he's so much easier to take shortcuts, and they even want you to take those shortcuts with these new little green burst of winds area. There really isn't much to say since it's basically the second act of Windy Valley, except it's a lot shorter, and Sonic will say a lot of stuff during a time. He'll just say random weird sayings like, hey, 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 and you made it! And yeah, that gets a little annoying. So one thing you'll notice about Tails' playthrough is that since he's with Sonic most of the time during Sonic's playthrough, is that he'll share a lot of Sonic's cutscenes, but the gameplay is a little different, and it's a little quicker because Tails' levels are a lot shorter than Sonic's. But yeah, it is pretty unique to see a different perspective, but at the same time, it's hard to review since there's not a whole lot of difference. The Tails levels are pretty easy, so you shouldn't have any trouble with this at all. From here, you want to head to Casinopolis, where all you gotta do is fly into the switch, new gimmicks there, for Tails to get into the level. And his version level is actually a little different. It actually might be better than Sonic's, depending on how you feel about it. So like I said, his second stage is Casinopolis. This time we're playing in the sewer area, no casino stuff for Tails, and basically works the same as Sonic, except for trying to outrace him, but as I mentioned before, it's pretty easy. And since there's no big change here, because it's exactly the same as Sonic's version, and I don't think they even added the hover pad, so I'm sure there's one section, but this stage doesn't change at all that much. If you didn't know what this area, when you're playing a Sonic, this could be like, oh, this is cool, Tails gets his own version level. Well, turns out it isn't. But oh well, Tails gets the second half of a good thing. And you'll most likely win since this level is short and Tails has an advantage over Sonic when it comes to these speed areas. Much like in Sonic's version, Eggman comes after them and he takes a Chaos Emerald and puts some gas in their face. Nothing new here.
Let's get a move on!
So you want to head to the Mystic Ruins once you have your Ice Stone, because, like I said, Tails follows the same levels, so you gotta make sure you pick up that Ice Stone. The Ice Stone's in the same location as it was for Sonic in the alleyway near the casino, and you'll get Ice Cap, the same part of Sonic's level Tails plays, but it's smaller, and we'll see that right now. Tails' Stage 3 is Ice Cap, and as you can see, we cut immediately to the snowboard section, where this time it's fair and square between who's going to win, though, like I said, this racing is pretty easy. Sonic doesn't even really try at all. I've never had him win, like ever, and sometimes I don't even try these levels. So it's a little easy, but hey, I guess Tails was just intended for a little kid playthrough run, but he's still fun. It's just that there's not a lot of challenge in this playthrough, which is an issue, but the most of the game you're playing as for the Sonic campaign, even though it looks like there's a bunch of campaigns. There are like, each one is like a quarter of Sonic's campaign, so if that makes any sense. Which, I kind of not the biggest fan of, but at the same time it is cool to see different perspectives and different parts of a level. Of course, the additional modes help the game out a lot, like the different acts you can play on the stage when you replay them. They add more challenge to them. So yeah, if you want more out of them, you can do that. Though there should, like I said, there probably should be more to these stages rather than not a lot. Like, it's not the fact that Tails is playing for the same level, but he's playing less of Sonic's level. That's also kind of lame. And you'll mostly win and get the Chaos Emerald. Once you get out of the stage, you'll meet Knuckles again, but this version of the cutscene, Knuckles will target Tails instead of Sonic, which, you know, usually Knuckles doesn't like to fight Tails that often. He likes to fight Sonic, but hey, it's kind of weird to see them interact like this, but whatever.
Hey, Knuckles! What's up?
Now, just hand over the emeralds you have, quick!
Also, Knuckles is a lot more blunt in Tails' version, which is pretty interesting. In case you're wondering, the fight is super easy, even though I just got hit by a punch, because I wasn't really expecting that. It plays exactly the same as Sonic's. You hit him, and he says, "Oh no."
Oh no!
So after Tails and Knuckles fights, have Sonic and Knuckles fighting, they drop the emeralds and Eggman takes them. And Tails has to fight Chaos, since it's exactly the same boss fight as Sonic had. And keep in mind, you're going to fight this boss again, because Chaos 4, we have to fight it as Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles, and it doesn't change at all, it's a pattern. So now we're just playing as Tails, but this boss fight is pretty easy since you just kind of fly around the whole time if you want to. So you don't have to jump all continuously like Sonic did. But yeah, he's jumping, bonk him on the head, and he shows up his little pearly brain that Chaos has, and that's about it. Nothing too special here. So we also get the same pre-rendered cutscene of the egg carrier emerging from the sky. Tails then goes to his workshop to fire up his new tornado plane, and he and Sonic do the sky chase. And yes, the sky chase is exactly the same as Sonic's without any change whatsoever. The only thing that's really changing here is the fact the bottom left icon has a Tails icon rather than Sonic's face. And that's pretty much it. Though, at this point, the game is about to change a little bit for Tails. We're not repeating Sonic's levels from here on out, because you remember during Sonic's playthrough, he loses Tails. So that actually means that Tails actually gets some new cutscenes and levels, which is pretty cool. So the plane crashes and Tails and Sonic get separated. Tails falls down to the Mystic Ruins, and this gives him a flashback about the first time he met Sonic, which is what this is supposed to be, in case you're wondering. I know it's kind of weird. Tails is bummed out because he's been bullied by having two tails, and then he sees Sonic. And seeing Sonic makes his mouth open really wide for some reason. I mean, this is cool to see the first interpretation of this meeting, but of course, later things have done this way better. So Tails finally wakes up after having his flashback. He's like, wow, I've grown a lot since I met Sonic. And he's like, I need to be good for Sonic, so I gotta make sure my prototype works, but I need to find our Chaos Emerald. So Tails is going to take the minecart into the jungle of Mystic Ruins, which is an area that we didn't really explore much as Sonic since we were taken pretty much to where we needed to go. But the Mystic Ruins here is basically a maze of pathways, but it's pretty simple. Essentially, you don't really need to go to the right at all, but you want to stay to the left. Here, I'm going to the right. Why am I going to the right? Well, because the right is right. Just kidding, it's not. And you can find a bunch of people who are actually stuck here, inside the woods here. These are the crew that people are trying to find when they're searching, in case you're wondering. They're like, I can't find my way out of here. Also, yeah, there's an emblem there. There's a couple emblems hidden in here. They're not too important, and I'm not going to go over where each one is. But yeah, this area is pretty easy to travel first with Tails, though. And he also can walk on top of the treetops on some sections of it. It's not too hard. There's a couple little secrets here and there. But overall, it's pretty beat. Anyway, when Tails walks through, he finally sees a Chaos Emerald, a red one to be exact. But he also sees this weird frog jump towards it and take it. And Tails is like, oh crap, I need that emerald. So Tails chases the frog to this little cave here, where he's got to press a switch in order for it to activate. And this is a Tails exclusive stage. Well, once we wait for the sand to drain here, we get to the Tails exclusive stage. The stage is Sand Hill. The only character that plays this is Tails. There's a snowboarding section, or basically all you have to do is get to the bottom. It's not a race, it's not even technically considered a stage, but it is basically. If Ice Cap was a stage, then this is a stage. Alright, game. And you can get a bunch of points for going through the little like loops stuff there. And there's a lot of interesting things going on in the background. It's a pretty neat stage. There's obstacles, but overall you can't die here. The only thing that's really tricky about it is 100%ing it, because this stage can get really annoying when you're trying to do it that way. But other than that, it's fine. Like I said, the snowboarding's a little janky, but it's not too bad here. It is fun, though, to get a nice new snowboarding stage rather than just doing the Ice Cap one over and over again. And it's nice to see a nice little sandy desert. I'm not sure why we're in a desert when we just went through a cave, but what the heck? It's Sonic's world, what do you expect? So at the end of it, Tails finally catches the frog, but then Ticole here decides that this is a great time to show Tails a vision. Why? I don't really know, and for some reason she shows Tails a lot more than she showed Sonic. Tails ends up in the Mystic Ruins, but in the past, so we could see when the Echidna tribe, known as the Knuckles clan, was alive and well, and it's pretty neat. It actually references real life since the temples are based off, I think, pretty sure it's Mayan temples, which got overgrown, which is what happened in Sonic Adventure, but this is what they would have looked like, which is pretty neat. And you can actually talk to the Knuckles clan. These guys are pretty low poly echidnas who love to talk about how they're angry and want to fight stuff all the time. They don't have a lot to say, actually. They're kind of primitive. You go to the left, you'll actually find a upgrade that's actually skippable, so keep in mind if you want to get this upgrade. It's not needed, but it's pretty cool. This is the Rhythm Badge. It gives Tails a nice little badge, but makes it so that his tail spin attack is continuous, which is actually kind of fun to play with. It's not that useful since you never really need to use it. But if you want to cut the grass there you go. And that's really all there is to this area. There's a lot of cool things to look at, and here's the Rhythm Badge in action. It's actually quite mesmerizing to play with, believe it or not. So back in present, Tails sees a giant purple cat run after him, and he gets a little scared, especially as the ground starts to shake. I mean, who is this creep? And he even trips and falls. Anyway, we finally meet Ticole here, who tells us about the Chaos Emerald chant that she learned from her grandmother. Yeah, there's some lore for you there. I had to mention that 'cause there's some lore. This chant becomes important for later. And, yeah, she talks to Tails and it's like, who are you? And then Tails goes back to present day. It doesn't matter since the frog Tails is holding jumps on its head. And Tails is like, well, whatever, dude. Don't give a crap about your frog. So Tails is just lucky that the cat didn't do anything to him. But looking for Tails, he's able to get the red Chaos Emerald. It doesn't really matter. So Tails uses the Chaos Emerald to fix his new biplane, the Tornado 2. And he fixes all the problems, and he's like, here it goes. So Tails sets to the sky in his new Tornado 2, and he's ready to look for Sonic. And of course, Tails decides the best way to find Sonic is to look for Eggman, and he does. While flying near the Red Mountain, he sees Sonic there. And he helps Sonic to take a ride to the Egg Carrier, and both of them are ready to beat Egghead. We then play Sky Chase Act 2, which is exactly the same as Sonic's, with the transformation and the boss battle. I'm not going to go over it, just go back to the Sonic part if you want to know more about it. Well, it's cool to see that stuff, but if you're seeing it again in exactly the same way, it isn't too interesting.
Let's get busy!
So Sonic and Tails crash land on the plane, and they're gotta go after Eggman. The thing about that cutscene is that Tails is like, Sonic, you need to pay attention and set sights on what we need to do. It's like, okay, Tails, I'm listening to you, which is kind of funny because that does not happen in the Sonic cutscene. So Eggman transforms the Egg Carrier so that it's harder for them to approach him, much like he did in the Sonic campaign, which leads Tails to go to the Skydeck, much like Sonic. He also has the same dialogue where he says, wow, this is Skydeck? So that leads us to Stage 4 of Skydeck. This is once again a race between Sonic. This time we're going to the first part of Skydeck, though this one was a tricky stage to do with Sonic. With Tails, it's not so much since we can fly. And flight makes the stage a lot easier. And look at Sonic having to climb ladders. We can just fly over that crap. We don't even care. Yeah, it's so much easier to play this stage as Tails than with Sonic. And he even got the nice little boost, which you don't even need during some sections. But hey, it's nice. It's actually pretty fun, actually, this stage. It might work a little better with Tails and Sonic, but who really knows? But, unfortunately, much like most Tails levels, it's incredibly too short. And once we do all that, we see Gamma here, who's going to attack Tails instead of Sonic this time after the Sky Chase thing. Tails' fight against Gamma is pretty much just as easy as Sonic's was, but this time we can do some nice ballerina dance moves. So Tails is about to kill Gamma, but Amy stops Tails from doing so. And yeah, it's kind of weird that these two are having a dialogue about that, because I don't think Tails would be the one who will want to kill a robot, but whatever.
Okay, if you say so. You have your reasons, I guess.
It's kind of funny that Sonic's not involved with this cutscene and Tails just repeats the same lines he says. It's kind of funny. In case you're wondering, Tails' versions of stuff like this are not the canon version of the events that happened. It's just, I guess, his head canon. Tails might have some problems, illusions of grandeur, or whatever, but it's kind of funny. And Sonic's like, hey, take Amy, because I gotta fight Eggman. And Tails like, okay, I'll drop off Amy down in Station Square. And, oh, looks like Gamma followed us, too. Isn't that nice? So Tails drops off Amy at Station Square, and he just, like, says, shoo, I don't want to do anything with you now, because I see Eggman and his cart falling away. Like, quite literally, he gives her the backhand, which is kind of funny.
That's Eggman! I wonder what happened to Sonic.
Chaos was defeated, and now my egg carrier is ruined. No matter. I will destroy Station Square anyway.
If that missile is launched,
Ready? Fire!
So Eggman decides to launch a ballistic missile to Station Square, but luckily for Tails, it was a dud, because Tails would have died just then. But now it's up to Tails to get to the missile before Robotnik does, or Eggman, if you will. I can't say Robotnik when they say Robotnik. Eggman's pissed off, like, it was a dud, and so Tails got to chase after him, so one gets the missile before the other one. Tails has hesitation since he's a little nervous, but he realizes that if he wants to be a hero like his friend Sonic, that he's got to stop being scared and stand up to Eggman.
I've changed a lot since I started hanging with Sonic. But I can't depend on him forever. I know I can do this by myself. Okay, Eggman, bring it on!
The last stage is Speed Highway. As you can see, Tails has a lot less stages than Sonic, even counting the 3 sub-games that he has, which would only add the total up to 8, compared to Sonic's 15, I believe, stages, but I could be wrong. Anyway, this is Speed Highway. Probably the best Tails level since we had to play most of the level, unlike the rest of Tails levels. Since the first act of Speed Highway is what we play, and Speed Highway Act 1 is pretty long, unless you do what I do and think you can cut more than you can, which you'll fall to your death, and Eggman blows up Station Square. This race actually makes more sense than the Sonic one, since why were you even racing Sonic in the first place? We're trying to get to the same goal. Here you're actually racing for something. Like, you gotta stop Eggman before he's able to get to his missile and kill everybody. Which, you know, that's no good. So yeah, there's a lot of more shortcuts to take here, and if you're not careful like me, you'll fall to your death. Unless you don't want to be a ballsy beaver, just take the normal paths. There's a lot of ones they want you to take, and you'll do a lot better in this stage. You can take big shortcuts, but if you want to play safe, you can just do the normal pathways. Just make sure you learn how to fly, because this stage wants you to know that you know how to use the flight ability. Way more so than the other Tails stages. I kind of wish more of them were like this, so this wouldn't come out of nowhere. So crap, I actually don't really know how to use the flight, because most of them were kind of small and didn't have this many shortcuts or pathways to take. But that's why I kind of like the Speed Highway. Also, like I said, there's higher stakes. We're actually racing against a villain who's trying to do something bad, rather than just racing with our friend. Like, hey Tails, you made it.
You think you can keep up with me? What? He's caught up!
People say Speed Highway is easily the best Sonic stage. Well, Speed Highway for me is easily the best Tails stage. Even if it is a little harder, but I kind of like that because it's the only Tails stage that actually gives me a challenge, since most of them are pretty easy unless you're doing the challenge versions of the modes, being the B and C missions, A, B, C. You already talked about the A, B, C missions for 100%. We're not going to really talk about that since, you know, we're just beating the game. 100% doesn't mean anything in base Sonic Adventure game anyway, unless we're playing the DX version. And we're just talking about Sonic Adventure 1 here, not DX. Eventually you'll find where the missile is, located inside of a building, so people in that building must not have had a good time. And we win. It's actually pretty easy to win against Eggman. Even most of the challenge comes from the platforming. So now that Tails is here, Eggman's mad. He's like, you beat me, but I'm still gonna destroy you, you little pest, as a bunch of people are surrounding Tails, just giving him support. And of course Eggman decides he's gonna send a little machine to do his bidding this time. Well, a machine that he's controlling, so he's doing the bidding. This machine is gonna stomp Tails out.
You fool! Away, before I make mincemeat out of you.
I'm not scared. I'm not scared. I can do this.
This final boss is the Egg Walker. And can Tails do this? Why, yes. This boss fight isn't too challenging. Eggman's going to try to stomp you near him, and you gotta hit his leg, and then you jump into him and does damage. This boss fight has a couple of moves. When you're far away from him, he'll shoot missiles, and then he'll do jumping attack after that. When you're under his legs, he'll do stomping attacks, and depending on how far you are in the boss fight, he'll stomp more of his legs, and you gotta jump over them. It gets a little tricky later on, but this boss fight isn't too hard. You basically always want to be under his legs, because when you're far away, it doesn't really do anything. Just keep in mind that you gotta make sure you know how to fly, because you're gonna need to dodge all those stomps that he gives out. But other than that, it's not too tricky of a boss fight. It's definitely easier than Sonic's final boss fight, but what do you expect? Tails' whole run has been easy. But at least it's an actual boss fight and not like a Knuckles fight where you just like hit him easily and nothing else happens. Like I said, it can get a little tricky later on. Just make sure you hit all of his ankles, and then after one hit, Eggman will finally be put out of commission. So Tails is actually able to defeat Eggman all by himself, and all the people there are cheering him on, saying, "Yeah, Tails, you go, you rock!" And Tails' self-esteem, it goes up, and because he believed in himself. Tails does a celebratory dance by himself here, in case you're wondering that's what he's doing there, and he flies away to see where Sonic is. Also, according to Sonic Adventure 2, the townspeople were so happy that Tails defeated Eggman here that they gave him a Chaos Emerald. I don't know how that even happened, based on the state of events, because it doesn't make a lot of sense, especially when you see what happens at the end of the game to Station Square. But whatever, they liked Tails so much they gave him a Chaos Emerald. That's not an issue with this game, it's more of an issue with the next game, but whatever. Tails is so happy he celebrates and punches the air in the sky when he sees Sonic. And Sonic's like, "Hey, how's it going?" And they give a high five, and Tails decides to fly around as his theme plays, which is Believe in Myself. And it looks like he sings it too, like Sonic did.
When I'm alone in my chair, I just go about wish to so easily. This is not simply my way, my style, gotta get a hold of my life.
Tails' song Believe in Myself is a very cheesy song. It's considered a hard rock in Sonic Adventure. It was composed by the same people who did the Sonic's theme, Jun Sonoi and Takahiro Fukuda. And it's sung by Karen Blake. And it's very cheesy. Tails singing about, "I'm alone in my bed, and I want to look up to Sonic, but I gotta believe in myself." The Sonic Adventure 2 version I think is better, but I forget which one's better, actually. It doesn't really matter. Overall, it does have the theme of his story, which is that Tails needs to believe in himself, that he can do stuff without Sonic's help and grow as a person, because he's a little kid after all, and he needs to use his own abilities to fight Eggman and all that sort of good stuff. The Tails storyline actually kind of like that. Most of it is just copying Sonic's, but most of it's non-canon because he doesn't fight Gamma. That's actually not canon. Because we see in Gamma's storyline, he's the one who only fights Sonic, so meaning that Tails isn't the one out. So other than that, is problem with the Tails storyline is that it's incredibly too short. The fact that they could have extended his levels is the biggest problem. They weren't really well designed for his gameplay style, unfortunately, which means his gameplay is pretty easy and pretty short. I will take that, though, over something that's hard and annoying, though. Like I said, it doesn't play bad, it's just that it wasn't that designed around him. Most of these side characters feel a little rushed overall, and I can see why some people complain about it. I don't personally mind it, since the whole meat and potatoes is a Sonic gameplay, and everything else is just a side dish, even though it's presented as all of them are kind of equal. So yeah, I don't have a problem with the Tails storyline, though, because he plays pretty well. It's just his levels aren't that great. However, like I said, the other additional missions help flesh his stuff out a little bit, so we want to play the ABC challenges for each mission. They do get a little better, I will say that. But I think Tails' storyline is pretty fine, though I wish it had more uniqueness to it. But this could have been a great starting point for more Tails gameplay like this, but like I said, we didn't really get this. So overall, I think Tails' storyline is good, but it doesn't hold up to Sonic's, but what do you expect?
Select a character.
Okay, let's go!
Knuckles' story is where we start next, of course. Of course, the egg carrier is approaching the Angel Island, over which Knuckles resides. And of course, if you couldn't tell, Knuckles' story is actually a lot more unique than Tails, since Knuckles doesn't follow Sonic the whole time. So that means we get a unique story. From the start of Knuckles' story, we can see that he's a loner, not understanding why he's there, or why he's even doing what he does. He just does because that's what he's always been doing, and that's his role in life. That is when something interrupts his thoughts. You see the Master Element behind him erupts, and something emerges from it. That being chaos and a ball of light. Eggman's the one who calls it the break because he wanted to release Chaos from it, unknowingly also releasing Tikal, who's also sealed away with Chaos himself. That's where Chaos came from, in case you're wondering. And Knuckles gets really sad because his Master Emerald, his precious Master Emerald, is broken, and he tries to fight Chaos, but it's kind of hard to fight a guy who's made up entirely of water. We finally learned Chaos' backstory. We know that he's not too fond of Echidna, so he knocks Knuckles right off his podium.
It's starting to happen. Without the Master Emerald's power, this whole island will fall into the ocean.
So Chaos leaves, and Knuckles like, what the heck's going on here? Before he can analyze anything, the island starts to fall around him. So, of course, a pre-render cutscene happens where Angel Island falls into the ocean. But luckily it's right next to the Mystic Ruin, so at least Knuckles can easily transport himself to different areas. Knuckles finds himself in Station Square, a place he's never been. He's like, I don't care what's going on, I need to find shards of the Master Emerald. So somehow the pieces of the Master Emerald have floated off all around Angel Island, Station Square, and the Mystic Ruins. So Knuckles' job's going to be pretty hard. And he's asking people about Master Emerald, but of course no one knows anything about that. So yeah. Apparently the Master Emerald shards have appeared in the news building a meteor shower, and apparently they're up in the north. If you want to go to this Knuckles' first stage, what you gotta do is not talk to this guy, who of course everything's mapped the same button. You punch this barrier because you don't give a crap, and you go on to the Knuckles' first stage. Knuckles' first stage is Speed Highway, and let's talk about Knuckles' moveset. Knuckles, like he could in Sonic 3, can glide and climb up walls. He also has a punch button. Now because of these abilities, it makes playing regular levels pretty easy, so Knuckles' levels are completely different. He's looking for the Master Emerald shards, and there's 3 in each stage. So the radar tells you how close you are, and they're located in different things. Sometimes they'll be hidden in enemies, sometimes they'll be have to dig for them with a later upgrade, and sometimes they'll just be floating around. In Sonic Adventure 1, finding the emeralds is pretty easy, since all 3 of them can be found with your tracker. The levels are also a lot smaller and not really designed for them. So if you're here, we're playing the Act 2 of Speed Highway that Sonic ran through. It works well for a treasure hunting stage, but since it's not that big, it's pretty easy to find all the pieces. They're not too difficult to find. I know some people don't like these treasure hunting stages, but I think they're fine. Knuckles moves pretty fast, and if you know where to look, it's not too hard. It basically wants you to explore, which is something that we've seen in Sonic, but this time the level is exclusively focusing on exploration. That's why I think something like this works better than something like Sonic CD, where the gameplay was not styled around exploration, even though the game wants you to explore stuff. Here, we're supposed to explore, so it's actually a lot funner to do so. And, of course, Knuckles stage, I quite like the treasure hunting stage. As a kid, I wasn't a big fan of it, mostly the Sonic Adventure 2 version, but I like that version down too. But it's one of those things you gotta keep playing. You gotta realize that the whole goal is to try to see how fast you can find them. So the Adventure 1, I think it eases you into the gameplay style a lot better than Sonic Adventure 2 does. And as you can see, Knuckles finds all the Chaos Emeralds. We're each looking in a different spot. Also, if you need help, go find Nicole the floating orb, and she'll head you in the right direction pretty easily. Anyway, after completing Speed Highway, which is not too hard, we've got to go to the next stage, which is Casino-Opolis. Now, in order to get there, we need to climb on the sign here, but we can't, because Knuckles' claws just can't grip it. But luckily for us, these rings are giving us a little hint here. We got to climb the side here and go to the Chao in Space movie poster. And that way, you'll actually be able to hit the casino sign by gliding right into it. And that enters Knuckles into his second stage, being Casinopolis. Casinopolis are playing in the lobby, but his stage is a little different since we are not going to play pinball or anything like that. No, Knuckles got to take advantage of the verticality of this stage that we didn't even know existed. There's Chaos Emeralds, what did I say Chaos Emeralds? Emerald shards all over the place, and most of them are located on the higher levels. Using springs, Knuckles will get bounced up right into the upper levels. You can see those pirate guys that I mentioned way earlier in the video. There's Sonic's version. And essentially there's a lot of cool things. Like there's a lion stuff, a lot of casino elements that you'll see in stuff like Vegas. I think there's a cowgirl that got removed because it made a weird sound when you hit her in the Japanese version. But oh well, that's Japan humor for you. What are you going to expect? So this level isn't too big. So there's not a whole lot to look for. But there is a little secret hidden goodies and crooks and nannies to look for, so keep in mind. Like the one of them will be located in the lion's mouth sometimes. Sometimes you gotta fight those pirates. And other times they'll be in the lower level. Also, if you couldn't tell, Sonic has a statue in the middle. Some of them are not as easy to find as others. Like for here, you gotta click on this switch in order to find this one, which makes you feel like it's on the lower level. But actually, it's right in this little cog room, and that's where you can find another emerald. That's if it's located here. Like I said, you can always use the call to find emeralds. So finding emeralds here isn't too hard, so I'm not going to go over it as much as I will when I talk about Sonic Adventure 2. Once Knuckles collects the emerald pieces, he actually gets a vision from his ancestors. So, since Knuckles is actually Tikal's descendant, it makes sense that he actually gets 3 flashbacks compared to every other character's 1. Now, does it make sense that certain characters even have these flashbacks? No, but at least Knuckles has 3. The funny thing is that Knuckles doesn't give a crap at all. Mostly because his voice actor isn't that great, but like him seeing all his ancestors and his actual species thriving when he's the only last of his kind, and him having no reaction to it is super weird. Yeah, like I said, especially since this is the only version of Knuckles that does that. Most of the interpretations I've seen, like he's like really fascinated with what happened to his people and gets really shocked when he sees more of them. But whatever, here Knuckles doesn't give a crap that he gets to see what a species used to look like. But whatever. And yes, you can talk to the Knuckles clan. They have pretty much the same things they always say. Though you can see how low poly they are compared to Knuckles himself. They look pretty crappy compared to him. But hey, that's because they're primitive echidnas. It makes sense why they look so low poly. They haven't evolved to this form of Knuckles. During this, we actually get to see the first time we see Chief Pakamak, which is Tikal's father, also Knuckles' descendant. He's a warmonger who wants to conquer land and thinks that just taking things that don't belong to him to help his conquest is justified. And Tikal tries to say that's not right, but he doesn't give a crap. And that's pretty much the whole thing that goes on here.
The 7 emeralds are essential to our survival. It is for the good of all our people.
How can I make you understand? Attacking other countries, stealing and killing can't be the right path to peace.
So what do you think Knuckles' reaction to seeing why his civilization went to hell? He doesn't care at all. Anyway, when going to the casino, we see Sonic and Tails just sitting on the ground. What are these bozos doing? And they don't seem to see a lot, but Knuckles thinks they're pretty stupid for just sitting on the ground, acting all conked out there, but whatever. Knuckles doesn't give a back crap about them because he has to find the missing pieces of the Master Emerald still. When going back to the hotel lobby, Knuckles sees Eggman going into one of the elevators, and something about Eggman's holding piques his interest. See, it shines. That must be a missing piece of the Master Emerald!
Hold on! Come back here!
So a unique location we don't see. We get to see this hotel lobby as Knuckles confronts Eggman, like, I want that piece. Eggman's like, oh, this isn't a piece of the Master Emerald. You see, it's a Chaos Emerald, so you shouldn't want to fight me, Knuckles, but you're going to have to fight Chaos anyway. Eggman tosses the Chaos Emerald to Chaos, and we get to see Chaos 2. He has 2 Chaos Emeralds. We've seen this form a little bit during the Sonic cutscene, but now we're actually going to fight him because Knuckles wants to give him a piece of his mind after shattering the Master Emerald.
Changing shape won't scare me.
One of the attacks he does is burst into a bunch of balls here, and basically, you just got to avoid them, I guess. I'm actually not too sure what you're supposed to do here because they all attack you. It's just a very slow part of the boss fight, and yeah, this boss fight is kind of annoying. It's unique, but it's like the opening to hit him is not very clear, so I kind of sit there and wait to see what the heck's going to happen. So, Knuckles' unique boss fight for Chaos 2. It's actually a unique boss fight since, no one else fights him other than Knuckles. And he loves to bounce around in ball form, which can be pretty annoying, because I want to hit him. I don't want to wait for him to start bouncing around. So this setting is pretty unique. I actually like the way it looks. And we were trying to punch him, he blocks your attacks. Like, come on, dude, I don't want to hit you in the face. Essentially, you gotta wait till he does this certain attack for him to be able to be hit. It's pretty much the same like all the other boss fights that are like this. They're either super easy or they block you until you can hit them. Most of them are about the same. Nothing too unique or special here. But this one actually I find a little challenging since the opening is actually a lot smaller and harder to actually interpretate. Interpretate. Is that even a word? No. Interpretation. Whatever. But with one good timed hit, we can finally send Chaos back to the puddle. So Eggman leaves right before he says that Sonic's also looking for the Master Emeralds. Knuckles like, is he? Well, he sure is. Go check it out. So Knuckles like, maybe I must check it out, because I don't want anyone taking my Master Emerald shards, that's for sure.
You're not the only one on a wild goose chase, idiot! Why should I ruin your surprise?
I wonder what he meant by that. I'd better find Sonic.
I don't usually mention the DX version right now, because I want to say that for at the end of the video, but during this cutscene, for some reason, the walk cycle for Knuckles extends for way longer than it does in the regular adventure game. It's actually really weird why it does that. The game automatically transports you to the Mystic Ruins, where Knuckles contemplates, like, I need to see if Sonic is after the Master Emerald. And of course, Knuckles' thought is immediately proven right when he sees Sonic holding something shiny and green. But who cares about story? We can get an upgrade to get. If you go down the cave that we usually go to and head to this left tunnel, usually there's nothing here, but here we get locked in and we find our next upgrade, the Shovel Claws. The Shovel Claws look pretty cool, but they allow Knuckles to dig if he presses the jump and action button at the same time. And so yeah, that's all he does. That works a little better in Second Adventure. Also, it's kind of weird that Knuckles needs his upgrade, seeing as echidnas can actually dig pretty well in real life. But yeah, echidnas can't glide or climb up walls, but they can dig. Knuckles needs an upgrade to dig. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So essentially, you're trapped in this room and you need to defeat this robot. And how do you do that? By digging this weird mound with an Eggman face on it. So Knuckles decides to dig in there and he finds a weird button. And this button just destroys monkeys, I guess. Monkey destruction switch, quite literally. Why did Eggman build this? I don't really know, but it's useful for us right now, so we need to get out of this area. But yeah, just ignore the fact that I said that Knuckles sees Sonic immediately, because, yeah, I forgot about that, so he doesn't actually see him right away. He has a little stage for that, but he's still looking for Sonic. Well, also, there's an emblem right there that only Knuckles can get, really. So, right here, there's a nice little emblem, hidden secret, just to let you guys know that, those of you who are curious. Because in order to get a Red Mountain, you need to have this switch in order to destroy this monkey. And that once that's done, the gates open and we can travel first into Red Mountain. Well, yeah, make sure you have your monkey deactivation switch, because you're going to need it to get into the Knuckles' next stage. Red Mountain is the first stage that Knuckles can find emeralds hidden underground. Now, I believe that they can also be found underground in previous levels once you have the upgrade. But yeah, of course, one of them are guaranteed to actually be underground, so you have to dig for it. It's pretty easy to find. Once your emerald blinker is pink, that's when you'll know to get one. Anyway, we're in the first act of Sonic's version of Red Mountain, but actually that stage works pretty well as a treasure hunting stage, since it's pretty big out in the open. It's sort of like a beta Pumpkin Hill, just not as well laid out. You just gotta make sure you find those emeralds, and most of them are in a pretty easy spot. What makes Sonic Adventure's emerald hunting stages a lot easier than Adventure 2 is the fact that your emerald radar works continuously the whole time. So if you're near an emerald, one of them will always go off. However, in Sonic Adventure 2, if you're near one, only the first one will go off if you're near that one. So if you're close right next to an emerald, it won't go off. You can get more bonus points in Adventure 2 if you find an emerald without the radar, but still, it doesn't really matter. Actually, I kind of like that addition, but the same way, I think it was a nice way to start off the adventures, these emerald hunting stages with the radar like this. Like, as you can see, most of them aren't in really hard places, and even though Red Mountain is bigger than some of the other Knuckles treasure hunting stages, it's still smaller than Sonic's version of it, so you shouldn't have too much trouble finding stuff here. Though you do use Knuckles Glide a lot more in this stage than you have in other stages, seeing how as spread out the different areas are. Also, nothing needs to be said, but all the enemies in these levels are exactly the same as they were in the Sonic's version of the levels, and we won't be seeing any new enemies until we get to the Amy playthrough. But we found one underground in the rings in front of the camera, and it's clipping through the blue thing. That's actually kind of neat. Anyway, now Knuckles sees Sonic and Tails, and he notices that they have a shiny green thing, which obviously means that Sonic has a piece of the Master Emerald there, and that's totally not a Chaos Emerald.
Hand. It looks like a piece of the Master Emerald. He has no right to have that.
So we've seen the Sonic and Tails cutscene. We know what already happens. Knuckles fights Sonic or Tails, depending if we're playing as Tails, because he wants the missing piece of Master Emerald back. And of course, Sonic thinks it's a good idea to fight him as well, because Sonic likes action. You know, playing as Sonic and Tails, the Knuckles boss fight's a joke, but is it the same with Knuckles? Yeah, the boss fight is super easy with Knuckles as well.
Oh no! Oh no!
For a third time in a row, they drop the Chaos Emeralds, Eggman takes them and gives them to Chaos. Now that leads us into fighting Chaos 4 for a third time, this time as Knuckles. And Chaos 4 hasn't changed at all. It's same movements, same location, same patterns, all that sort of stuff. Now you're just playing as Knuckles. So they didn't really change anything here. This would have been bad if they actually added something new for each of the characters, but since you're basically playing the same thing over and over again, it's eh. I know I said, oh, I want to play this most of the levels again, but the boss fights are a little different since they take a little longer. They're not that fun, but whatever. We also get to see the egg carrier coming out of the sky for the third time. So Sonic and Tails are going after the egg carrier, but Knuckles is going to do his unfinished business, whatever that is. In case you're wondering what that unfinished thing is, you're just finding more pieces of the Master Emerald. I mean, what do you expect? Anyway, let's head down this minecart and see if we can find more pieces of that Master Emerald, that luxurious Master Emerald.
You go on ahead without me. I have some things I need to take care of.
Here we have a piece that we're going to need later, so keep that in mind. But first, we're going to get our second upgrade that Knuckles can get. As you can see, none of the characters have that many upgrades. Most of them have 2, except for one character. The worst character in the game has a bunch. Whatever. You want to go all the way to the right here this time, and you want to climb up a mountain. You want to get up here, you'll find this platform, and all the way at the end up here, you'll find Knuckles' power-up. The yellow boxing glove. Yes, Knuckles has yellow boxing gloves on, known as the fighting gloves.
Not the fighting gloves. They're yellow.
What the hell? Why don't you just give me some gloves with I am gay written on them?
Not only are these gloves incredibly tacky looking, but they're also incredibly useless. So if you hold down the action button, Knuckles will charge and glow, and then he'll let out a little punch. That's about it. Maybe it's useful against enemies, but since enemies take one hit to take down, it's pretty much entirely useless, especially since Knuckles' stages are just about fighting the Chaos Emerald, not really punching people. So at the end of the day, they're useless, but I gotta get all the upgrades because I gotta get them all. What you want to do is take this one statue and head to the center temple there, Lost World, if you will. It's not too hard because this path, even though it's a maze, it really isn't that hard to find stuff here. Though you also will find immediately, if you keep going left, this little area here, which is actually where you'll find the next one, which is pretty neat. If you dig here of Knuckles, you'll find a speed shoe as well as another idol that you're going to need. So whatever, you got the gold and silver one, and you're going to need to put that in the back of the temple. So in the back of it, you'll find these little areas where you're going to place a silver echidna statue and a gold one. And don't worry about misplacing it, like I left it back, the gold one in that one area because it will respawn up here. So that's nice. Anyway, once you do this, the center area here will start to break down and glow. Knuckles will dive into his next stage for Lost World. We're playing in the open room full of all the magnetic puzzle pieces that Sonic had to deal with. For Knuckles, they're pretty much pointless since, he can climb up walls. And this room's actually pretty small, so finding the pieces isn't that tricky at all. Well, it is, because there's some of them are not as easy to find as one might think. Even with our amazing yellow fighting gloves on, it's still hard to find certain of them. So Lost World's version of the stage is pretty simple, especially compared to Sonic's version. And I believe Sonic and Knuckles are the only ones that go on this stage. Like, one of them might be down this weird tube thing going on here, and you gotta make sure you go in this little hole here in order to find it. Yeah, kind of weird. Knuckles then gets another vision from Nicole here, because why wouldn't he? Sonic got a vision here from Nicole, so Knuckles would naturally get one too. Does Knuckles care about the vision? No, he does not care.
This is very strange.
Knuckles wakes up, he finds himself back in front of the Master Emerald altar. So Knuckles sees the Master Emerald Shrine as it used to be, surrounded by 7 Chaos Emeralds, as Nicole is talking to somebody who seems to be in the water. They don't want to leave their post, it seems, and they want to stay where they are to protect these little guys. They're Chao. And we'll be getting to Chao at the very end of the video, because I want to cover the main story before I talk about the Chao Garden. But here they are, and this god here who surrounds the Master Emerald and the 7 Chaos Emeralds are protecting them. Knuckles puts all the remaining pieces back on the Master Emerald, only to discover that he's still missing a few.
This is beginning to blow my mind.
The only problem is that Knuckles doesn't know where it is, but lucky for him, he finds out someone who might. He sees an Eggman robot who's running towards a certain direction. So Knuckles searches for Eggman's base that will lead him to the egg carrier, which it turns out is in the Mystic Ruins. Well, it's pretty easy to find since he makes a giant spotlight and his face all over it. But what do you expect from Eggman? He's not very subtle. I'm also kind of curious how Master Emerald pieces were able to go inside of a temple, but whatever. Like, that was locked from the outside. How did they get in there? But looking at the Master Emerald, it gives him a vision of where to find the remaining pieces. I mean, this may seem like a Deus Ex Machina, but the Master Emerald is a pretty powerful gem, so I guess they can figure out where the last pieces are since it's connected to them. And it showcases Knuckles that's on the egg carrier. And of course, to make it more obvious, that robot Knuckles is following also goes through this base. So Knuckles chases after the robot to see if he can find the remaining pieces to the Master Emerald.
Just what I thought. Time to make a house call.
Lucky for Knuckles, he gets on the egg carrier before it rises up into the air. As Knuckles begins to search for the Master Emerald shards on top of this floating egg carrier, things start to get a little crazy as, for some reason, the whole thing starts to change on him. So Knuckles makes his way into Eggman's pool room. Yes, Eggman has a pool room. Oh, don't you? I mean, if you're Eggman, you want to make a pool room in your giant flying fortress? There's an emblem up here and a bunch of little goodies if you want them. It's all good. Rings, actually, you can see are in the overworld because you can use them during the Chao Garden, in case you're wondering. Inside the pool room, there's a hidden door, and since the pool is drained, Knuckles can use it, and he can find his way to the sky deck to find the remaining pieces of the Master Emerald. His last stage is Stage 5, Sky Deck. Here, Knuckles must use his crane to change the way the ship is in order for him to find the missing pieces in this final part of Sonic's version of Sky Deck. It's actually pretty neat, actually, because when you move it, technically Sonic's also running on this area, so because Knuckles is moving the ship, that's why he's having to deal with what he's dealing with. As you can see here, I found that one of the emeralds is behind one of these crates, but in order to get to it, I need to move the ship. So moving the lever changes the way the ship is tilted, and because of the gravity, certain things will move out of the way. And that's how you're able to get certain pieces of the emerald. Like these doors, one of them is in there, but I can't get in those doors because of the way the ship is pulled. Knuckles is all happy and ready to store the Master Emerald, but he gets one more vision from Tikal, who flies around him. Also can ignore the fact there's a Tikal behind him too. Of course, due to his gliding ability, Knuckles has less trouble here than Sonic did, and Knuckles gets his Master Emeralds, unknowingly causing havoc for Sonic and Tails doing the regular Sky Deck mission. This vision is very similar to Sonic's vision, but now we have more context. It turns out that Tikal's father, Pocket Mac, decided to attack anyway, and all havoc's broken loose. Knuckles decides to go check on his ancestor, not knowing that it's his ancestor, because Knuckles doesn't ask any questions other than, "Are you okay?" And that's where the vision ends, with some monster screaming in the background.
Dream? It's more like a nightmare.
Knuckles decides that, I don't really give a crap about my past, because he just says, it's just a nightmare or something like that. And Knuckles is about to head off the egg carrier, because he's all done. He's got all the pieces. He finds that Sonic and Eggman are having their usual standoff, and that Eggman's crying little baby because he lost to Sonic once again. Knuckles thinks about Chaos after he caused all this trouble. He sees off in the distance that some spark of light is happening, and he decides to wander over there to see what's going on. Eggman and Sonic have their own chase. Knuckles like, whatever, I'll let him do whatever he wants. But then Knuckles gets distracted because it turns out that Chaos 6 is right next to him, because Chaos 6 just reformed. It turns out that Sonic didn't really defeat him, and he's still there.
It can't be! I guess he didn't get enough the first time. You can't stop me from restoring the Master Emerald!
Unlike Sonic and Tails, Knuckles' final boss is just one of Sonic's regular bosses against Chaos 6. This time there's already the ice things already there. It works very similar to Sonic's fight, but slightly different because there's two gaps to make it a little more trickier, to make it more like a final boss. It was a little lame that Knuckles' final boss is a boss that Sonic fights normally, and pretty much you fight the same way. But whatever, at least it's different. Chaos 6 is also fought by 3 characters, but each time it's slightly different, unlike Chaos 4. So I guess it makes a lot of sense. This is the final form of Chaos we see in the regular campaigns anyway, so... Chaos does all his normal moves. He jumps around, and he sucks air, he uses his tail to attack. The only difference here is that there's 2 gaps in the road, and that the ice guys are a little easier to find because, Eggman isn't just throwing one at a time. There's appear all over the place. But Knuckles has a little bit harder time of knocking them into chaos, since the homing attack makes things a lot easier than the Knuckles punch. But other than that, this boss fight isn't too hard. You already beat it as Sonic, so at this point it shouldn't be too hard. And this is the end of the Knuckles campaign.
Is that all you've got?
Chaos defeated, all the Chaos Emeralds drop out of him, and Knuckles is like, yeah, I'm gonna take these too, because might as well. See him take them, but in the final story he has them, because he thought it's a good idea to take them. So the egg carrier explodes, but Knuckles gets out of there by using his gliding ability. So once again, Knuckles restores the Master Emerald in Angel Island and goes up into the sky. In Knuckles' final cutscene is a reprise of his original cutscenes, contemplating on his whole adventure and learning about his past, saying that, I don't really care about my past, because whatever it is, I'd rather have the chill life of just guarding the Master Emerald. And I'll be like this pretty much the whole time, because I don't care about the whole story. Just whatever.
I may not know the whole story behind this, but perhaps it's better that way. I'm at peace once more.
So Knuckles doesn't end his storyline punching the air or doing anything like that or singing his own theme song, though it would be hilarious if he sings his own theme song, since his theme song is a rap, and it's specifically from the perspective of Knuckles, because the guy like says, I'm Knuckles. And yeah, let's talk about Knuckles' theme.
Rougher than the rest of them, the best of them, tougher than leather. You can call me Knuckles. Unlike Sonic, I don't chuckle. I'd rather flex my muscles.
We get a nice pre-rendered cutscene of the island rising all the way into the sky. Knuckles' song, known as Unknown from ME, or Master Emerald, I don't know why they had to do it like that, was composed by Kenichi Tokai, and it is rapped by Dread Fox, and sung by Marlon Sanders. There's two parts. It's one of those classic rap songs. It's from the 90s, what do you expect? So we got a rap part that's from the perspective of Knuckles, talking about, I'm Knuckles, and unlike Sonic, I don't chuckle. Despite the fact the first thing we ever see Knuckles do in Sonic 3 is chuckle, so he's a liar. And he also talks about how he's hard as nails, and that he doesn't know his backstory, but he's born on an island in the heaven. And the person who sings the other part is trying to be as soulful as possible, but because it's from Knuckles, it is just really funny. This song is just iconic, and it's funny. It sounds good, but it's just really cheesy. And the song stayed around. It's basically been Knuckles' theme since this game, because as cheesy as it is, it just, you can't not associate it with Knuckles.
Cleanse yourself with them evil spirits that's in you. Now stand up to all the pain and turmoil. Just believe in myself, won't rely on others.
I mean, Knuckles' theme, it does correlate to the other one's themes. Tails of Believe in Myself and Sonic's It Doesn't Matter. Both of them are about those characters and what their beliefs and stuff. And similar ideas. That's kind of cool. They all have very similar ideas. Anyway, that's the end of the Knuckles storyline. Overall, Knuckles' gameplay is good, while the story is kind of lacking. If you had more interest in his backstory, it wouldn't be so bad. I think it is better than Tails, though, since he has more unique levels. They're better thought out. They are short once you know what you're doing. Though people who don't, you might have a little more time. Knuckles controls pretty well here. He's pretty fluently. And I actually really like his gameplay style, and I really like it when they brought it back in the next game as well. So overall, I give Knuckles' storyline a pretty good positive.
Knuckles, the blow thrower, independent flower, magical emerald holder. The new porcupine on the block with the buff chest, out the wilderness with the ruggedness. Knock knock is Knuckles, the blow thrower, independent flower.
Select a character.
My turn now!
We finally get to play as a new character. Well, we played as Amy before, but not in the main Sonic game. And now she's got a brand new design, and, well, I guess she has a similar personality. Anyway, Amy's a resident of Station Square, and she does shopping here, because, I don't know, she needs groceries. Don't you? She has a good big bag of groceries full of veggies and baguettes. So she isn't happy with her mundane life and wishes that she could be with Sonic, because she likes the thrill of adventure she had that one time she was with Sonic. That one time being Sonic CD, if you couldn't tell by this weird looking flashback.
He's gone, and there's nothing left to do.
All of a sudden, everything goes dark, and the reason that is because there's a giant aircraft in the sky. This is so shocking that it makes her drop all of her groceries. That is one giant aircraft flying over the city, that's for sure. This is a pre-rendered cutscene in case you couldn't tell. And something actually comes down from the aircraft and actually hits Amy right in the face.
You should watch where you're going, buddy!
And sees this weird robot known as Zero that wants to attack her because she's holding on to the bird that just fell onto her face. This Badnik is known as E100-0. It is the beta to the E1000 series, or 101 series, if you will. So the next one will be E101 beta. We'll get to the other E's when we get to them. But this guy is designed purpose to work for Eggman and to capture the bird. As Amy's holding the bird, it chases after her.
Hey! You almost ran me over, creep!
Amy hides from the robot inside the burger shop, but she realizes that she's going to need protection if she wants to help this birdie. Anyway, now we can play as Amy. Amy has her hammer that was introduced in Sonic the Fighters, the Pico Pico hammer. And she, on the ground, she can use it to hit, and she has a stage where she can run really fast when she's holding the hammer to move at normal speed. The best way to get into that state is to actually jump in the air to swing your hammer. That's actually the fastest way. Now, Amy's actually pretty acrobatic. In fact, if you hit your hammer when you're running, she can actually do a pretty big jumps, and actually flows pretty well. In fact, even though Amy isn't as fast as the other characters, her flow is pretty good. People say, oh, she's slow, but not really. I mean, compared to Sonic, yeah, but she still has pretty good momentum, and so it doesn't really matter too much. And with all that, we actually have a unique gameplay style. The only problem with Amy's is that she only has 3 levels in the entire game, which kind of sucks. While Amy's looking for some way to keep the bird protected, she finds her answer, Sonic.
Sonic! My hero!
Sonic's actually more standoffish in his encounter of Amy in her perspective compared to him in his storyline. Because when Amy's like, you gotta be the bodyguard to this bird, Sonic's like, get the heck out of here, and runs away. Unlike in the actual game, regular Sonic game, where he just sticks with Amy. It's actually kind of funny.
No way!
Come on, don't run away!
So, Amy finally catches up with Sonic, who's looking at the Twinkle Park sign. She complains that she can't run as fast as him, because no one else can, because he's super fast. After all, his name is Sonic, which means speed of sound. But uh-oh, the robot came back. Much like in Sonic's story, she reads the Twinkle Park sign saying that cute couples getting free. And that's a great place to go, even though we're being chased by a robot. But whatever.
She's so weird!
So Amy's version of Twinkle Park is the second part in the park itself. While Sonic's off playing go-karts, Amy's being chased by a killer robot. Which is, you know, Sonic's not really doing his job here, well, is he? Anyway, Zero here is so he's going to chase you throughout Amy's 3 levels. He kind of sucks. He only attacks you when you get close, and he will be there, but he won't be close enough to even really do much damage. Plus, you have plenty of rings, and you can always hit him back with your hammer. I guess the only problem is that he seems pretty indestructible, which we even see in his boss fight. So that's the only problem Amy has right now. But her goal is to run away and find a way to find a balloon. Yeah, her goal is a balloon for some reason. In the first part of the stage, you've actually got to explore this area in order to find a switch, which is located, well, near these monkeys. And once you find it, the door will finally be open, and you can go to the next part. Inside the castle, we get like a horror stage where we're inside a castle, a lane of mirrors with really weird, creepy music plays in the background. It's like, what the heck's going on? Anyway, this stage is pretty cool, especially with the mirror effects it has during certain sections. You'll get to learn Amy's platforming style, which is pretty unique since, you know, she's a little slower, meaning that she has to do, it takes a while for her to do certain platforming tricks. One of the problems, her momentum is not very good, because you have to do a jump hammer trick in order to get her at her top speed, which usually when you get to play the other characters isn't much of a problem. But there is some cool stuff, like as you see during the mirror stuff, some holes are actually will fall down below you, but the mirror actually showcases that, which is actually a pretty cool idea. I actually quite like this stage design quite a lot. But this stage is pretty easy, other than the fact that the game makes you feel like it's supposed to be scary, or I don't know what the heck they're going on for with the music.
Free!
Then once you get out of the mirror maze, you will get back to the main part of the Twinkle Park, and from here it's pretty easy. The balloon will be right there, and you pick it up, and Amy will say, "I'm free!" And yeah, that's it. So it looks like Amy avoided the robot, Zero to be exact, and that's all great, good and great. But wait, in Sonic's storyline, didn't she get captured? Well, yeah, she does. So on her way out to Twinkle Park, Zero finally catches up with Amy. And yeah, it's a shame. She got captured by a green robot.
Watch it, Bolt Brain! Let us down!
She yells for Sonic, who happens to hear her, and Zero takes her to the Mystic Ruins. There, she gets sent to jail with the little birdie. She makes sure it's okay and gives it a nice pet. Now, I think the bird's a Flicky, even though it's not technically speaking, so if I say Flicky from here on out, I won't care. Anyway, Amy's about to get interrogated by one of Eggman's robots, E-102 Gamma. Gamma wants the bird, and Amy's like, no, I'm not letting you get the bird. This actually messes with Gamma's computer programming, because he doesn't understand why anyone would not want to have compassion for something else. and Amy says that he must have a sad life not being able to feel compassion for anything. This actually unlocks some memory inside of Gamma as he decides to let Amy go, despite the fact that as a robot designed by Eggman, he shouldn't be able to do so.
Feelings for something you know nothing about. Illogical.
I pity you. Love is not part of your programming. You are missing something good.
Escape.
Well, what? Nice. You're different from the other robots. You've got a soft spot inside your metal frame. If you want, we can be friends, okay?
One of my favorite things about Amy's characterization is that she's actually a quite passionate character, meaning that she can emphasize with characters that even other people wouldn't. And when it comes down to it, she'll knock the heads off people when she gets pretty pissed off, which we'll see near the end of the game. So yeah, that's pretty cool. Even though we escaped our jail cell, we have to complete a minigame in order to get out the door. Essentially, this is an Eggman's Whack-A-Mole, where you gotta hit Sonic and Super Sonic in order to get points. It can be tricky-dicky, to be honest, so keep that in mind. Though once you play it for a little bit, you get the hang of it. You want to get a bunch of Super Sonics, basically, but as you can see, they move pretty fast, but sometimes the pattern is more lenient on you, and you don't want to hit Eggman's because they take away points. It's kind of weird. You would think you would want to hit Eggman, especially since he has a nice bald head, but hey, this is designed by Eggman. He wants you to hit Sonic. And once you hit the threshold of points, that being 2,000 points, the door will unlock, and you can get an upgrade. That's pretty cool, actually. And what is the upgrade, to be exact? She gets the Warrior Feather. This is an ability that allows you to do a hammer spin. A move that isn't that useful until you get the next Amy upgrade, so, because if you do it for too much, it will make her get dizzy, which, you know, that's not too good. But hey, it is kind of neat. Just, like I said, it looks cool, but as soon as you do it for a little too much, which is kind of hard not to do it too much, because it kind of gets you in a lock, it makes her very dizzy. Once outside the door, we get to see the main inside of the egg carrier. We see this a little bit with Sonic, but here we can actually even see Eggman's maid robots cleaning up after him, because Eggman is quite a slob. Anyway, our next stage is actually going to be right next to the area we came out of. And Amy can get through here by using her hammer. Other characters can't because they can't use the force of the hammer. And this is a exclusive stage for Amy and other two characters we'll see, known as Hot Shelter. Essentially, Amy is running the inside of the egg carrier. It's similar to Final Egg, but not quite, since Amy also goes for Final Egg. There is no unique enemies here, just being the Egg Keeper, Kiki, and Leon. Though Amy's got to use these switches in order to get to certain areas. Eggman has a big aquarium full of sharks and stuff like that. Overall, it's pretty treacherous, but nothing that you can't handle. It's definitely a lot more of a tense scene than it was in Twinkle Park, even with the weird music that Twinkle Park had in its mirror maze. But you'll find a lot of upgrades, and then eventually, Zero there will burst out of the glass and try to attack you. But it's okay, we can avoid him by jumping on these platforms. But if you fall, it's okay. You can always climb up the ladder. It's pretty cool because we're going for the back rooms of Eggman's base. We're climbing for ladders and kind of scaffolding areas here for all the glass. And there's always Zero, who's still chasing after us. But like I said, he's indestructible, even if we can't knock him back with our hammer. So we gotta run like we never ran before, even if we're a little slower. But that's okay. Here you can push this staircase, but I decided not to because why would I when I can just jump into it? There's a lot of unique segments like this area here, which we will see. I will be directed on in another character's playthrough, where you gotta let the water in order to cross the section here. Of course, with that event, we come out of Eggman's bathroom. We run out of there because it probably smells bad. I mean, I don't think Eggman grooms himself that well. Maybe he does. Who the hell knows? I think in the British version of the Sonic comic, they say he smells like ass all the time, but who the heck knows? After escaping from the bathroom, we can go down this section. Now, if you in yourself right, you can actually go to those upper floors to get little power-ups, but no, we're going to the main cogs and area of the egg carrier here, where you gotta push switches in order for them to go the right direction so Amy can climb up on them. It's nice. I always like being on top of cogs. They're interesting to look at. Nice clockwork, basically. And at the end of this section, you gotta go on this right one or turn them left. Turn right to go left. And then you make it to the main room with all these Kikis throwing bombs at you, as well as giant spike balls in the way. From there, you'll find this area where you got to press this button in order to make this little platforming change back. Be careful, there's bottomless pits there. It's a little treacherous, but that's okay. We were able to make it through. and we're getting closer to the end. But Zero's right behind us, so we gotta be careful. That's all there is to it. So yeah, this level's actually pretty interesting with all the unique mechanics there are. Amy's levels aren't short, which actually makes them, despite the fact there's less of them, it makes them feel a lot more longer of a playthrough because of that. And it makes these stages actually funner to play, because funner word? Probably not. But who the heck cares? Because you know what? I enjoy these stages. I think Amy's pretty underrated in this game. She controls pretty well, and then her momentum being a little messed up. But like I said, you can fix that by doing a jump hammer swing. But she has a lot of unique set pieces, and the end of her campaign is pretty fun. And I like her storyline, even if it's short and sweet. It works pretty well. After all, Amy is short and sweet. Of course, here we gotta use this block puzzle here, which we're gonna have to do another time in Hot Shelter. It's as basic as it seems. Put the color pieces where they are as we look at stack screens. I wonder why Eggman's a bunch of screens are all staticky. But whatever, let's finish this puzzle so we can get through this stage. So, Zero crashed through the screen, but that's okay because we were able to outrun him. And we're ending the Hot Shelter stage with one more block puzzle after this. We're in kind of an area that reminds me of Final Fantasy VII, because, I don't know, that's where my mind goes to. So we got one more block puzzle to do. This one's a little harder, because one of the blocks is hidden, and also we have Zero up our ass the whole entire time. Well, that's okay. The other one that is not there is on this spring, in case you're wondering. You go on the spring, and it shoots you onto these little scaffolding above you, and one of the pieces is on here. Just make sure you don't fall off, because that would suck. And that's the end of Amy's Hot Shelter. At the end of the hallway, she'll find a couple kikis, but they kind of suck. So we grab the balloon and we on our way out of there. But as Amy's flying away on her magic balloon, she actually gets a vision from Decall for some reason. I'm not sure why Decall decides to give her a vision. Maybe she likes Amy. I like Amy too, so I guess we both can relate on that part. Anyway, we've been in this past area before, so we went and go find the shrine instead of going through the temple here. And we'll be able to find where Decall is. This cutscene showcases that Decall likes the Chao, and they like her back, and I like Chao too. When she touches the Chaos, the water that was there before starts to stir up, and it turns out that it was chaos. Well, we can obviously see it's chaos from the little bit we've seen. It was obvious that was chaos there before, but if you're wondering, this deity that she's been talking to that also causes havoc there is chaos. I mean, we get another flashback near the end that gives a lot of information, but I decided to give this one here since it's not overtly stated. But Chaos here is actually a protector of the Chao, since he actually used to be one. He's a mutated Chao. His race goes back a long way, even longer than what we see here. In fact, it goes way back according to Sonic Frontiers, which adds more lore to him for, I don't know why. Whatever. Amy decides that she wants to get the heck out of there, but Eggman stops her in her tracks. Eggman grabs Amy's bird and takes the Chaos Emerald from it, and of course this is when the Gamma fight happens between Sonic and him. Why did the bird have a Chaos Emerald? Well, I don't know. It turns out that doesn't matter, because Gamma and Sonic are about to beat each other up. Much like in the campaigns we've seen before, Amy stops Sonic from beating up Gamma.
Amy? That's one of Eggman's clunkers! Out of my way!
You don't need to hurt him, okay?
Hey, I guess I'll let him go then.
Free yourself, come on!
Why are you helping me?
I said we'd be friends, and I'm returning your favors. Even this birdie wants you to be free.
Amy tells the Mr. Robot, she calls him, to take care of himself and not focus on Eggman. And then Tails like, come on Amy, let me get you out of here, because I don't feel like dealing with this crap. And all of them leave the egg carrier before it blows up. As soon as Tails drops off Amy at Station Square, he immediately leaves and gives her the backhand. But Amy's nice enough to give him a wave goodbye. All that, Amy's like, you know what, I should be more independent so Sonic doesn't have to see me all the time. I'm gonna start by helping this bird find its family. Seeing as the pendant around its neck showcases that it has two parents here, or maybe siblings. Who really knows? After the egg carrier crashes, it actually lands in the ocean, so you can actually revisit it as any character you want. In fact, Amy and Gamma's story end here with the egg carrier in the ocean. So it is not like it's just a there thing. You can really visit it here. There's actually a boat that takes you here from Station Square as well, but the Mystic Ruin one is the one that's easier to get to sometimes, for the most point. Anyway, let's go find the upgrade that Amy needs. We're gonna need to go back inside the ship. Our cutscene, Amy will be transported to Mystic Ruins at night. It looks pretty cool at night. But anyway, you want to go down below here and you actually find a way to get onto the egg carrier. Why are we going back to the egg carrier? Well, we're going to get an upgrade right now. Amy's upgrade is actually where she got her first upgrade, but you can only get it during this point in time in the game. So you want to go back into the room where the whack-a-mole game is. In order to get Amy's next upgrade, you need 3,000 points on the whack-a-mole game. And you actually can get this pretty easily by using the spin hammer trick. Now, you can hit Eggman occasionally, but it works pretty well. I actually end up getting 4,000, so once you use your spin trick, it's not too hard to get. The new upgrade is the long hammer. Her hammer is now long, and you have a better spin hammer attack. It isn't that useful, but hey, it's neat. After that, you can get that anytime you want. Actually, just after after you go into the Mystic Ruins, when you can finally get it, in case you're wondering. So what we want to do now is that we want to go into the Mystic Ruins jungle and find Eggman's base. Since we already played this game before, we know where the base is. Amy doesn't do anything else in this area, so what you want to do is that Amy's actually jump makes it easier for her to just keep on top of this in case you're scared of getting lost. The DX version, which is the more common version, actually has a map for this place so you don't get lost, but it's not too terrible. And the easiest way is to take the left path, just take it around, and you shouldn't have any problem being able to find Eggman's base. There's little secret hidden and goodies. There's an emblem and an upgrade that Big has. But other than that, there's nothing really in the forest that you need to go exploring for it. Apparently, this base is newly built because Amy's like, I don't remember seeing this bridge because she probably might have been here before. She probably has explored the Mystic Ruins once in her lifetime, I guess, but who really knows? Once in the base, you gotta do the same puzzle that Sonic did in order to get to Amy's final level, which is also Final Egg. Yep, she only has 3 stages. Stage 3, Final Egg. And starting off with a little cutscene, because guess who's right back for us? It's Zero. Even though he already got what he needed from the bird, his programming isn't really that advanced. After all, he's the first of the E100 models, so he keeps on chasing after Amy and the birdie. So Amy's got to run away from this robot bastard as she traverses through Sonic's version of Final Egg. And this is a pretty treacherous stage. Like I said, it has all the same obstacles that Sonic's had, except this time we have less abilities. Well, we're less fast, and we don't have a homing attack. And we get hit by lasers sometimes, but we don't do our jumps right. But that's okay. We also got a hammer that's good at smacking robots. Like I said, I really like the way Amy plays. I just wish she had more levels. And I wish her momentum chain was a little better. Other than that, I think she works perfectly fine here. Just a little minor tweak would fix this character. But even then, it's like not a big deal. It's still pretty fun to play as. Like Sonic, we also take these weird spider elevators. There is less platforming in this stage compared to Sonic's, and we also got in areas where you actually have to find the correct pathway to take. This actually it's randomized depending on what the game wants it to be. So when you're doing the speed version of the stage, when you're trying to 100% the game, this can be kind of annoying. But hey, I found it, so it's not too difficult. And after that, we find the balloon, and Final Egg is done. It wasn't that hard at all, actually. We didn't even do any of the hard platforming that Sonic had to do. So overall, that's the end of Amy's levels. Even though Amy and the birdie skipped the clutches of Zero once again, she wasn't able to find any of the birdie's family members. From here, Amy tells the birdie that they should probably check out the egg carrier, because that's where they first found each other after all. And that's most likely where his relatives might be. I said him, but who the heck knows what gender the bird is. Since you've already been there, if you followed my instructions, you want to get the upgrade early, we already know where the egg carrier is. And once we get there, we get a cut. You see, Amy finds the birdie's relatives, and everything's all hunky-dory. Look, they're right there. Wow. Isn't that sweet? Nice family reunion.
Are you okay? You idiot! How could you do this?
Now we finally get to fight Zero. After he beat the birdie, Amy's pretty pissed off at him, and now we're going to finally able to defeat this bastard. Now, actually, this boss fight actually gives us a reason why we were able to actually defeat him before. His metal here is actually indestructible, and the only way we actually can hit him is by hitting him into the electric fence, and then hitting the button on his head. And of course, he has a death button on his head. He'll do a lot of grand slams and stuff like that, and a lot of missiles at us. He's actually pretty tough here compared to how he was in the actual stage. He does a lot of the same animations. This is probably the most satisfying boss fight in the game because this guy's been fucking us the whole time, and he beat up he hit our birdie. So let's beat him up. That's all I can say. After a couple of hits, he will do this electric jumper up here, which can be a little tricky to do because he really wants you to time your jumps here. But I kind of like that challenge. So yeah, this is actually one of the best boss fights in the game because the fact that the plot-wise it works very well, and it's just a well-designed boss fight. It's just so satisfying to beat up this character that's been chasing us the whole time. One good hammer bonk to the head, Zero finally will become a Zero. After the fight, Amy tries to help the birdie out, who's still alive, and it's able to fly. Or can it? It falls. Don't worry, that was just a false alarm. It flies back, and it flies away with its relatives. Now Amy's all by herself, now the birdies are flying away. Now that Amy's taking on with Eggman's robots in one, she's got a new motto in life to go out and get what she wants. And that's Sonic, because of course she wants to be with Sonic. What else would you expect? Get to hear Amy's theme, which we've always heard. In case you're wondering, every time a character appears, I think I said this already, but their theme plays in the background, and sometimes it can be a little loud, especially in Sonic Adventure 2 Battle in particular. Anyway, this became kind of Amy's theme. It was used quite a bit. Not all the time. Sometimes her themes replaced with the theme from Sonic Heroes, which is just the theme for Team Rose, but it fits Amy better than the other characters. Anyway, the song was written by Fumi Kamante and Takahiro Fakado, who did the lyrics, apparently, the translation. The lyrics are kind of weird. I do understand the feelings of a Persian cat, but the stink looks so cute, I had to shave it. I don't really get it. The only part, most people aren't really listening to this song, they're mostly listening to that ba, ba, baya, baya. Those are official lyrics, by the way. It's ba, ba, baya, baya. Great lyrics. It sounds okay in the background, but honestly, Follow Me, which is a theme for Sonic Heroes for Team Rose, actually fits Amy way more than this song, because it has weird Rose and weird lyrics and weird whispering. All those are done by Nikki Gregoroff. I'm not sure if I say that right. Overall, it's probably one of the weakest themes, though. It's the one that always gets stuck in my head, but not the actual song, just the intro part. But overall, Amy's storyline is pretty good. It's short and sweet, but it doesn't seem like... I wish it had some fixes, as I mentioned, more levels, and Amy's momentum fix problem. But it's not too bad. Overall, I like their story. Probably one of the most over Knuckles and Tails, believe it or not. It works pretty well. And we got more characters to deal with, so let's just end on Amy's on the high note that we're already on.
Select a character.
Hold on, Froggy. I'm coming.
So far, this game has been really good, but there's one section that everybody knows that isn't very good, and that is brand new character Big the Cat. We have concept art for this character. Here's one. He looks very Studio Ghibli-esque here, and kind of scary compared to Sonic, who looks pretty small. Now, why they decided to make a cat a giant, I don't really know, but his name is Big, so it might be an anomaly, especially since there is another purple cat in Sonic universe who looks like a regular Sonic character. Not a whole lot of designs, and most of them have the same thing. He has sandals, weird ears, and other stuff like that, and of course, unnatural eyes that don't really match any of their Sonic characters. Here's the closest concept art to his final design. Big the Cat has 3 creators, being Yuji Yukawa, Takashi Iizuka, and Naoya Shima. So yeah, 3 names I've already talked about before in this video. His main purpose was they wanted to showcase the Dreamcast water ability, so they wanted a fishing minigame. And this reason decided to make that a main part of the game. Because of that, Big the Cat was not a very popular character. In fact, he was not liked at all when this game came out. So they kind of became a weird joke character, and then that, oddly enough, made him popular again. And now he's in a bunch of Sonic games, even though he wasn't really intended to be in a bunch of Sonic games, since, you know, he was kind of a one-off weird joke character that it became a flat-out joke to became a character that's actually beloved by the Sonic community. But his first appearance is pretty rough. Big is a purple cat who loves to fish and lives in the middle of the Mystic Ruins. One night, his Poliwag pal Froggy, who is just a frog, in case you're wondering, hears a disturbance going on. That disturbance being chaos. And part of chaos actually possesses the frog. It turns out that part of chaos got swallowed by Froggy, and that was his tail. Now, Froggy has a tail. Now, Froggy doesn't want anything to do with Big, because, yeah, why would you want anything to do with Big? Maybe. But Froggy also decides to swallow up his Chaos Emerald that he just had lying around, because Chaos is attracted to Chaos Emeralds. According to Big, that was his lucky charm. But it doesn't matter, because Froggy's going to hop away, and Big has to chase after him. Also, just ignore the fact that Big's power-up can clearly be seen on his bed. I like the fact they didn't even change that for the actual cutscene. Quite literally, every time you play it, you're going to see that, because you can't collect that upgrade before you play as Big.
Come back here! What's wrong with you?
That's whole Big story in a nutshell. Big wants to find Froggy, and he yells Froggy, and he sounds like that. In case you're wondering, yes, he has the same voice actor as Duke Nukem, and that's how he sounds. Like I said, I don't know what they were thinking with this character. Also, his eyes are kind of creepy, but whatever. Anyway, as Big, we just kind of travel the Sonic world looking for our Poliwag pal. Big doesn't really move that fast. It's not bad. He has a low jump, and he has one ability to cast a fishing rod. The little girl there thinks Big is unique, and you ask everyone, they'll be like, what the heck are you even talking about? Frog? That's stupid. Why are you looking for a frog? And you can even see Sonic and Tails over here. Isn't that cool? So Big decides to ask all the members of Station Square they found a frog. The guy who owns the building says, screw you, I don't like frogs. Get the heck out of here. So we comply with that request. Towards the burger shop area, or City Hall if you will, we see Froggy hop along towards a car. Anyway, we need to lift this car up and go in the sewer. In case you're wondering, that's why it was open during the Sonic playthrough. Pretty unique. Now, Big, he's pretty fat, if you couldn't tell, and he can't really jump. Big cats can't jump, so he can't go the same way as Sonic did, so we have to go the other way. Taking us this way actually is a back way into Twinkle Park, so Big got in there about being a cute couple. Big's first stage is Twinkle Park, and, well, here's where the pain begins. Big, for some reason, decides that the best way to catch a frog is by fishing. And the fishing mechanics aren't that great in the game. In fact, they kind of suck. It wasn't really worth it. This was a mini-game, side mini-game that'd be fine, but the fact that they have multiple levels of just fishing, it just is so jarring compared to every other storyline that it's so confusing. This is one of the most confusing things that Sonic Team's ever done. I don't understand it. Keep in mind, Big can drown, so don't stay in the water too much. And another thing annoying about this is that there's other fish in the way. So they might get on your line instead of the one you're actually trying to catch, which is Froggy, since, you know, you want to beat the level, not catch other fish. Fishing is slow, monotonous, and not controlling very well. You can move your control stick left and right to jank it around. A to reel back in, and B is also kind of a reel, but a different type of reel. I'm not a fishing expert, so I don't really know these terms. In order to catch Froggy, you need to do a right button command as the music stops, too, which is kind of annoying. Other fish, it's super easy, but sometimes Froggy just doesn't want to be caught. Overall, this minigame sucks. You will get the hang of it after a while, and these levels, like I said, once you find it, it's not too bad, but overall, you're stuck catching stupid fucking fish, and you can't use too much power when you catch a fish, because if you do, you'll break your string, and then Big will lose a life, because, yeah, he doesn't have another string, so that basically just kills him. Kind of stupid, but whatever. Yes, you can catch other fish, but it's pretty much pointless. Unless you're doing the other missions where you have to catch big fish. Big has to catch big fish, huh? But the big thing about that is that during the 100%ing of the game, these missions will kill you. I 100% Sonic Adventure twice for some reason, and I had to play the big missions. And they took me, like, 100%ing, and these took way longer than any other's character. You know, a lot of 100% missions, they can take a while, but Big's missions are so annoying that it takes forever, so if you're going to 100% the game, I do not recommend it unless you love this game a lot like me, because Big's missions are awful. Anyway, eventually Froggy will bite onto the chain, and you'll be able to reel him up. Just make sure you don't, because sometimes you just won't register sometimes, and that sucks. Sometimes sometimes the geometry might get in the way, and then you just lose them, and that feeling is one of the worst feelings in any video game. But it's okay, this shouldn't be too hard to catch a little frog. And once we're done, we can move on to the next stage, where we get more riveting story. Anyway, to get to the next stage, you need to go behind the Twinkle Park area and pick up this nice ice stone. Now, keep in mind, we did pick up Froggy, and there's nothing said we didn't, but every time that happens, we didn't actually catch him, because, you know, I mean, they can't even really do anything interesting with the story. We catch Froggy, he escapes our hands. Yeah, this story sucks. But hey, once we get to the ice cap gate, we get an upgrade. A life belt. Yes, one of Big's upgrades is literally a life preserver. That kind of showcases how kind of lame it is. And yeah, you can float on top of water. And yeah, that's about it. He looks really happy about it though, look at his face. Yeah, we're in the main cave here. And all you gotta do is break the ice, and you can deep dive and catch Froggy with your hands. Just kidding, you have to fish him out, even though you can quite literally touch him. Whatever. This is where you catch Froggy. But we want to get an upgrade. Actually playing the level instead of fishing, we actually can find a big upgrade. And not like a big upgrade, but an upgrade for Big. Yeah, Big is not the greatest name ever, is it, Big? You'll find this underwater pathway they need to rise up out of, but it's a little tricky since Big kind of sucks. So yeah, this looks like it should be easy, but it's not, because Big controls the gas. Finally able to get up here, you'll find more ice to break. You crash down, and you deep dive all the way down to Dinosaur Bones, where you find an upgrade. This is a lure power-up. Big has a couple of these, and you can use these to catch bigger fish. Yeah, that's all it really does. It's very useful for the side parts, but not the main game. But I'm going to showcase all the main stuff you're going to need. Not 100%, but just upgrades I think are important, because I'm not going to do emblems hunting, would be kind of annoying. But I showed you some of the main emblems anyway. Anyway, let's go back down and catch Froggy. And it's pretty much the same as always. Wait for him to see your fishing rod. It's not fun or entertaining, so we're going to skip it. So even though Big caught Froggy and Ice Cap, he's strolling along, and then he sees that Tails has caught Froggy over there. And of course, he decides it would be a good idea to lunge at Tails.
Oh, now what am I gonna do?
Sorry, if I had only held on tighter.
So anyway, let's get some more upgrades. You can get these upgrades pretty much anytime you want, but Mystic Ruin has 2 upgrades for Big, so let's go find them. One we already saw in the intro cutscene, so let's go right ahead and go on there. If you follow the path right, you'll find where Big's house is. He's a nice little log cabin here, and all you gotta do is move his bed. Big is tough, he can move stuff. If only they use that in actual good gameplay wise. Anyway, we get a rod upgrade. This is one big rod. As a matter of fact, it's the power rod. It has a longer casting distance, which really isn't that useful, but hey, we got it. In the Mystic Ruins, you gotta search around and you can find another swirly cave on your Big's house, and you'll find another lure upgrade, which is nice and lovely. Speaking of lure upgrades, there's one actually behind Twinkle Park's sewer system that I probably should have got, but hey, I got it now, so it doesn't really matter. There's a lure upgrade. Now we only have one left to get, and that's near the end of Big's playthrough. Anyway, you want to head to Emerald Coast here. Yeah, Big plays Emerald Coast. No the other characters you would want to play in Emerald Coast, but Big can play in Emerald Coast. And once again, we're given a nice big level to run around in, but Froggy's like literally right here, so what's the point? Oh, there's actually a little secret here too, but it's pretty much entirely pointless. Behind one of the pillars, you go down with your life preserver, you can find this little hidden area underneath all this debris. You're going to need this for later missions if you want 100% the game, but like I said, I don't recommend it, because it's where you can find some high-rated fish here in this nice little oasis. It's pretty neat, but entirely pointless. So, the rest of the level is just you swinging your rod around and hoping that Froggy might catch it. This gameplay is not compelling at all, if you couldn't tell. One of the things about fishing other games is usually timing or what you get. Here you're only getting one thing, so that's not really that interesting of a fishing mechanic. And even the assigned modes are done because the fishing is not designed very well. It's weird they actually brought back this mode in the latest Sonic game, that being Sonic Frontiers, to date this video. It's actually not the latest game anyway. But that game was actually fun because they made it a timing mini game where you can get a bunch of cool stuff. And yes, big fishing mini game came back. Who would have thought? Anyway, as soon as you catch Froggy, Gamma just steals him out of your hands. That's at least funny. At least you actually see him hold him, and actually reason why he got away. And there he goes. Gamma takes Froggy from Big, and Big cries like a little baby.
Hold on there! Come back, please! Give me my friend back! I'm begging you, please!
And we get this cutscene of the egg carrier rising in the air. I guess we're just gonna assume that Big followed Gamma all the way back. Somehow. We know a lot of these characters have warped to different areas before, but this one's probably the most egregious since it's the most travel, and there's a lot of space in between that. And Big's like, this place looks familiar to me at all. What'd you expect? You're inside a giant thing. What do you just get transported here? And of course, apparently, he knows that Froggy's there because he can smell him. That's kind of creepy, Big. Anyway, we can finally go in the last level, which is the hot shelter. We can't go in the left door. We can go in the right one, but for some reason it's finicky on how you hit it. Big's big enough that you can jump on the switch and activate it. First stage doesn't seem like a lot, right? Well, it's 4 stages of pain. Keep that in mind. And Hot Shelter is another stage full of pain. We actually have a bit of a level before we actually find Froggy, and yeah, that key just destroyed itself. And that's pretty much all there is to this level. Even Big even gets a speed up shoes. Why did he get speed up shoes? I don't know. It's not like he moves that fast anyway. Yeah, that's about it. You can't really attack enemies. You can kind of hit them with your fishing rod, but it's so specific, so it sucks. It's not worth it. Anyway, we're going to try to go to the room where all that water was in Amy's campaign, because Froggy is in here. Because that's where he was captured by Gamma, in case you're wondering. Though that is easier said than done, because this stage is really annoying. For some reason, catching Froggy here, he just doesn't want to be caught. Even if you're right next to him. He will grab it, and he'll not grab it, and you will get it grabbed. Sometimes the geometry, depending where you are in the level, just won't work. Sometimes casting your rod just won't go out for some reason. I don't know what's going on this stage. Either way, it just sucks. So yes, we got Froggy, and he's like, yay, we're together at last. Anyway, we press the center switch, and much like Amy's storyline, it fills up with water, and we finally catch Froggy, who was on the other side of the glass. Now, for some reason, the call sees this weird cat and thinks, you know what, I'm going to show this guy my past. I know the idea is that every character has like a little part of the storyline here, but it just doesn't make any sense why. It's because Big has no impact on the greater story. In fact, he doesn't even know who Chaos is until the very end of it. But this is a meeting of Tikal and Chaos. She wants to be friends with Chaos here. And she learns about his culture in the Chaos and wants to protect them from her father and the rampage of the Knuckles clan. Does Big care about this? No, he's probably thinking about fishing. Yes, you can get this upgrade before you can get the rest of the upgrades here. I'm doing it after because, like as you can see, for some reason this switch doesn't want to be jumped on. You have to jump on it and there's like a visible wall there, but at some point, Big can jump on it. Ugh. Does this face here look like he's interested? No, he's not. I guess if you land on it from a far distance, it works. Don't explain how that works to me. And basically, you just go walk past the hammer time, and you can finally are able to get in here and grab Big's final upgrade, which is a lore upgrade, so it's not even useful. Big decides he's going to be lazy and take the monorail up rather than the space spinning thing, since, you know, it's not there. Yes, Eggman has a monorail. Do you expect him not to have it? Big and Froggy come face to face with Chaos. Well, he's still in his 4th form. He's not 6 yet. That's okay, because Eggman's about to transform him again. Froggy then pukes up the Chaos Emerald and gives it to Chaos, since, you know, he's possessed by Chaos with the tail and all that. And he shoots it all the way up at Chaos, and Eggman throws the Emerald at the same time, doing a nice clang in the air. Eggman timed that pretty well. He's a good thrower. Eggman's like, Chaos, swallow that frog so you can get your tail so you can hit Sonic and Knuckles with it. That's okay, because Sonic's here, and he's like, hey, I'll help you get your frog friend back, so I gotta beat this guy up anyway. But it doesn't matter, because Big is gonna have to fight this guy anyway.
Sweat! I'll get him back! Watch me!
So here's Big's first and only boss fight, Chaos 6. And the goal of this boss fight is to aim your rod into Chaos and get Froggy out. Yeah, it's lame. It's a one-hit boss.
Something's
Froggy becomes invisible, but I don't think that's actually how it's supposed to happen, because I don't remember that ever happening before. But it's okay. Sonic's like, get out of here, you purple cat. I gotta fight Chaos here. And that's why you don't see Froggy inside Chaos during the Sonic Buzz fight, because Big got him, and Big decides it's a good idea to steal. He finds the Tornado 2 and decides it's a good idea to fly it. I don't know how it even fits in the cockpit, since it was designed for Tails, and Tails is a lot smaller than Big, but oh well, he says he's gonna try, and yeah, he decides to fly the... I guess it was gonna blow up in the explosion anyway. But then again, we see the egg carrier is perfectly fine at the end, near the end, and that's canon. If you see Amy and Gamma's story ends on the egg carrier in the water, so whatever. And in case you're wondering, Big does not fit on the tornado, as you can clearly see him flying off the edge of it. Oh, and that's it. That's Big's storyline. Wasn't that worth it? Wasn't that worth all that coding and storyline? It really wasn't. It was pointless. The gameplay wasn't fun. The storyline gave us really nothing, other than, wow, there's a frog and cat running around in the background, but then again, did we really need that? If the gameplay was fun, it wouldn't have been too bad, but yeah. It just ends with Big and Froggy doing some of their island fun stuff, because they like each other now. Well, Froggy likes Big now, because he's not possessed by Chaos and all that stuff. And Big got a free airplane out of it, so win-win for everybody. Big's theme, Lazy Days, parentheses, Living in Paradise, is that great. It's the first song sung by Ted Poley, who would mostly be known for singing City Escape. Yeah, that song's pretty famous. But Big Song is just kind of generic. It has a good rhythm, but the lyrics are kind of suck, so yeah. It was composed by Jude Sonoy, and it was written by Fumi Kamatani, I think, and Takaro Fakata. There you go. Big normally would take this game down a peg, but luckily his story is short, and once you beat it in it, you can go back and replay everyone else except for him if you want. In fact, it's best to have a one complete save file, and every time you replay it, just to go back to the other ones to get to the Super Sonic ending, because it is that painful. I played it way more times than I would like to, because I love this game, but I just don't like the Big section. And I don't hate Big as a character. He's really weird, but in kind of a weird, charming way. Like, and later on, they use him way better. Like, they kind of realize that whatever they're trying to do here, it didn't work, and we'll try to make do something different. I mean, people should not be surprised that this character became a joke, because this storyline is a fucking joke. I don't mean to curse about it, but the fact that he came and catch Froggy when he's right there, we can just die for it, that actually would have been more interesting. You then do like a little chase scene. Like, usually we're running away from characters. What if Biggs was only chasing after Froggy with his fishing rod? That could have been way more interesting. But no, we got a fish. You see why this gameplay doesn't work, and the fishing gameplay isn't good. It's not fun to play. It's tedious. It's terrible. Especially when you're trying to 100% the game. It was a freaking nightmare. In fact, I did it twice. I don't know how I even did it twice. Ugh. Anyway, next story.
Select a character.
Preparation complete.
E102 Gamma, designed by Yuji Uekawa, like most of the characters, was an idea that came up by Takashi Iizuka. He wanted a new, interesting playstyle for the Sonic franchise, something that he wouldn't be able to do with Sonic himself. And playing as one of Eggman's robots seemed to serve the idea, I should say. But based off the Egg Robos from Sonic 3, E102 went from a couple different designs until we got one that fit into the more realistic design they were going for, making a really cool looking robot that's supposed to resemble Eggman, but really doesn't at the same time, but it works both ways. This character's name was E102 because he's part of a series and the second one of those series, making him kind of a middle child, if you will. The cool thing about Gamma's storyline is you basically get to see his birth to the day he basically dies. So his storyline is short actually, but it's very interesting, seeing the birth of an Eggman robot and how Eggman operates behind the scenes. Gamma works similar to our characters, but this time he's got a gun. Basically, Gamma shoots everything in the levels, and the levels have a timer that's ticking down, and you gotta make sure you get to the end for that timer. Fortunately, that's pretty easy. The unfortunate part about it is that these levels are kind of short. Most of his gameplay is basically just taken up by his storyline, which is an interesting storyline. It's a fan favorite for a reason. And we won't see anything this unique pretty much ever. So, let's get into Gamma's story. We start with his birth. seeing his creator Eggman. He is named E102 since he's the second in the series. Well, third if you count Zero over there, but Zero died when Amy killed him, so it doesn't really matter anyway.
Right! You will now obey only me.
Eggman leads Gamma to this door, which is his first stage, a shooting range where his brother E101 Beta is already training. Eggman acts like Beta is better than Gamma, but we'll prove him wrong by shooting at the shooting range. Gamma's first stage is Final Egg. Yes, Sonic's last stage is Gamma's first stage. The idea is that you're gonna go to the shooting ring and shoot all the dolls. This is actually where the Tails doll came, but if you know watch my Sonic Garden video, you would already know that. So go watch that if you haven't already. Anyway, this level is incredibly short. All you're doing is shooting the dolls, and I'll explain how the gameplay works, so we don't have to go over that much. This is one of the shortest levels in the entire game. Since after you're shooting a bunch of Tails and Knuckles dolls, you find one big Sonic doll, and you gotta blast the crap out of it. And that's the end of Gamma's first level. Incredibly short, but sweet. Once out of the training, Eggman has another test for Gamma. He wants to build an elite crew for his egg carrier, so he wants to see if Gamma is tough enough to beat his older brother Beta.
My bet's on Beta, but I owe you at least a fair chance.
Boss fight against E101 Beta is incredibly easy. It actually is the only time that it actually makes sense, since he kind of fails easily here, and it showcases that Gamma is pretty tough. And it gives a reason for why Eggman needs to rebuild Beta later on, so I'm not too sad that this boss fight was super easy. But Beta's a little sad that he lost, and he wants to come along, but Eggman's like, I'm gonna use you for repair parts, you little crappy robot.
What? So you want to come along with us, eh? Okay. We could always use a spare set of parts, I guess.
Then they all board the egg carrier. As you can probably tell from Eggman's dialogue, he doesn't even care about his own robots. What an ass. We are then on the egg carrier, and we see all the other E100s that Eggman built. 3 to 5. Eggman has a special mission for them.
Aha! Testing 1, 2, 3. You, the elite egg carrier crew, are here today to hear a very special announcement. Behold! It's a tailed frog! Very unique.
So Eggman wants Froggy, which we already know why, because he has a Chaos Tail and a Chaos Emerald, so his elite force is going to track them down, meaning that we, as Gamma, are going to try to find it for the rest of these other models. Gamma starts his search in Station Square, and he can also talk to the citizens here, and they have a unique reaction to them. They'll either give advice for the frog is, like the little girl is not scared of Gamma, but the other people here are actually very scared, like the man over here, when he talked to this guy who loves the sea and doesn't like to work. He's like, oh, please don't kill me. And Mr. Building over here whines about the police. Jeez Louise. I do love the Station Square people. They have so much character, it's crazy. Even though they are pretty low poly models. After talking around, we learned that the frog is in Emerald Coast. And we learn that we hover over water, because Gamma doesn't like to get wet. The gate's blocked, but we can use our nice trusty gun to break through the barrier. Break through it all, and enter Gamma's second stage, Emerald Coast. I think it's weird that the only other characters other than Sonic to go in this course is Gamma and Big, especially since, it's one of those iconic stages in the game. The stage distribution isn't that great. It would be cool if they ever did a remake, which they always talk about, if they actually let every character play on every stage. That would be neat, but I don't know if that would ever happen. I still don't know if a remake's ever going to happen. They've been talking about that at Sega forever. Anyway, we play through a small part of Sonic's first section here, as we shoot the other badniks for some reason. Later on it makes sense why we would shoot them, but here, Gamma's still working for Eggman. One thing you also notice is the loop is cut off, but that's okay, we don't think Gamma will be able to make it through that anyway. So the whole point of this stage is to get to the end without running out of time, and to find Froggy. Now Froggy is just pretty much just right over there, right at the end of this umbrella patch on top of the hill that we've seen before. Not too difficult. Gamma stages are pretty easy, and they're actually pretty short. While they are fun, they mostly are a beta for what Sonic Adventure 2 would be like. Beta. For some strange reason, when Gamma collects Froggy, Ticole decides, you know what, I'm going to show this robot my past.
Location unknown.
We get to see the Chao sing along to Chaos's melody, which is pretty neat. And of course, Ticole gets scared of the fact that Gamma is too close to them. She doesn't want them to get hurt. I was going to mention the Chao singing voice. it kind of sucks. For some reason, Nicole gives Gamma doomy eyes as she talks about Chaos and how he protects the Chao, and how she wants to stop her father from invading their little area here. And that's all fine and dandy, but Gamma's like, I'm a robot, I don't know where I am, and I need to get back to what I was doing. Bye-bye. That was the last bit of backstory we get until we get to the final story. Anyway, Gamma's back at the egg base with a frog, and he realizes that everyone else failed their task and got really bright multicolored frog. And this makes Eggman pissed.
Ah! Dummies, 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 dummies! Ah! There it is! Right there! All you worthless hunks of junk, be gone!
Now, going into one door might seem like an easy task, but when you have a swirly durly right in front of you, he might get trapped in going to the wrong door. Until Eggman is dissatisfied with the other robots. I look about how E103 here is looking sad, like he's the one who wants help, but, you know, Gamma can't do anything about that. It helps Gamma later on with his decision. Anyway, Eggman has a new task for Gamma. Interrogate a little girl. What a nice man. Inside the door he wasn't supposed to go into, he sees that Beta's been pulled apart in order to get upgrades so that he can be better. And this kind of disturbs the robot, even though he doesn't say anything. And it is kind of a disturbing scene in a way.
This is the wrong room.
Now we go into the right room, which is the only one that's not blocked off. Here we get the cutscene we've seen before with Amy. It's mostly the same, though for this time it's from Gamma's perspective.
The bird.
No way!
Why not?
None of your business, why not? I want to know why you want it.
You're unavailable. Does not compute. Why try to save that which is useless to you?
I feel sorry for you. Eggman failed to give you feelings.
Anyway, the birdie decides to flap to Gamma, and this triggers something in him. He's had a lot of questions before, but seeing the birdie here makes him realize that he has really no good reason why he needs the bird. So instead of just grabbing it, he decides to free Amy instead.
Why are you letting us go? Are a good person inside, aren't you? I guess we can be friends then. Take care, okay?
So, for his first time in his short life, Gamma disobeyed Eggman's orders, despite the fact that he was supposed to obey him unconditionally. Over the intercom, Eggman makes an announcement specifically for Gamma. He tells him to go get an upgrade that's located in the egg carrier already, specifically the jet booster. So you go for the door, and you find the jet booster. At the bottom you'll find it, and this upgrade is pretty neat. Unfortunately, the animation kind of chunked out here. I've never seen it do this before. Most likely, I'm not sure if it's an emulator problem or not, something, I don't really know. Usually he's supposed to be holding it, which is kind of funny. It makes him glide a little bit. Now, how does something that's not even floating or near him make him fly? Well, who the heck knows? It looks cool, right? And that's all that matters. Now that he's got the jet booster, Eggman's like, I want you up here to fight Sonic for me. And so he takes the monorail up there so that he can dispose of Sonic. Well, he doesn't take the monorail, it takes the spinny thing. Because Big's the only lazy one that takes the monorail. That's what we learned today.
I will comply.
I'm counting on you, Gamma!
So we get a boss fight with just Sonic, and it's super easy. You just mash the action button. This boss fight actually might have been more interesting. They actually had to fight both Sonic and Tails. That would have been interesting, but whatever. The boss fight ends in 5 seconds.
Amy?
Mr. Robot, I know you're not an evil sort. Wait, remember me?
Amy! Oh, I really don't get this.
Probably my favorite version. It's kind of more simplistic. He's not defeated by Sonic, and Sonic's not defeated either. He points his gun, and Amy has to give a rationale to the robot, who once again has to go against his programming. is pretty important for Gamma because he's learning to ignore his original programming to do something more greater.
Why do you help me?
I told you we'd be friends the next time we met. Even Birdie wants the best for you. You must ditch that awful Eggman.
Amy, come on!
So Gamma goes to fly away from the egg carrier, and he thinks about all that's happened. Going through his memory files, he sees how all the other robots were treated by Eggman, and the compassion that Amy showed him. And analyzing all this data, he realizes that he has to have a new mission.
Botanist. Enemy. Master registration. Deleted. E-Series. Friends. Must save.
Gamma's new mission is now to find the other E-Series robots and free them. I don't think he's ever really known, but inside them, they're animals, and he wants to free them from their prison, learning all about this stuff. And that's E102 Gamma's new goal. To achieve this goal, we need the win key, because even though this takes place way after Sonic put it in there, but I guess we gotta do it again. Because, the keys, you gotta put the keys in. I'm not sure why they feel like they need to put these keys in levels, but oh well. Gamma's third stage is Windy Valley, and he plays the first part of Sonic's. This one feels a little different than the other stages. Well, I guess his final egg was unique. But this one, you gotta worry about the bridges falling underneath you, because you shoot them, they can break and fall apart. And we got all the other badniks that are usually here, and now we gotta shoot them and destroy them, and free them from their prisons. He has his new mission, like I said, is to free all the robots, mostly his E-Series friends. As he says, E-Series friends. Anything noteworthy about this stage is that you gotta watch out for the bridges, but after you blast through a couple barriers, you'll finally meet one of the bosses. Yes, E103. I don't know what Greek letter that is, sorry. It didn't tell me. Anyway, the boss fight is pretty easy. He jumps up, he glides around, but you just kind of shoot him a bunch of times and he'll be dead. Well, not dead, he'll be saved, because we destroy him, and then we free the animal that was inside of him. Just for an additional upgrade here, if you take the opposite door where we got your jet booster, you'll find Gamma's other upgrade, which you couldn't get before because it was flooded, but now when you go back here, you can finally get it. This upgrade isn't necessary, but hey, we're getting all upgrades, and now we have all upgrades for all characters. His gun is an upgrade, known as the Laser Blaster. It has a wider blast. It works. It's not the most useful thing in the world. Game already was pretty good, but now he has a better gun. Once that's over with, we can go over to the Angel Island section, since it just broke apart like it usually does, which is signify that we need to go there. Also, got a note is that one of these explorers here, if you actually talk to them, they will think that you actually are wearing a costume, which is kind of funny. Anyway, what you want to do here, though, is that you want to go to this area so you can go to the egg carrier. Anyway, as Gamma, you want to travel back here and shoot a monkey, and then you'll be able to go to Red Mountain. Now, confusingly enough, even though Knuckles saw him in this area, he had no reason to be here after that, because at this point, Knuckles would be flying off the egg carrier, I guess, but whatever, we won't chastise anything yet. Well, I guess the timeline doesn't really add up that much there, but whatever. Here we go. Gamma is just blazing through this area. Like I said, yeah, I don't remember him traveling there. He travels here, but this would have appeared after, because Knuckles goes on the egg carrier when everyone else is on there, and at this point, no one's on the egg carrier. But whatever. Gamma plays through Act 2 of Sonic's egg carrier, and he can't even run the walls because he's not fast enough, so he's got to take the lava bridge. Even though Gamma has a nice gliding ability now, it's not too useful. You're not doing a lot of platforming with Gamma. You're mostly just blasting and shooting stuff away. And while it's cool, a lot of these levels just aren't designed for that. So everything is pretty easy. Though you get a lot of points, and it adds to your timer, which is, like I said, always going down, but at the same time, it doesn't matter, because you're pretty generous in time unless you're playing the extra additional bonus missions. And so, the Red Mountain level is pretty basic. Just a bunch of enemies you gotta shoot. After traveling through the volcano enough, you'll find the next E-Series robot here, E104. And he's got some big guns, but like the rest of them, they are pretty basic and easy to defeat. Sorry, E104, but you gotta be saved. And how we gotta save you? Well, it's by blasting you to smithereens. One more E-Series robot down, 2 more to go. So Gamma has saved Delta and Epsilon, but he has to find Zeta and Beta, whose location He suspects they might be aboard the egg carrier, so that's where he goes next. And this is the part where he would have traveled and Knuckles would have maybe saw him, but I guess he might have been searching around for Froggy all that time. Who knows? He analyzes the data and heads into Hot Shelter to find Zeta. Hot Shelter is the last level of Gamma's storyline. It's a pretty short but sweet storyline, and there's a bunch of enemies to shoot here. The Hot Shelter is a very unique level since Sonic never goes through it, and Sonic's levels are usually the longest than the main ones that every other level's built off, so it's kind of interesting to actually see other characters play on it. It actually would have been interesting to see Sonic play for this level, but I guess it wasn't too necessary. Anyway, Gamma plays from a part of Amy's level. It's not too hard. In fact, they give you plenty of opportunity to take skips that Amy didn't have. I was thinking, oh, I'll have to do this sort of platforming, but nope, you don't have to do that. Just keep blasting your way through until you make it to the end. Though Gamma has some unique sections here, like in this area where you gotta use this switch and it will grab Gamma because he can't get up. He has to get lifted up by the claw. And the other part of this version, you gotta actually shoot it from a distance in order for it to pick you up. So it's all in all pretty neat. That's an interesting gameplay mechanic. I wish they had more time to develop Gamma stages so we have more unique stuff like this. In the claw section, we do have a unique section on a train. Inside, I guess it's inside the egg carrier. I mean, I know this thing is big, but geez, I didn't know it was this big. As you climb across two trains perpendicular to each other. Is that how you say it? Anyways, yeah, this section is pretty cool as we are trying to avoid obstacles while also making sure we get on the end of each of the trains. After this, Gamma would fall very far. A bunch of enemies there, a lot of opportunities to get points, and a lot of item box opportunities. After all that traveling, we finally meet our next boss, E105 Zeta. And he is, or she, I'm not sure these robots that say he just because, I don't know, they don't have a gender, is pretty big. You gotta hit all the gun points around it. He shoots a lot of bullets at you, but it's not too hard. Overall, this purple, robot, he got messed up, but don't worry, we'll free this robot right now. So we got one down, and it looks like there's one to go.
105 Zeta rescue complete. Units remaining. Gamma. Beta.
Gamma realizes that after he defeats Beta that he has to defeat himself since he is part of the E-Series and he has to destroy all of them in order to free them. So that's kind of an interesting thing there for a character to actually, they have to kill themselves, but anyway, it doesn't matter because here we're going to fight our older brother again, E101 Mark II. Beta's got a couple of upgrades here for this boss fight, that's for sure. He deflects all of your attacks unless he does his charge attack, and that's when you can hit him. This is one of the best boss fights in the game. It's epic, and this boss just looks really cool. It moves fluently, and has a lot of unique attacks. He's no pushover, alright? This is one of the best final bosses in the game. Not the best final bosses in the series, but definitely one of the best bosses in the game. We have a lot of boss fights in this game, you couldn't tell. He shoots a lot of missiles, and eventually he'll shoot out giant lasers at you with giant explosions. And those lasers get more and more drastic as the fight goes on. This is one of the most thrilling fights in the game, since his attacks are so fast, and you have to know Gamma's playstyle very well at this point if you want to be able to fight this guy. For example, the giant laser blasts seem incredibly destructive, and they come out really fast. Like, oh my goodness, this is tense right here. This is one of the most tense scenes, trying to avoid all these blasts. Especially this last one, when he charges up, it has a giant radius if you couldn't tell there. But after that, Beta only needs one more hit, and we're finally going to free him. Before Beta is defeated, though, he has one last shot in him. So Beta explodes, revealing that there was a birdie inside there? Wait, that birdie looks familiar. Wasn't that the one in the birdie's family portrait? Interesting. I wonder what happened to the other one. Gamma seems to recognize this bird, too. Almost if they've seen know each other in a past life. Anyway, since Gamma's last shot from Beta took a damage to his circuits, he slowly starts to fall apart, and he starts to have visions of what his family used to be, as he starts to break free from his prison and realizes that, yeah, he was actually a Flicky the whole time. that is Gamma's story. Kind of crazy, actually. The fact that he was the same bird that it was related to the birdie that been following Amy the whole time. It's kind of crazy that even though Eggman said they're brothers, they actually ended up being relatives. I have no idea if they're lovers or anything like that, and that Birdie's her child. That's what we thought as a kid, but it's not stated anywhere in the game. But overall, Gamma's story is pretty bittersweet. Like, he is the first robot to go against his programming, and we actually will see that in later Sonic games, and they're all based off Gamma. Gamma is a fan-favorite character, despite really only existing in this one game. And there's been a lot of homages to this character, because it's a great storyline, cool design, and they even have like a version of the character that kind of exists that's very similar that was created in Sonic Heroes, but we're not going to talk about that character now, but y'all know what I'm talking about. I would talk about Gamma's theme, but it's actually not the same thing as you would think. Instead of, you get an instrumental theme, which actually fits the character very well. It kind of fits his character nicely, actually, even though it doesn't have to have lyrics. I don't know, his theme kind of sums up this whole character in a weird way. It's kind of somber and kind of electronic, sort of like he's trapped. I don't know if it's even his a he, because his flicky was pink, and back in the day, pink was associated with female, but whatever. Who knows? Anyway, the song was written by Fumi Kamatode and Jun Sonoy. And that is the end of Gamma's story. And no, I don't know why Sonic goes, when you choose Supersonic.
The character.
In the Mystic Ruins, we see the remaining Chaos Emerald that isn't the one that Knuckles collected. This is important because we see that something strange is happening. One, Angel Island is falling down again, despite the fact that, well, the Master Emerald is there. Eggman's flying with the Force when he actually finds Chaos again in its puddle form. And we go back to Knuckles, very confused of why Angel Island is still falling. He's like, maybe it's the Chaos Emeralds I took that one time. Knuckles is going to go to Sonic for his advice, because we all know that Sonic is very wise. Then he sees Eggman falling on the ground in front of his altar. He's very curious why that happened. Well, it turns out Chaos is involved. He took the Eggmobile just to get the rest of the Chaos Emeralds. Meanwhile, Sonic is just chillaxing in the Mystic Ruins, thinking that he saved the day, and he just wants to relax. He's like, maybe I should take a vacation.
This doesn't make any sense. Maybe those Chaos Emeralds that I brought back with me.
Take another vacation somewhere.
Tails alerts that he saw Angel Island falling while he was looking for his plane of Tornado 2, so he takes Sonic to where Knuckles is. Well, Sonic runs there himself, because Sonic likes to do what Sonic wants to do. Now, I could run over there, however, there are some interesting things that have occurred in the citizens of Station Square. I might as well talk to them before anything bad might happen to them. So the rest of these guys, the Mystic Ruins, are all sad because the expedition's over after they lost so many people. They didn't find anything. If they're looking for that temple is kind of hard to miss. It's pretty big, but whatever. You're not required to go to Station Square during this area, so I recommend doing it if you want to talk to some of these people to see what they're saying. Everyone's all happy. The people are happy because their protests worked. This dude isn't happy because he has to go back to work, and he was happy when he didn't have to work. The girl is still waiting for her dad, who went back to work once again. Another mundane in Station Square. And this guy's talking about how his lovely building is going to last forever. Or wonderful. He talks to the news lady. She'll say that nothing is going on. It's such a nice, peaceful day and quiet in Station Square. It's a little dull, though. If only something exciting would happen here. Now I know what you're wondering most about. What happened at the burger shop? Well, I'll tell you. Sonic will tell you. The girl got a job at the burger shop, working with her love. But she's like, I'm scared because I don't want to give smiles to people that aren't this guy because he's super hot. So if you're actually curious about that storyline, well, that's the ending. I hope they have a nice life here and don't get drowned at any point in their life. That's all the interesting stuff I can find. I couldn't find the dude or his weird lover's situation. I'm not sure what that was going on about. Or the mom who has a gambling addiction. Oh yeah, we gotta check on what Knuckles is doing.
Ah! He's not gonna get away with this!
Sonic and Tails find Eggman and Knuckles laying on the ground. And it turns out that Chaos beat them up and stole all the Chaos Emeralds. See, Chaos is still pissed off. His plan with Eggman didn't work, and he still wants to get all the Chaos Emeralds and to perfect himself, basically. Eggman leaves, not that we really care about him. During this conversation, Nicole gives Sonic another vision as he chunks out as Knuckles and Tails look at Sonic like with confusion. Making that last part up either, they literally, after the cutscene's over, Tails is like, you kinda just zoned out there for a bit. Sonic realizes that this is not a dream, even though this is the second vision he's ever had. He's smarter than the rest of the characters. After all, Knuckles wouldn't get advice for him. And this cutscene's the most important one. We see the time where Chaos attacks the Echidna tribe. You see, Nicole tries to stop him from invading, but he's like, I need those emeralds, or our people will lose of this war, because that's all that matters.
My way!
No way!
Did you hear what I said?
I won't obey!
We need those 7 emeralds to give us total power. It's power for the people, and they are your people too, you know. We must get that emerald.
Please don't do this! I beg you!
Bah! I don't listen to the words of a child. Ready, men? Charge!
Father!
So these guys literally murder Chaos, which are the most innocent creatures in Sonic, and this pisses off their god, Chaos, to an extreme degree.
Oh, it's a monster! No!
So it turns out that Chaos was only mad because these people killed his children, basically, and now he has an ever-long rage because of it. And when this whole situation happened, Nicole decided in order for him to stop his rampage that she was going to seal herself and him inside the Master Emerald so that they can't affect anyone else. So this plan got messed up when Eggman broke the emerald into pieces.
The 7 emeralds are the servers. Chaos is power, enriched by the heart. The controller serves to unify the chaos. The 7 emeralds can change our thoughts into power. If this emerald controls that power, please, you must stop him.
So Sonic wakes up, and Tails is kind of scared because he's zoned out. So much so that Knuckles leapt in between this. By the way, I like how Nicole realizes that Sonic's more confident than Knuckles, that she gives him the vision and not him. It's kind of funny. I don't know what Knuckles is doing anyway, but Tails and Sonic, like, we gotta find the Tornado 2 because that's where the last Chaos Emerald is. Anyway, based on that cutscene, we already know that Tornado 2 is, for us at least, because we've seen the big storyline, the very important big storyline, and we know that the Chaos Emerald is in the ruins. This guy, well, this guy decided I was talking to. And let's get a move on, and hopefully nothing bad will happen before we get there. So Sonic and Tails find the Tornado 2, and they see the Chaos Emerald. They're right on time. See, I told you nothing bad was going to happen.
What? No! He's got the last emerald!
Now that Chaos has all 7 Chaos Emeralds, well, all Chaos is going to wreck loose on Station Square. As we get a nice pre-runner cutscene of all the people living in Station Square, living their nice lives, moms with gambling problems, waiting for their fathers at the place, having affairs, worrying about working at a burger shop. All that's about to go away as Chaos, in his new form, is about to wreak havoc on the entire city. As he basically starts to destroy the city with floods and all this sort of stuff. Like this city is basically screwed. We don't see Station Square after this game either, and all those people most likely died. So RIP to all those citizens. This is pretty tense stakes. Like quite literally, this is the most deaths in a Sonic game. We don't see them die, but that's a lot of people gotta die. And we finally get to see what Chaos looks like in its perfected form. We are in the era of giant monster god battles, in case you're wondering, where Sonic fights God, essentially, for the final battle. And Sonic's like, holy crap, that's the thing I saw in the mural. How are we going to stop this guy? Well, Eggman thinks he's going to defeat it, because he has a new machine. The Death Egg Carrier 2. Yeah, he had another one on standby, and he's ready to fire it at Chaos. Let's see how effective it is. failed big time there, in case you couldn't tell. Anyway, Ticole comes to Sonic with more advice on how to defeat Chaos here.
My heart has always been in the Master Emerald along with Chaos's. Now he's filled with anger and sadness. And if it goes on, he'll eventually destroy the world like he did before.
Absorbs every bit of energy from the Chaos Emeralds and leaves them all black and gray.
Must be sealed in the Master Emerald now!
How can that help? It won't change how he feels inside, will it? His heart will still remain in turmoil, and his anger just won't vanish.
I like all the information that Sonic's gathered. He decides that he actually was going to fight Chaos face to face, that he can somehow quench his feelings and stop him from going on a rampage, because sealing him away, as he said, won't do anything. That's when all the other characters bring this Chaos Emeralds to Sonic, theorizing that since they still exist, that maybe they can use the positive energy from the Chaos Emerald and make Sonic go super so that he can combat Chaos's negative energy.
Sonic! Yeah, Sonic!
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 Negative forces aren't the only way to empower the Chaos Emerald. Our positive feelings toward each other can make them work. Our hearts together form awesome power.
With all that said and done, here is the final boss, Perfect Chaos. One of the most famous final bosses in any Sonic game, since it was actually even brought back in future Sonic games. The most notable thing about Perfect Chaos is that apparently the designers weren't satisfied with how he looks in the game. I think he looks fine. And when he's brought back to Sonic Generations, they added like a new film above him. Who the heck cares? Anyway, we're playing as Super Sonic for the first time. He controls like Sonic, except he's faster, and he has all the same things that Super Sonic usually does. He's invincible, but he's losing rings. Eventually, you gotta get enough speed in order to go bonk Chaos on the head. But if you don't, you'll get flung out. And Chaos will do this animation where he'll slowly slink away and then reform again. But that's okay, because we're gotta fight to save the city, even though the city's already destroyed, and we don't really save it at the end. But hey, we stop him from causing more damage, and that's all that matters. So you won't have too much problem with the rings, since the game gives you plenty of rings. But Chaos will shoot tornadoes, laser beams at you to kind of block you from going into him, basically. You gotta give him a nice big head and hit on the head and show him that you gotta open your heart and it will set you free. For this boss fight, we get to hear the main theme, Open Your Heart, sung and performed by Crush 40. And it is awesome. After taking out one chunk of his health bar, you had to take out another chunk. It is the final boss, so you kind of expect that. Yeah, I don't have a problem with it. It basically plays the same, except the music changes. And this is a big problem because, well, all the other final bosses in the Sonic franchise don't do this. They stick with their main theme. But for some reason, Chaos is like, no, you gotta listen to this theme. The song is pretty cool because it's literally about Sonic and Chaos' fight here. Sonic's like, open your heart, bitch, because it will set you free. Doesn't sound as good as Open Your Heart now, does it? Anyway, this boss fight isn't too hard, but it can be a little tricky since it is the longest boss fight in the game. So don't feel too dismissed if you don't do it the first time. At this point, you should have a couple of lives like I did.
Hey, I'll play with you some other time!
Chaos, now in his base form, is back the way he was. He actually sees his own citizens, the Chao, alive and happy. All look up to him, like, wow, he's cool. Realizing that his anger was for nothing, and that he doesn't need to be angry anymore. He could finally go to the afterlife.
Super Sonic must have neutralized it, so it's nice again. The Chao you were protecting. They stayed alive for generations and now live peacefully with humans. The fighting's over, harmony's restored, and life goes on. Thank you so much.
So Tikal and Chaos go into the afterlife now that all their qualms are over.
Well, that ends well, right?
Except for the fact that everyone in Station Square might be dead and the city's destroyed, I guess everything is all well, right, Tails? And Sonic runs off in the distance, mostly trying to chase after Eggman, and that's the way Sonic Adventure ends. Bye-bye, Station Square. You will be missed. The part where I talk about the game we just played, but you know what? It doesn't make sense to do it here because we got a side mode to cover, so let's do that before we continue on. In the game Nights and Dreams, we got these Nightopians, and they were the beta to Chao. I would showcase them in game, but couldn't get any good footage of it. Sorry. And basically, you can find a bunch of them, and you actually can get them to breed, kind of. It was just a beta that Sonic Team worked before putting it into Sonic Adventure. Here's some concept art of the Chao. Now, Chaos are little creatures that are probably inspired by Tamagotchi, because they have very similar characteristics to them. And Sonic Team was like, we'll put a little fun mini game that we can use to put on the VMU. In game, you can transfer your Chao to your VMUs, which is the memory card that the Sega Dreamcast had. It has a little screen on it, so you can take it where you want. And you could do little interesting, little fun games with your Chao here on this little Chao device. It's kind of limited if you couldn't tell. But there's stuff, you can check the item stats and all sorts of stuff. Of course, this stuff is pretty hard to find and use because my VMU doesn't work, and here's my copy of Sonic Adventure, so yeah, sucks. Chao Garden's kind of hard to miss. The first one, the main one, will be in the hotel lobby, which is the Station Square Chao Garden. 3 Chao Gardens, and this is the main one. All of them have 2 eggs for your Chaos, and basically you gotta wait for them to hatch. You can comfort them by shaking them, or you can throw them against the wall. I mean, Chaos will be mad at you if you throw them against the wall, but it's something that you can do. Hatching doesn't take that long, as you see that Chao just hatched. But you know what? I gotta showcase it. This is for science, okay? Don't hate me. Ugh! One thing experienced adventure players will notice is that the original Chao Garden is kind of limited. A lot of stuff you can't see because it's all limited to the VMU. So anything like the Chao stats or its name, well, we had to do that for here. Because I'm using an emulator to play this game so I can get footage. I wasn't able to do it. One thing you also know is that Sonic can't pet them, but you only grab them by levitating near them. And also that instead of having a blue and yellow color scheme, they have a blue and green color scheme. This is despite the fact that in the past we see them as blue and yellow. I don't really know why it's green. It's kind of weird, but whatever. Anyway, what you can do with this Chao is, well, there's trees here. Shake it out, and you can get a fruit. And the Chao will eat the fruit. And it eats really fast. You can't tell what it does, but it raises stamina usually. This Chao Garden is actually pretty different from the one that most people will see, since the DX version changed a lot about the Chao Garden and implemented the Sonic Adventure 2 version, which is improved. Over here you can see the VMU, which basically says you can transfer your Chao here, but other than that you can't do anything else other than throw them there. So, like I said, very limited based off that. There's no shop, there's only one other door here, and let's go see what's over there. This is the race room. You press on this button to race your Chao, but you'll notice, what the hell is that? Wait, what? Yes, one of the most infamous Sonic characters makes her debut in Sonic Adventure. Now, the reason I'm so shocked is that I don't remember seeing Oma Chao. Now, technically he's in the DX version, but not really. Also, yes, it is a he, despite the fact it sounds like a woman in pretty much every version of it. I don't know why. Anyway, Oma Chao is for some reason one of the most hated characters, mostly because it's an annoying tutorial character. This is despite the fact that it is a robotic Chao, and people love Chao, but they don't like Oma Chao. And in Sonic Adventure, it just stands there, menacingly. Though Adventure 2, we'll see a lot more of this guy, so be prepared for that. Here you can enter your Chao into races. There's Jewel, Beginner, and each one has different gemstones. And the only way to do that, in order to beat the emblem there, you gotta make sure your Chao wins. Though, how to make your Chao win is by giving it upgrades But right now my Chao has nothing, so of course my Chao is going to lose. The races in Sonic Adventure 1 also suck. They didn't fix this. Is that the camera focuses on whatever it wants. Really bad. So right now I'm not even looking at the Chao that I have. So why do they do that? I have no idea. So all the races are different. They have to do different things. Ultimately, they're not too interesting, so you're not going to see a whole lot of them, especially since I didn't raise a Chao for this. Sorry to say, I will show some footage of some interesting things, but overall, you're not controlling anything. They can just press the A button sometimes, and they'll do certain things, but that's about it. Chao has more stats I can run, but since it doesn't, my Chao just crawls because it's a little baby. In order to get some equipment to make your Chao stronger, you gotta go back in the levels and collect animals. Animals are something we've seen already, but each of them do different things and are found in different areas. So, let's go through them all. First, we have deer. Deer can be found in Final Egg, Hot Shelter, Speed Highway, and Twinkle Park. They'll give your Chao run power, and it can also give the Chao ability of skipping. It can also gain hooves, ears, antlers, and tail from this animal by giving to them. A drum, its parts that it can give to a Chao are its arms, ears, and feet. Mind the DX version, they give a little bit more to them compared to the Adventure, but however, most of those are just copied over from Adventure 2, so I'll be talking about that when we get to Adventure 2. Alright, next is the koala, which can be found in Casinopolis, Emerald Coast, Speed Highway, and Twinkle Park. It gives random, so basically any of the groups. It can learn behavior, can be playing the trumpet. The parts it gives the Chao is arms, ears, feet, and tail. We have the kangaroo, who is green for some reason. It can be found in Final Egg, Speed Highway, and Twinkle Park. It gives the run ability. The learned behavior is shadow boxing, and the parts it gives to the Chao is arms, ears, feet, and tail. We have the lion, which can be found in Lost World, Red Mountain, and Skydeck. It gives the ability of power. Its learned behavior is face washing. The parts that it can give to a Chao is the arms, ears, feet, mane, and tail. We have a mole, which can be found in Final Egg, Ice Cap, Lost World, Red Mountain, and Windy Valley. It gives the Chao a random thing. Its learned behavior is digging holes, of course, and it can give the Chao arms, feet, and tail. Now we have the peacock. Casinopolis, Skydeck, and Windy Valley is where you can find it. It's a flying Chao ability, obviously. The learned behavior is lying down and posing, whatever that means. The parts acquired you get from giving this to a Chao is feet, crest, tail, and wings. Then we have the penguin, which can be found in Emerald Coast, Hot Shelter, Ice Cap, and Lost World. It gives a swim ability. Its learned behavior is skating, and the parts that it gives to Chao is flippers, feet, eyebrows, and tail. Parrot, which can be found in Casinopolis, Red Mountain, Skydeck, and Windy Valley. It gives Chao the flight ability. It can learn behavior is singing, and the parts it gives to Chao's feet, forehead, tail, and wings. We have the robin, which can be found at Casinopolis, Skydeck, Speed Highway, and Windy Valley. It gives the flight ability. The learned behavior is spinning around. The parts it gives to Chao is feet, tail, and wings. Next is the seal, which can be found at Emerald Coast, Hot Shelter, Ice Cap, and Windy Valley. It gives the swim ability. Its learned behavior is dancing. I guess seals dance. And the parts it gives to Chao are flippers and tail. The next animal is the sea otter. It can be found at Emerald Coast, Hot Shelter, and Ice Cap. It is a swim ability, obviously, Chao. It learned behavior is backstrokes when swimming. The parts that it gives to Chao are arms, ears, feet, and tail. The last animal on our list is the skunk, which can be found at Hot Shelter and Skydeck. It gives Chao random ability. Learned behavior is drawing. And the parts it gives to Chao are arms, feet, forehead, and tail. Enter the Chao Garden with all your animals. They'll drop out of Sonic, and you can pick them up and give it to one of the Chaos. For example, if I give this penguin to a Chao, it will gain some of the stats, which is just one stat for each of them. Unlike Sonic Adventure 2, which the animals give a different wide variety of stats, here it's not a lot. They will get bonuses based on how many times you give it to the same Chao. I also definitely spin dash the Chao because all the buttons are the same thing. And as you can see, the Chao is gaining some arms and other little appendages based on what animals happens. They're mostly random, so some of them will take some of the attributes away, some will add them. Overall, it doesn't really matter. Obviously, you can't see what the Chao stats are unless you have the VMU, and since I don't have one, I can't see it. But yeah, there you go. The Chao looks like an abomination. Cool beta screenshot I found was some of the Chaos used to look like. Now, a lot of these Chao colors pretty much aren't a thing in the actual game. You have one of the special Chao eggs. All the Chaos pretty much look the same, unlike Sonic Adventure 2, which adds a lot of cool new variants. So each Chao Garden has 2 eggs each, meaning you got a total of 6 eggs there. It isn't bad, but however, you can find 3 bonus eggs. Let's showcase them right now. In Sonic Adventure, there's 3 hidden eggs, each near their respective gardens. For example, for the Station Square one, you go over here. This guy has a nice shop. It says it's quiet, but no one buys crap. Well, it's probably because your stuff's too expensive. Anyway, we're gonna steal from this guy. I'm not even joking. We want this golden egg, but unfortunately, the door locks. Well, we use this rock we found right outside there, and place it right there so we can steal the egg. Sonic says it's okay to steal. Though it is funny, as soon as Sonic leaves, a police car runs into him. How ironic. So these animal parts are the only way you can get your Chao to look any different. Also, you can abuse your Chaos, but don't do that because they'll die. The golden egg will give you a golden Chao. I mean, what else would you expect? Like a bronze Chao? No, a gold egg gives you gold Chao. And let's take a look at this golden Chao. As you can see, the Chaos aren't that well designed here because all of them have the green ball. And yeah, this guy looks really pissed off, so we're going to leave him there. The Mystic Ruins one is pretty simple. Go to the cave near Tails' workshop, and the first minecart you see will take you to the Mystic Ruins Chao Garden. Also, in case you're wondering, yes, Sonic can die here. To find the Chao egg for this garden is the silver Chao egg. There's this little thing there that's holding it. In order to actually get that to push out, you gotta push a brick thing that's to the side. The Mystic Ruins Chao Garden has a nice waterfall and a nice overlook. A nice little shady oasis here in the middle of the ruins. It's nice. It's quite quaint. Like I said, you have 2 new Chao eggs if you want to mess with them. Overall, this area is quite nice, and that's why Sonic's staring at the wall right now. We've got a little bridge area, a nice pond underneath where the waterfall goes into, and a lot of new ruins. I meant new ruins, I mean they're old. Of course they're old. What do you expect from a ruin? This thing right here, you push it in, and once you do that, the Chao egg will actually go into the lake. It got pushed out, and now you gotta wait for it to come to shore, and then you can pick it up and get yourself a silver Chao. Look at that Chao by cracking it against the wall. And here it is. It's silver. Not silver, we haven't got to Sonic 06 yet. In the egg carrier, you'll see this big old door here that has a bunch of golden hexagons here. In order to get to this Chao Garden, you need to spell out the name. And you can guess the name is. It's Eggman. So it really isn't that much of a challenge. Honestly, Eggman, your secret isn't very safe because who else would it be? What else would the password be? IQ, whatever his IQ is, it does not showcase in this puzzle right here. So what's Eggman's secret? Well, he has a teleporter, and the teleporter takes him to his own personal Chao Garden. Yes, even Eggman likes Chaos. Eggman Chao Garden is a nice little beach resort that has a missile coming out of it, because of course it does. Even has a nice little chair here. This is a pretty cool Chao Garden, if I gotta say so myself, though keep in mind you can kill yourself here, which is kind of funny. And you do lose a life, just keep in mind. For some reason the Chao eggs didn't spawn when I was here, but whatever. And yeah, you can climb on the missile if you want. In the egg carrier you'll find the other egg, and yeah, I forgot to get this as Sonic, so I had to go back as a Gamma. In the cell room you'll find other cells. This one here, it's empty. But the one in the middle is what we're looking at. It has a very weird looking Chao egg, which has black, pink dots, and blue top. So let's see what this Chao gives us. So Gamma tries to shake the egg to see what's going to come out of it, because he's careful, like Sonic, who keeps throwing those eggs at the wall. And the Chao it brings is kind of it's gray. It does have a yellow ball, but that's about it. It has a blue belly. Other than that, this Chao isn't very good, so Gamma chucks it into the water. Also, when you try to get fruit from a tree, Gamma has a really questionable animation. The last thing to know about Chaos is the Chao race itself. Essentially, other than the bad camera angles, they're pretty interesting. So the Chaos have a couple of stats. Current stamina is how much they can run. Here in Sonic Adventure 1 doesn't matter too much. In fact, I'm not even sure if it has a stamina. I know it has in the DX version, but like I said, I can't check the VMU, so I have no idea what giving them food does. They have the run stat, which obviously makes them be able to run. The flight stat, which again makes them able to take shortcuts by flying sometimes. And swim, makes them able to swim. And power, well, it doesn't really seem to do much in the base game here. Overall, the races kind of suck. And overall, power climbs the walls. It's not the most interesting thing in the world. Chao Garden is fun, however, base Sonic Adventure is not the best way to use a Chao Garden. DX version's way better, and 2 is just the masterclass of the Chao Garden. So, Sonic Adventure actually had DLC, which is kinda cool, actually. See, the Sega Dreamcast could connect to the internet, and you can also transfer data from the VMUs. So we actually can get unique stuff, mostly just stuff that was just promotional things, like here on Christmas we get a nice Christmas tree. And for this footage, I'm going to be using footage from the channel Seeps Highway, and they have a lot of videos on Sonic Adventure and stuff like that, though they're text only, so that's why you see all the text on the screen right now. So the Christmas 98 one just adds in Christmas trees. Nothing too special here. One of them would be this balloon thing where you collect a balloon and you gotta get certain targets. A lot of these were only in Japan, so that's why we don't know a lot about this stuff. And you gotta find weird cards, which are promotional stuff. Like, look at this random card of a guy. Really weird. The launch party is pretty cool. When the Dreamcast launched, you get all these balloons with the Dreamcast logo, as well as a bunch of Dreamcast banners. Pretty neat. There, of course, is a Halloween one with a bunch of banners placed all over the place. It looks kind of tacky, but hey, whatever. Happy Halloween, everybody. This is not Halloween right now, but whatever. It would be cool if these were added back into some form of DLC in the regular base game, but whatever. It's cool to see these anyway. One of the last DLCs they added was Millennium 2000, which is the year I was born, in case you're wondering. So it's kind of weird to see a Sonic game celebrating it. And yeah, that's about it. Just a bunch of stuff and a thing to do to collect stuff. All the banners tell you to go to the Twinkle Park and you'll get a bunch of Halloween themed stuff going on. Jack-o'-lanterns and all sorts of cool stuff going on. Pretty neat. 3, a pseudo remake, not really, kind of enhanced port of Sonic Adventure known as Sonic Adventure DX Director's Cut. It's not a Director's Cut, so I have no idea why it's called Director's Cut. It was released for the Nintendo GameCube. And it is a little bit iffy. Some people think it's fine, other people say it ruins the experience. I will be talking more about it, but at this point, I think this video is long enough, and I think Adventure DX can actually get its own video when we get to it in the Sonic timeline. So stay tuned for that, but that's not coming anytime soon.
Adventure!
おいソニック、本当にやるのか？ああ。俺は冒険が大好きなのさ。
Okay, Sonic, go!
ソニックはアドベンチャーが好き。ソニックアドベンチャー。Dreamcast!
Adventure is also important because it's the start of the Sonic toy lines. There were Sonic toys before, but this time Sega actually has toy masters. And the first one being Resource, who made these figures, which I have right in front of me. They also made a couple other things, but I don't really have them. I have these 3 figures, and they costed me quite a lot. Well, it didn't cost me anything because my fiance gave them to me. And I love these guys quite a lot. As you can see, they're based off the Adventure designs, and they look really cool. The Sonic Tails did come with the disc. They're in the other room. I don't have them on for Knuckles, unfortunately. I mean, you can tell this Sonic is based directly off the artwork, and this is probably one of the best looking Sonic figures. A lot of people agree with me on that one. And you might recognize this figure from an old YouTube channel. Let me know what channel that is in the comments section below. But yeah, since Resource, the first toy master, they didn't work there for a while, but they would be replaced by Joyride, then Toy Island, then Resource is here, Jazzwares, Tomy, and Jack Pacific, the current day toy master. So this is the start of the Sonic toy line, so you thank Sonic Adventure for that. Sonic Adventure was the best-selling game on the Sega Dreamcast, so it makes sense that it's not too expensive. However, it kind of is. I had a copy, it was scratched. Didn't really work. It sucked. I would love to actually get a working copy of this. I have the case, so that's cool, but this doesn't work. If you have a Dreamcast, you probably will have this game. It's a really good game, so I recommend picking it up. But if you don't have a Dreamcast, this is not the best way to play it. This version of Sonic Adventure, known as Limited Edition, is a demo that was available for rent for a couple of bit in July. It's only available for 2 months, so meaning that it is super rare. But I thought I should mention it just because you're not going to get it. But I thought I'd just mention it because it's pretty cool. As mentioned before, Sonic Adventure had an enhanced port on the Nintendo GameCube known as Sonic Adventure DX Director's Cut. It depends. I think it's not a bad way to get it. If you have a GameCube, it's not too expensive. I recommend playing it. This is the version that every other re-release is based off, by the way, which some fans are kind of annoyed by. Sonic Adventure was released in 2010 and early 2011 for free digital platforms. You can buy it on the Xbox 360 as well as its later edition consoles for only $5, so not a bad way to do it. Keep in mind, even though it says Sonic Adventure, this is the DX version. Fortunately for PlayStation players, Sonic Adventure is only available on the PS3, so no PS4 and PS5 for you guys. And lastly, what you're mostly be playing on, Sonic Adventure DX on Steam. It doesn't lie the fact that this is the DX version, unlike the earlier versions. I think they changed that recently, But either way, you could get Sonic Adventure on on your PC, and you can mod it so you can make it play better. There's been plenty of fan mods to make Adventure DX play more like the regular version without any of the bugs, as well as getting the old graphics back and all that neat stuff that all the fans like. Wow, this video is taking a while to make, and you can see where Sonic Adventure is. Sonic Adventure has its faults. It has things that hasn't aged well, but overall, it is aged as much as Mario 64 has. I think even better than that. This is a game that I think most people like. I think there's a very vocal people who just don't like it. You could see it even on Steam. It was very positive. It's a game that is just good. The only thing I can say that I don't like is the big area. But like I said, it's mercifully short. The main meat and potatoes of Sonic Adventure is Sonic's storyline. It's great. The gameplay is amazing during Sonic's gameplay. I have very small little nitpicks. Some of the glitches, there's not a whole lot. There's some jank, but a lot of those glitches come from the DX version. Like I said, it just sucks that Sega does that, but Sega's been incompetent for a while, so what else do you expect from that? But Adventure on its base form from the Sega Dreamcast is a pretty impressive game, even for the time. You can see a lot of the unique things they're trying for. It's a little rough around the edges, but honestly, those roughness makes it a unique experience. There's a lot of heart into it. It's not the most polished thing in the world, but you can see they put a lot of effort into it, and it showcases in every single aspect. Through the connectivity, through all the storylines, and the world building. It was a brand new Sonic experience, and it really finally brought Sonic into 3D in a satisfying way for a lot of people. Nobody complained about this game at the time, just a bunch of weird complainers nowadays. And like I said, I'll defend this game to the day I die, because this is easily my favorite Sonic game, and yes, it took over Sonic 3. Was it easily my favorite Sonic game? I actually have trouble in my head. I can't decide if I like this one better, or its sequel. Anyway, thank you all for watching. This is probably my longest video so far. Maybe one of the other Sonic videos will be even longer. We will see. Because we're getting into longer Sonic games, I can't really get these out every other day. The next two games I might probably be out, because Sonic Pocket Adventure is a short game. But don't expect them to be as frequent as they have been before, though I'm not going to stop this series. Sometimes I don't get a good amount of views. Sometimes weird people can make dumb comments, like, what the heck is Kitsy Cat? And the person, never mind, I don't even know. Some random kid mentioned that in one of my comment sections for the videos. I'm passionate about Sonic. I've been a Sonic fan for a very long time, and I love these games. Even the ones I don't like on this list. I'm looking at you, Tail Sky Patrol. I'm sure I'm not alone in not liking that game. Anyway, thank you for watching, and stay tuned for more of these videos. But like I said, I don't expect them to be as frequent. You can expect daily uploads at this point in time, but don't expect all the Sonic game reviews to come out the same consistency, because, like I said, Sonic Adventure, this video took a long time to make. I enjoyed making it, but geez Louise, did this day take a toll on me. Thank you all for watching. Have a pleasant day, and it doesn't matter who's wrong or right. I will never give up the fight, and make sure to open your hearts.